Good morning and welcome to the second ever Megaconference V6. My name is Ben Feynman with the Internet 2, and I'm very pleased to be your host for the day. It's 8 a.m. local time here in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and we're planning to be here for the next 12 hours until 8 p.m. To cover as many time zones as we can, although I know we're through the middle of the night in Asia, so sorry about that. We appreciate our friends over there staying up late to be with us right now. Megaconference V6 is held in conjunction with the World IPv6 Launch Day as hosted by the Internet Society. IPv6 Launch Day is designed to encourage network providers and equipment manufacturers to adopt the IPv6 addressing scheme as a way to facilitate our path into the future. For those who may not be very familiar with IPv6, that's the new addressing scheme that replaces IPv4. In a nutshell, IPv4 is the way that all the devices on the internet are given addresses. Well, at least historically, that's the way they were given addresses. However, that scheme was designed in such a way that there weren't enough numbers to support the vast number of internet-connected devices that we have in our world today. So a new addressing scheme was needed, which is IPv6. However, that requires a lot of changes to the existing infrastructure as these new addresses are rolled out and the new scheme of addressing is enabled in all the different devices. So to encourage this, we have World IPv6 Day. And last year was the World IPv6 Day with the intention that manufacturers and service providers turn on IPv6 for one day to see how things would work. And if they worked okay, leave it turned on. This year is different. The intention of World IPv6 Launch Day is for those who have not yet done so to actually launch IPv6 on their networks or their technologies. So the intention is to turn it on today and leave it on. What we're doing with Megaconference V6 is bringing that concept to the video conferencing world. Many video conferencing devices have support for IPv6, but many of us, I'd wager to say the majority of us, have not tried it out to see how well it might work on our networks. So Megaconference V6 is a way for us to all have an opportunity to try out our video conferencing equipment using IPv6 to see how well it actually works in a production environment. So I'm very pleased to be here with you today, connected via IPv6 using a Polycom HDX 8000. And I'm very pleased to have the robust program lined up that we do have for today. We have a number of great presentations coming up, starting in a half hour with author Vicki Cobb talking about learning from the best nonfiction authors in your classroom, and a number of great presentations going all the way through the afternoon. The end of the day is set aside for open mic time if there are folks that have short presentations they want to give that didn't get on the schedule, or just as an opportunity to have global conversations between institutions. But right now, I wanted to have the opportunity for folks that are on the bridge to introduce themselves, go ahead and unmute their mics and say who you are, where you're from, and if you are able to connect successfully using IPv6. And if not, don't be ashamed of that. We completely understand that there are challenges that prevent us from doing so, and those are the challenges that we want to unearth today. So with that, I'm going to invite first our bridge operators to unmute their mics, and I didn't warn them I was going to do this right off the bat, so I don't know if all of them might be ready. But for our bridge operators that are here, please go ahead and introduce yourselves and tell us where you're coming from and where your bridge is coming in from.
Well, hi, my name is Mike Zinner. I'm in St. Paul, Minnesota. This bridge is run by the state of Minnesota, where we have about 1,100 different endpoints on. This bridge in particular is not running IPv6 at this time, although it is capable, and we do have IPv6 on our network. This particular bridge is not doing it, and this is an 8710 or a telepresence media blade. So thank you for letting me be a part of this.
Great, thanks for being here, Mike.
Hi, I'm Michael Knight from Magpie, connecting from London, England, running our MCU in Philadelphia, a Codian 4501, and we are connecting via IPv6, although I personally am coming across commodity, so I'm not, and welcome to the IPv6 Megaconference.
I'm Jeff Hagley with Internet2. Nick Thompson and I are running the Internet2 bridges. We have a Codian SD connected in over IPv6, a MSE 8710 connected in over IPv6, and a Polycom RMX connected in over IPv4.
Hello, I'm Ken Fox with ORNet, Ohio Academic Research Network. I have a Codian 4505 connected over IPv6.
Great, thank you, Ken and Michael and Jeff. Do we have any of our other bridge operators on?
Yes, hello. My name is David Vertin. I'm working at Arnest in Slovenia in Europe. We have Codian MCU 4520. We have used this mega conference also last year, and this year we also have first school connected over IPv6 to this mega conference. Great job. Thank you, Ben.
Great. Thank you for being here from Europe and providing bridging resources for that part of the world. Who else do we have?
Hey Ben, it's Jason from Arnet. How are you?
Jason, I'm doing well. It's great to see you. I did not expect you to be coming in today, but I'll let you tell us.
Originally, I wasn't going to be. Bonjour from France. I'm actually on holidays at the moment. My travel plans today sort of fell through, may I say, at the last minute, so I didn't know whether to represent the bridge operators, as I volunteered Darren, one of my staff, for that job, but as it's 10 p.m. there and only 2 p.m. here, I thought I'd say hello to everyone. I'm coming in via IPv4. Our bridge is 4200, 4500. They're connecting via IPv6 as we had it enabled quite recently. However, my location is IPv6 enabled. I just didn't have a client that was v6. So it is nice to see that in France that it's got quite a good market penetration as well.
Great. Jason, we definitely appreciate you coming in from your holiday.
Darren has made it in. I made it 2 steps quicker than he did. I'll let him say hello.
I've been here for the last 2 hours, but yeah, I just had a little technical glitch then and had to go to a wired connection as opposed to wireless, but all good now.
So Darren, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself as well?
Okay, my name's Darren French, and I work for Arnet here in Australia. I'm based in Melbourne in the National Video Conferencing Services team, of which Jason here is also a member, and I'm responsible for keeping our bridges running and giving support to our customers and participating in events like this.
Great. And Darren, we appreciate you being here as well and bringing your bridging resources and staying up late. 10 after 10 now, I think, where you are.
10 after 10 in beautiful cold Melbourne.
Yeah, we appreciate you giving up some sleep time to be here. Do we have any other bridge operators that are on video?
Hi Ben, it's John Fafalios over at Magpie.
Great, go ahead, John.
with Michael. I'm physically here in the office at University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. We're running a Codian 4501, like Michael said, IPv6 HD enabled, and we're also live streaming this and recording for people to come back to at a later date.
Great, John. We appreciate you doing that and providing the streaming and recording. Also wanted to note that ARNet is also providing streaming and recording for the other side of the world as well. So thank you both for doing that. Who else do we have here?
There's also, hello, greetings, Sami from Helsinki. I'm currently participating via my PC with a software client, but I'm planning to go down for real codec and a real IPv6 connection later on. And we have also our MCU connected via IPv6, and we are ready to serve some SD participants as we are not HD compatible yet. We are just getting our HD MCU soon.
Understood. And we appreciate the University of Helsinki providing the SD IPv6 bridging for Europe. I think there's a couple more folks. I'm not sure if they're on video or not. Any other bridge operators out there? So I think the only bridge we might be missing is the Connecticut Education Network, and we're working on getting them connected, but we will give them a chance to introduce themselves a little bit later on after that connection is established. So we very much appreciate all of the bridge operators that have come together to support this event and the institutions that have chosen to provide access to their bridging resources in support of this event. Without those institutions, we couldn't have this event because at the core, what we're doing is cascading a whole bunch of bridging resources together around the world. So thank you to all of the bridge operators that either got up early or stayed up late or took time out of their workday to be here. With that, I would like to open it up to participants. So if there are participants on the call, if you could unmute your microphone and say who you are and where you're coming in from, and if you are able to connect successfully using IPv6.
Okay, hello. My name is Ivan Kulenko. I'm from Slovenia. I'm from high school from Celje. I was connected with IPv6 on the ARNES MCU, and I believe I'm the first school in Slovenia who is connected with IPv6 on this conference. I'm using Tandberg 550 MXP, and I believe there is no problem with that. I'm also working many years with Megaconference, especially with USA, and some people there, I believe, they know me. This is a great job to see with the conference with IPv6, and I hope that we will use in further on. Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for being here. And that is an accomplishment, being the first school in your region having IPv6 enabled, and we hope to have many more following your lead.
I believe too. No. Let's go. Okay.
Yes, no small task. Okay. What other participants do we have on the call?
Hello. Can you hear us?
Ken, go ahead.
Okay. I'm Jari Järvinen. We come from Finland, and Jyväskylä University of the Applied Sciences. in middle Finland. And we IP6.
Great. Great to have you here, and thank you for being here. And it looks like you're coming in from a life size?
Yes, yeah. Life size room.
Great. All right. I'm glad to see we have a number of European participants. Who else do we have on the call?
Hello? This is
Yes,
the
go
National
ahead.
Dot Taiwan, and it is a little after 8 o'clock right now, and I am an English language teacher and also international education coordinator for the school. And we've been connecting with peers around the world for 6 years now, and we're also the first school in Taiwan to be carrying out these multiple site connections with peers around the world. And we have connected to IPv6 successfully, but I believe we have used IPv4 connecting to you. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Mary. And thank you to you and your students for being here in your evening. And everyone can look forward to their presentation coming up in about 45 minutes at the top of the hour. So we'll all look forward to that. Who else do we have on the call?
I'll go next. It's Roy Moranen here from the Australian National University in Canberra. We connected last year to the IPv6 conference from the campus and all worked very well. So I thought I'd go a little bit harder this time and connect via IPv6 from my home connection. I'm connected through one of the more advanced ISPs, Internode in Australia, and they actually do have an IPv6 enabled thing, and it seems to be working very well. Connecting via a Tandberg MXP 1700 system. Looking forward to some presentations.
So personally, I'm impressed. I know in the U.S. it's a challenge to get IPv6 on your home connectivity, so I'm pleased to see that you're making headway in that regard in Australia. Should I assume correctly that that's still uncommon in Australia?
Yeah, I would think so, yeah. Internode's probably one of the more advanced ones there.
Great. Well, I hope the other internet providers in Australia will follow your provider's lead. Okay, what other participants do we have on the bridge? Okay, hearing none, I think we've done a good round of introductions for this morning. I do realize it's early in the morning. Some places it's late at night. Other places I expect people will be joining us as we go on throughout the day. And I do know a number of people are watching us on the webcast non-interactively as well. So I did see our first presenter join the bridge. Vicki, are you there?
Yes, yes I am. And I just tuned in, so I don't know what's happening, and I don't know who you are, so if you wouldn't mind filling me in, I would appreciate it.
Sure, not a problem. My name is Ben Feynman with Internet 2.
Oh,
and
we talked yesterday, right?
Yes, we did. It's good to see you on video. And we just finished doing a round of introductions. We have a number of people connected from all around the world. And I know we're a little bit before your presentation time. We have you scheduled for 8:30 Eastern Time. But I believe we've completed the introduction, so if you want to get started a few minutes early, you're welcome to do so.
That would be great, because I'm rushing off to go to BEA, which is the Book Expo in New York in the Javits Center. So this happened rather quickly. So do I look yellow? I can turn off my light. I've learned I look better if I turn this light off.
Yes, I do think that's a better color temperature.
I hadn't quite set the stage when I dialed in.
No problem.
Did you introduce? Let me just make sure that I've got my my presentation set up. Let me just figure out. I have two screens so I can get things kind of organized. Let me just, and I have to kind of make sure I can get back and forth to people. I just want to, can I just check and see if you can see my desktop?
Sure. Are you sending it now?
I'll just click on the switch right now. Just tell me if you can see that.
Looks like it's coming through. Waiting a minute. Yep, and I'm receiving it here. And so I guess this will be a good test to see how we're doing on the, okay, so we just switched you to picture-in-picture on the bridge. So
okay,
everyone,
so you can still see me and you can see my desktop as well. I'm going to turn that off for now because I want to talk to people directly. Is that possible? Now I've lost your picture. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay. Did you introduce me, or do you want me to just introduce myself?
Yeah, I gave a very brief introduction, but please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. My name is Vicki Cobb, and I'm here because I want to tell you a very exciting outside-the-box idea, if you can handle that fits right in with the game changer for education, which is the Common Core standards, state standards that have been adopted by 45 states and 3 territories. And it's scaring the living daylights out of everybody. Because instead of focusing on curriculum or on a test, the Common Core standards are focusing on process. And that is about how do we learn? Learning by reading, researching, sifting through material, and ultimately synthesizing it into creative works that have added value. These are the 21st century skills that Alan November has very carefully articulated. So, in other words, you don't just read about what scientists have discovered. Part of it is the process of learning how scientists think, how historians think, how mathematicians think. And CCSS, the Common Core State Standards, are mandating that 50% of what children read in elementary school should be nonfiction. Enough with the little stories about Dick and Jane. Kids want to learn, you got to give them reading about the real world in order to learn. And in fact, they're finding out that kids are teachers are not teaching nonfiction because they don't think they know enough, and because they don't know enough, they're not reading to learn more. So it's kind of a vicious spiral going in the opposite direction of the way we want people to go. And in fact, one of the things the New York Times is doing, which they announced this weekend, is they're having a blog contest for young people, kids I think, or young people from 16 to 25, to take a Times article and write an interesting post about it. What do you think? And what additional research can you do? So it's to kind of reverse this spiral. So I'm here with a solution to this problem. Why not bring in the experts? And who are the experts? The experts are the authors of children's nonfiction books. And you can bring them in inexpensively via video conferencing. So I have started a company to do this. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about my company and also a little bit about me. I have a little slideshow here. Everything is little today because we don't have much time. So this is The name of my company is Inc. Think Tank. We have a blog, which my post happens to be up today. It's called Interesting Nonfiction for Kids. It's actually, the topic is, do you know how you learn? What is your learning style? And because that's important to know. And this is who I am. I've written about 90 science books for children. The book that kind of put me on the map is called Science Experiments You Can Eat, and it is still in print. It's been in print since 1972. I revised it in 94, and I'd like to revise it again, but maybe my time will come because now they're back to publishing nonfiction books again. And recently I received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the American Academy of Sciences, which of course is very heartwarming, and so you can know that you're talking to the horse's mouth. And What's the Big Idea is a book I'm going to talk about later. We Dare You is a compilation, a bind-up of 5 previously published books. And if you go on my website, vickycobb.com, you will see I've been making videos of kids doing these bets based on science. And it's kind of a, if anybody wants to join my video project and make videos from the tricks in this book, please let me know, and I will give you contact information later. So we started a company out of this group of authors, and there are about 30 of us. We started a company called Inc. Think Tank. Now I'm trying to find how do I change sites? This is our website, and it has on it a free database for people who are worried about how does a wonderfully interesting book called A Savage Funder or Bugshots fits into their curriculum. You can go into our free database and you can put in the subject and the grade level that you want to teach, which comports with state standards, or you can just look for an author and you'll see the books come up, and in the list of books you will see what national curriculum standards these meet. These are not the Common Core standards, because these are the curriculum standards. You still have to teach content. You can't teach kids how to think unless you give them something to think about. So this website, which is inkthinktank.com, has a lot of very interesting material about the top authors that are writing the kinds of books the Common Core standards want kids to read. And part of the group is the video conferencing group, and we are pioneering a new way to reach into the educational community via video conferencing. So it makes us affordable. One thing I have to say at the outset, if this sounds a little bit that I'm looking for money, we don't have day jobs, we authors. We don't have salary. So we are looking to find a way to earn a living. And we don't even have to make much. We just have to we just want to have fun. So I have to make that apology at the outset. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the authors in the video conferencing group, so you can beam us in. All of us have, most of us, some of us are a little slow, but we will be having programs that are listed on CILC.org under Inc. Think Tank. We're doing both content providers for kids, doing programs for kids, as well as doing professional development for teachers. So Alex Tsai has written some wonderful books. She's a scientist and a photographer and also a teacher. So she's pretty good at being able to bridge the gap between the author and the teacher. Roz Shanzer is an extraordinarily talented artist. This year she just won the top award from the Illustrator Society for her book Witches, for the art and the witches. But she writes mostly history, but she dabbles in science in her book, in her 2 books, about Ben Franklin and electricity and What Darwin Saw. And I'll tell you a little bit more about Roz here, because this year we did a pilot study with a school in New Jersey, and Roz was given this. I'm just going to read you what she said about her experience at this school. This is a grades 3, 4, 5 school. She says, "My particular journey with the Bogert School was a bit unusual. I worked with 2 4th-grade teachers whose curriculum required them to teach some of the dullest-sounding subjects ever. 6 different topics related to local, state, and national government in America. In addition, they had selected my book, George versus George, The American Revolution, as seen from both sides, to pair with these subjects, even though the students wouldn't be studying the American Revolution until grade 5. And here's what they had to learn about: 3 branches of the U.S. government, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, how a bill becomes a law, the steps to becoming a citizen, and New Jersey government. Since the teachers had a genuine author in tow, they wanted the students to learn how to write their own books on these topics. But how in the world could each 4th grader cover all this material, remember it for a test, write an exciting page-turner that their friends would enjoy reading, and have a great time in the bargain? That was her problem. Besides, the classes meet for only 50 minutes every other day. That would leave them with 15 short class periods over a period of 6 weeks to video conference with me 3 times and to research, write, revise, illustrate, publish, and present an entire finished product while doing all their other classwork at the same time. By comparison, it takes me 2 years working every minute to complete an entire book. But the kids came through. And the teachers said, I have to say the project ran smoothly due to the collaboration from Raj. She was always there to help us with an idea or concept. It was not easy for 2 classes to create a book together, but we were able to make it work without a hitch. Overall, she said, I am so honored that my class was able to participate in such a meaningful project. They not only learned the content of our government unit, but they also learned how to become nonfiction authors with advice from an expert. So this, it really did create a great deal of excitement. Now, Jim Murphy is an extraordinarily well-known historian. He writes, in fact, I put this picture on this slide because he was on the cover last year of School Library Journal, which of course is a very important publication. And Jim, by the way, I should also say that the Author on Call authors were featured in spotlight webinars by CILC this year, and Jim was one of the ones. And he's a guy who really likes to go into the morgue of a newspaper and spend days, weeks. I think he's only happy when he's looking through newspaper reports from hundreds of years ago in order to be able to create his very compelling narratives of these stories in history. See, I've got it. Okay. David Schwartz is an extraordinary both science and math writer. He wrote a post the other day, was called The Saguaro by Numbers, maybe. And in that post on Ink Think Tank, I think it was Monday, it might have been. It's a recent post. If you scroll down, you can find it. He mulls over all the numbers a saguaro tree that came to his mind while he was learning about a saguaro tree. So the response from the ink community was amazing, because all of us have our own little tricks how to make ourselves think of things, and it's interesting to have somebody unpack the process as David did. Carla McClafferty is a new member of the video conferencing group, and she writes, as she puts it, biography with something extra. So in her book, The Many Phases of George Washington, she talks about forensic science and how, looking at the portraits of George Washington, they could really construct what he actually looked like in real life. So as she put it, it's kind of like the Biography Channel meets CSI. And so she's going to be available this year through our video conferencing division. Andrea Warren writes about history, but always from the point of view of children, and how children have been impacted by these huge events that we learn about in history from a historical point of view with the facts, but she looks at it from a children's point of view. And The Orphan Train Rider is a really interesting book because it's about all the orphans in the big cities that came as a result of the Depression, where parents could not afford to keep them, and they put these kids on trains that traveled out west to farm country, and they'd make stops, they'd line the kids up, and the farmers would come because they needed basically indentured service. They would come and look at the kids and pick the kids, and this is a true story of one little boy who was separated from his brothers by this brutal process, but ultimately came to find them again, so it has a happy ending. Dorothy Patent has written 130 books, and she is a PhD biologist. And what Dorothy said, Dorothy also worked with the Bogart School, and they picked her book, Shaping the Earth. And it was funny because she had a conference with the teachers ahead of time, and she wanted to connect this subject of volcanism and tectonic plates and geology to how the kids lived. And she asked the teachers, well, what are the kids interested in? And the teachers said they're not interested in much. They don't know anything about nature. So they decided that Dorothy could inspire the kids if she talked about her childhood, where she basically never came indoors. She loved being outside and looking at nature. So this is her comments on her interaction with our pilot project with the Bogart School. I was truly amazed with the power of an author speaking to young people about what spurred her. Oh, this was what the teacher wrote. I was truly amazed with the power of an author speaking to young people what spurred her to write a book that they would use in their classroom, Shaping the Earth. Just by talking about how growing up with earthquakes in California and visiting active volcanoes in Hawaii inspired the children to jump into their geology topics with enthusiasm. And another teacher said, Dorothy's love of learning about and being curious about the world around her was inspiring and important for the children to see. Many students noticed that about Dorothy when we reflected and discussed their ideas. They also looked at the world anew. Additionally, they got to pick the brains of a published author. She gave them advice not only about being a curious person awake in the world, but also about researching, writing, and being professional. One of the things that came up with in the course of figuring out how to talk to teachers is that there is a gap there. I happen to have been a teacher, but many of us authors are not teachers. And so there's a big question about how to use our books in the classroom. So we have a team of consultants that work with us, and one of them is the brilliant Dr. Myra Zarnowski, who teaches. She's a full professor and distinguished professor at Queens College, City University of New York, which happens that their School of Education trains most of the teachers that go into the New York City public schools. And Myra teaches children's nonfiction literature. I met her years ago on a panel discussion, and she just struck me as somebody who was so knowledgeable, and she talks over and over and over again that in order to use nonfiction effectively in the classroom and to use us effectively requires planning, and she's the one to help teachers plan. So we have her and Dr. Susan Turkel and Debbie Eisenstein. They're three pros to help in the course of using our books in the classroom. Now I'll talk a little bit about what happened with me. We had a meeting at the school. The teachers of this particular school are products of the Columbia Reading and Writing Program, which is mostly about fiction. So they thought, oh boy, we have a bunch of real writers we can talk to. We can pick their brains about writing. And they wanted to apply the same techniques for fiction to nonfiction. And of course, this was a difficult thing because we don't follow the same rules, we who write nonfiction. We can't make stuff up. That's what nonfiction means. Nothing is made up. So when I had an in-person meeting with these folk, I said to them, you know, you really ought to use me as a scientist rather than as a writer. So they had to teach a unit on the solar system. So I had a meeting with the teachers, and I said to them, look, you know, you're going to begin teaching the solar system. You have to start thinking about how we know about the sky. And the way we know about the sky is we see two things in the sky. We see points of light and we see motion. And some of those things we can examine here on Earth. So what I want you to do is take the first question in the book. Well, there's a very interesting introduction to the book where I write about what's a big idea. A big idea is something that doesn't have a quick or easy answer. And there are only 4 big ideas in this book: motion, energy, matter, and life. So this first section is on motion, and the first question is a double-page spread in the book. Why does a rolling ball stop rolling? And I've got these kids commenting on the question. Everyone knows a rolling ball always stops. Why ask a question about something everyone knows? Or who cares about rolling balls anyhow unless you're into bowling? Or why don't you ask a really dumb question like, why is a resting ball resting? And if you know your physics, that's the same question. So I suggested that she print out this poster, give it to the kids, and let them think about the question for 24 hours. Now, the culture of schools today is that kids ask questions because they want answers right away because it might be on a test. But to live with a question for 24 hours without knowing the answers, to think about the question, to think what they know about the subject, was a culture shock for these teachers. And I saw when I suggested it, there was fear in their eyes, and they went to their principal and said, can we do this? And he said, try it, see what happens. So that's what they did. And I asked the teachers afterwards, what were your students' reaction to living with a question without knowing the answer? Did it make them more motivated to learn the answer? And she wrote, the students enjoyed the process of living with the questions. We noticed that the first time they were a little unsure of what to do exactly. To talk about a question for an extended time seemed odd to them. With modeling and talking strategies, the kids were able to see that talking and jotting down their thoughts was a very fun process. They began to look forward to these days in class as well as connect their thoughts by drawing lines from one group member's thoughts to another member's thoughts that were related. Also, the kids looked forward to bring the questions home to see if their parents knew the answers. Surprisingly, I had 1 or 2 dads who were right on with their responses. However, this was not the norm. Obviously, that the fathers had studied some physics. The second question is, how do we know the Earth is moving when it looks like the sky is moving? And of course, this question, today everybody knows the Earth is moving, but if you say, how do we know that, most people have never heard of stellar parallax. And so we teach that here in this question. And we accept that the Earth is moving as blindly as kids 500 years ago thought the Earth was the center of everything, with everything moving around the Earth, because of course that's the way it looked. So this question also was very provocative, and so now we have the stage set for me to do a video conference with the kids where I came in and told them the story. Long ago I wrote a biography of Galileo. I give a narrative story of what happened when Galileo wrote the Starry Messenger and how he was convicted of being a heretic and sentenced to life imprisonment for suggesting that the Earth moved. And they were really shocked and horrified about that. So that took a few minutes of the presentation. And then the teachers were very quick because of their reading and writing training with Columbia. They wanted to get these kids writing right away. So they wanted the kids to kind of pick my brain for research questions. And I looked at these questions and listened to these questions, and my heart sank because these kids didn't know enough to ask a decent question. First you have to read and learn. You have to learn. Then you can ask questions that have some meaning, because science is all about asking meaningful questions. So I made a suggestion to these teachers. How can I get these kids to learn more? And I suggested that they go to the NASA website. They should go back to learning about the solar system, but instead of giving them the facts, assign the kids, make them work in pairs so they can help each other, or 2 or 3 kids together, and assign the various bodies of the solar system to look up, and bring them into the computer lab and turn them loose on the NASA website. And I had a little conversation via a wiki. Not only do we work with video conferencing, but we stay in constant communication through a wiki, which is a public document. So everybody could ask me questions, and I could respond. And so they went to through this medium of the wiki. The teacher said to me, you know, I went and looked at the website, and yeah, the pictures are absolutely spectacular, but the language, it's not third grade reading. And so I said, yeah, I thought about that. You know, it's tough reading, but you know what? Tell them that it's written by scientists for adults. You don't expect them to understand it. Well, that's all she had to say to them. And this was the response they got from the kids. After telling them that the site we are reading from was written by NASA and some adults thought the text might be too hard to read, they took on the challenge and read with vigor throughout the research session. Students began to shriek with excitement at first glimpses of the photographs of their planets and were calling their partners over to their computer to show interesting facts they discovered and pictures they found. Two groups realized that the same instrument was used to collect data on two different planets. I look forward to having more time to research tomorrow. And I asked, does this change any preconceived concept about what your students are capable of learning and creating? If so, what are they? And the teachers said, one thing that was very powerful was putting kids on the NASA website. Kids of all reading abilities were able to take away a lot of information, even though it was written for adults. It's almost as if the content was differentiated for all learners in the class. The stronger readers read and understood some of the more difficult concepts and explained it to their partners. There was something for everybody. Oh, here's my picture of Galileo. And here, this is the CILC website where our programs are listed, both under professional development and under content providers. There are more programs under contact providers right now. And here's the contact information for us, the website. And I wanted to say that if you would like more information from me or you would like to get in touch with me, you please feel free to email me. It's Vicky@inkthinktank.com. I'm happy to answer any of your questions and talk to you, and we can video conference and discuss possibilities. And now I think if there are any questions, I'm very happy to respond to that. Ben?
Yes, absolutely. We have a few minutes before the next presentation, so now would be a great time to ask Vicki any questions about her great presentation. Thank you, Vicki.
Oh, there I see you now. Okay, good. I hope this was appropriate for your audience. I don't know if it was.
I know we have people from all different sorts of institutions connected, and it's directly appropriate to many, and I'm sure it's interesting to the ones that it's not directly appropriate for. So any questions for Vicki?
I always wonder when there are no questions whether I've, it's hard. You don't know if you're connecting with your audience when you don't see anybody. So, I hear somebody beeped. What does that mean?
That means somebody else joined us.
Oh, okay. Well, if there are no questions, Ben, I've got to run catch a train. So if that's all right, do we have to give them more time? They can email me. Please, give them my email information, and thank you for this opportunity. I wish you luck with this conference.
I have a short question from Taiwan. Would it be possible to integrate this kind of program into the high school level of EFL learners?
Yes, absolutely. It's a perfect thing for them. Perfect.
Okay, so
and we can work with them.
For more details. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Great, and certainly I can do an introduction between you, Mary, and Vicki to follow up further. But Vicki did share her email address on the slides, I believe. And
I don't think I forgot to put it on the slide.
Just
I think
the
I
website.
said it. I gave the Inc. website, but you can reach me through my own personal website, or you could, which is vickycobb.com, or you can just email me at vicky@inkthinktank.com, and I will get the email.
Great. All right. Well,
So I'm off to see the status of publishing. So that's my next venture. Thank you so much, Ben. I'm going to say goodbye.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for being here, and safe travels.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a few minutes before our next presentation. I just wanted to take the opportunity to see who else has joined us. We did a round of introductions about a half hour ago, and if we've had other people join the conference since then, I'd like to take this opportunity for you to go ahead and open up your microphone and tell us who you are, where you're coming in from, and if you are able to connect using IPv6. All right, well, I guess we have had introductions from everyone that's currently on the call. The other thing I wanted to mention is that for those of you that are using Twitter, the hashtag for this event is MegaV6. And one thing I think it would be interesting for everyone out there to do is take a photograph of the Megaconference and your Megaconference setup, and go ahead and tweet that with the hashtag MegaV6 so we can all see what this conference looks like from all the various endpoints that are coming in. And I will do that myself in a few minutes here. But in the meantime, it looks like our site in Taiwan is ready to go, and I know we're a few minutes early, but nothing wrong with being a few minutes ahead of schedule. And so Mei Mary Shi from Taiwan has brought a number of her students from the National Dali High School in Taiwan to talk about the program that they have in terms of international mock trials and Model UN and how they use video conferencing to accomplish this. So with that, Mary, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Ben. This is Mei Mary Shi from National Dali High School, Taiwan in Asia. And it's currently almost 9 o'clock in the evening on the evening of June 6th. And we are going to present it's actually a presentation of a couple of showcases that demonstrate how interacting with around the world in our class. Okay, and right now we're getting some background sound. Is that coming from us?
Yeah, no, I don't think it's coming from you. I just like to remind the other sites that are not presenting, if everyone can make sure that your microphone is muted. It sounds like somebody that's just connected has an open microphone.
Oh, okay, great. I think.
Thank you.
Okay, and as I was saying, we're connecting all the way from Taiwan, Asia, and we have been having video conferences with schools around the world. We were able to extend our classroom to more than 25 countries. And we have the presentation of around the world in 80 minutes because actually we would like to show you that you, whether you're an educator or teacher in K-12 classrooms or even higher education classrooms, will be able to take off and zoom around the world to connect to your peers and your other counterparts around the world using different approaches. And you can also integrate that into your present curriculum. And so we were able to connect to schools around the world to have culture exchanges, have customs and traditions, and also we were able to have debates. We had international mock trial competitions, and we were able to have model United Nations. And so before we begin our presentation, I have two things that we would like to remind you that, first of all, the students here are representing different countries. So each booth and each student represents a different split screen from a different country. And I also have a moderator, the student voice, and he will be moderating all of the showcases. So for each presentation, we usually would need a moderator, whether it is a student or a teacher. And so, Roy, would you like to begin?
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Roy. And today we will be introducing what we have done in the past video conference courses. As you see, the layout here are the split screens, which means Irene is in Russia, Angus is in Croatia, and Jean is in Taiwan, Stella is in Nicaragua, and Joy is in Guatemala. And today we will be demonstrating 4 showcases: Food Conference, International Bidding Events, Model United Nations, and Calligraphy Performance. We will begin by the Food Conference. In a food conference, students from different countries will connect via video conference to introduce the food of their own country. And they will show how to make that kind of food with each side simultaneously following the steps. Today, due to time limitations, only Russia will be demonstrating the steps of making Russian food, and the other sides, namely Guatemala, Nicaragua, Taiwan, and Croatia, will merely be introducing the food and the ingredients. So, we will start from Guatemala and their food.
Now, I will introduce the local dish in Guatemala, tortilla. The ingredients are corn flour and water. Thank you.
Thank you, Guatemala. And Nicaragua.
I will introduce one of the main dishes in Nicaragua, red bean rice. The ingredients include red bean, rice, salt, onions, and green pepper are optional.
Thank you, Nicaragua. Then on to Taiwan.
And I will introduce cucumber appetizer. Here are the ingredients: cucumber, carrot, sugar, salt, vinegar, red pepper, and garlic, and also lemon juice.
Thank you, Taiwan. Croatia.
And I will introduce the traditional food in Croatia, the gingerbread. The ingredients are flour and butter.
Thank you, Croatia. Russia.
I'm going to introduce Russian salad. All vegetables and the chicken should be boiled beforehand. The ingredients include chicken, tomatoes, pickled cucumbers, carrots, green peas, eggs, onion, mayonnaise, and salt.
And now Russia will demonstrate how to make Russian salad, with each side simultaneously following the steps.
First, cut off the onion, chicken, and the pickled cucumbers. Ready? Yes. Second, dice the carrots and the potatoes. Ready? Yes.
Yes.
Finally, mix all the ingredients together with mayonnaise. And the dish is ready.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this will be our first showcase. Do you have any questions?
So in the real situation, the students from each country will have real ingredients and making the real food. And so that way, after each side is completed, after listening to the instructions from the presenter, they will actually get to eat their product, their presentation, the product of the presentation. Do we have any questions for this part before we proceed to our second showcase? If not, we will proceed to the second showcase.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the second showcase will be that of the International Bidding Event. Usually in international bidding events, students from different countries will provide their student-created items for everybody to bid for. And usually these are meant for a charity program. For instance, we have recruited donations for Alexis Lemonade Stand Foundation, an organization to support pediatric cancer research. And we have also raised funds for the Forest Action Project, which is a project to support reforestation and to combat deforestation. And in this conference, in this international bidding event, we have the United States, Nicaragua, Taiwan, Croatia, and Russia participating. We'll start from the United States and their student-created items.
There is a white tiger on the t-shirt. The tiger represents our school, and the color white means that we should look on the bright side of life. No matter what happens, the starting price is $15. In the end, all donations will be contributed to Alexis Lemonade Stand Foundation to support childhood cancer research.
Thank you, USA, and the bidding will now commence.
$16.
$16 from Croatia.
$18.
$18 from Taiwan.
$20.
$20 from Russia. $20 for the first time. $20 for the second time. $20 for the third time. The t-shirt will go to Russia. And please remember to donate $20 to Alexis Lemonade Stand Foundation in order to support pediatric cancer research. And now we'll go to Croatia and their student-created items.
The logo on the necklace is a bear paw, because our school's mascot is a bear. And the bear paw symbolizes our school's spirit, courage. The starting price is $5.
Thank you, Croatia, and the bidding will now commence. $7 from Taiwan. $8 from Russia. $10 from Nicaragua. $10 for the first time. $10 for the second time. $10 for the third time. The necklace will go to Nicaragua, and please remember to donate $10 to Alexis Lemonade Stand Foundation to support pediatric cancer research or to the Deforestation Project to support reforestation and combat deforestation. And now we'll go to Taiwan and their student-created items.
We have student-created items like pins and stickers. And they are all designed with lemonade spirit. As for the t-shirts, we will have a bidding, and the starting price is $20.
Thank you, Taiwan, and the bidding will now commence.
$25.
$25 from Croatia.
$27.
$27 from USA. $27 for the first time. $27 for the second time.
$30.
$30 from Croatia. $30 for the first time.
$31.
$31 from Russia. $31 for the first time. $31 for the second time. $31 for the third time. The t-shirt will go to Russia, and please remember to donate $31 to Alexis Lemonade Stand Foundation to support pediatric cancer research or to the Deforestation Project for deforestation and combat deforestation. This will conclude our second showcase, ladies and gentlemen. And do you have any questions?
So the site 2 is presenting the student-created item. Will be in charge of sending will in charge of mailing the item to the donors, and the donors will donate their money to the organization. I think we're also getting a lot of background noise. Ben, are you still there?
Yes, we're seeing if we can mute that participant on the bridge. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Otherwise, if you're joined and unmuted, please remember to mute your microphone. I think we're okay now.
And thank you, Ben.
Do you have any questions?
Okay, any questions from any site regarding the previous two showcases? The one where each site is connected simultaneously and making food at the same time, listening to a certain site present. And then the second one is on international bidding. We actually can bid through a video conference and donate the money for great causes. If not, we will proceed to the third showcase.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to proceed to the third showcase, Model United Nations. The Model United Nations is a kind of international student summit in which students from different countries will gather together to discuss grave matters such as the problem of child labor, climate change, poverty, famine, and so on. In today's showcase, this committee will be discussing the problem of child labor. Honorable delegates, welcome to the Time Project Model United Nations 2012. We'll begin by taking roll calls. USA.
Present.
Nicaragua.
Present.
Taiwan.
Present.
Croatia.
Present.
Canada.
Present.
Are there any points or motions? Canada.
Motion to set agenda to the topic problem of child labor.
That is in order. We have a motion to set the agenda to the topic problem of child labor. Delegates in favor of that motion, please raise your placards. All those opposed? This motion passes with 5 in favor and 0 opposed. Are there any points or motions? Taiwan.
Motion to open the speaker's list with 30 seconds speaking time.
That is in order. There has been a motion to open the speaker's list with 30 seconds speaking time. Delegates in favor of that motion, please raise your placards. All those opposed? This motion passes with 5 in favor and 0 opposed. Delegates wishing to be added to the speaker's list, please raise your placards. Taiwan. Taiwan, you are recognized for 30 seconds.
In Taiwan, we have strict laws regulating employment and working conditions of child labor. Children aged between 15 and 16 are referred to as child labor. For those under 15, should not be employed. Yield the time to the chair.
Thank you, Taiwan. Are there any points or motions? USA.
Motion to introduce an amendment to Line 26, Draft Resolution 1.
That is in order.
We would like to change Line 26 into condemns all countries where children are overworking and are not well paid, and the authority concerned are not fully dedicated to solving the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. Are there any points or motions? If not, the committee will now vote on that amendment. Delegates in favor of that amendment, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All abstentions. This amendment passes with 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. Are there any points or motions? If not, the committee is now in voting procedure. Delegates in favor of Draft Resolution 1, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All abstentions. This draft resolution passes with 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. Congratulations. Are there any points or motions? Croatia.
Motion to adjourn.
Taiwan seconds the motion.
There has been a motion to adjourn, and the motion was seconded. So that is in order. Delegates in favor of that motion, please raise your placard. All those opposed? This motion passes with 5 in favor and 0 opposed. The committee is now adjourned. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our third showcase, Model United Nations. Do you have any questions?
have demonstrated 3 showcases in a row. And if you have questions regarding the previous 3 showcases, it would be a good time to raise the question now before we proceed with our very last calligraphy performance. So any question is welcome. For example, how we connect to other schools or contacts, or how each type of video conference can be integrated into a certain course.
And now we're proceeding to our final showcase, calligraphy presentation. In a calligraphy presentation usually take place in international bidding events, Megaconference, cultural convergences, and so on. And especially I'll introduce what will happen during the international bidding events. During international bidding events, those who won the bidding can request to have whatever they like written in Chinese calligraphy. For example, some would like their names written in Chinese calligraphy. Here it says in Chinese, 史代拉, and in English that is the name Stella. And some people would like to have other words written on a piece of bookmark. And here, can we zoom in?
And as you see, Aaron is performing the calligraphy right now.
It says 慈悲, which means mercy in Chinese. And now,
let's zoom in on the calligrapher.
Okay.
And we have some traditional Taiwanese background music.
I believe Aaron has completed his calligraphy work. So Aaron, would like to tell everybody what it means.
These 2 words is Taiwan, and in Chinese, Taiwan, Taiwan.
Thank you, Aaron.
So under what circumstances do we use this calligraphy in the causes where people can make donations?
Usually in international bidding events, after they win our calligraphy work, we will request them to donate to certain organizations such as Alice's Lemonade Stand Foundation or Deforest Action. And we will send them the calligraphy work. We'll send them to individuals or corporations as a gift.
And they can request?
And they can request to have whatever they like written on the calligraphy work. For example, like what I just introduced, this one says 史代拉, and that in English will be Stella, the name Stella.
So you can have your name translated and then written in Chinese calligraphy.
Some would like to have specific words translated into Chinese. For example, this one says 慈悲, which in English means mercy. And of course, some people will request to have words such as liberty, fraternity, peace, or love translated into Chinese and written in Chinese calligraphy.
And would you like to hold up the calligraphy work that you have just performed?
The Taiwan?
Yeah, the Taiwan. And this is also a type of calligraphy work that we can send to donors. And so all the calligraphy work are sent to the donors, and the donors will make their donations directly to the organization. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron. And do you have any questions regarding all the showcases?
Yes, we have actually completed all 4 showcases in our presentation, and we are ready to take questions and interact.
Great. Thank you very much, Mary, and thank you to all of your students for that excellent presentation. As you mentioned, now is the opportunity for our other Mega Conference participants to open up your microphone and ask any questions or give any comments that you might have. So my only comment was to share the American food that we have here this morning. We brought in donuts for our technical crew since I made them come in so early. Donuts are, I don't know, the ingredients are dough, grease, and rainbow sprinkles. It's my observation that every culture in the world has their own form of fried grease, or fried dough rather, and this one's ours. So that's my contribution. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Yes, thank you.
Questions for Ben? Food? American food. Is it true that American cops always eat donuts?
Many of them do, yes.
And you have donuts for...
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, many other Americans besides the cops eat donuts too. Our staff has nothing to do with law enforcement, but we enjoy our donuts. Go ahead with your question.
And you usually have donuts for breakfast, or just like a little snack?
I would say we don't usually have donuts. They're more of a treat, at least for us, when we need a little pick-me-up in the morning, such as when we are starting a video conference at 6 a.m. But most often, I'd say Americans eat donuts in the morning with coffee, either as a replacement for breakfast or as a mid-morning snack.
Thank you.
Energy. Any other questions from other sites, or do you have questions? Do you have questions for Ben? We were wondering, for our connection to V6, IPv6, in the future you mentioned, would you like to introduce how do we have to upgrade ours in order to connect to IPv6, or is it possible to do it like we do today?
So that's a great question. For sites that aren't already connected via IPv6, the process is mostly twofold. The most important part is that your network provider needs to enable IPv6 on your network. Once they do that, then your video endpoint would be able to get an IPv6 address on your network. If you already have IPv6 enabled on your network, then you simply have to turn it on your video endpoint. And most of the modern video endpoints are compatible, at least to some degree, with IPv6. And many of them have it turned on by default, so you may have IPv6 capability and not know it. But if you don't, sometimes it's just a matter of turning it on in the settings. Depending on how your network has it set up, you might actually have to put in an IPv6 address in terms of assigning one to the unit, but many times they pull one from the network, much like DHCP for IPv4. So that's kind of the high-level overview. Do you have anything? Okay.
Okay. So if we haven't upgraded, will we get like dropped off in some cases and not be able to video conference?
I would say no, at least not in the near future. IPv4 is so ubiquitous and widely adopted that no one has any plans of disabling access for IPv4 in the near future. However, I have connected to some sites, especially in Asia, that only have IPv6 connectivity and not IPv4 due to the scarcity of IPv4 addresses in their particular region. So in cases like that, IPv6 can be more necessary. But in terms of sites that you're able to connect to today using IPv4, there's no reason to believe that won't continue, at least for the near future. The broader concern is if you're bringing up additional video units or video devices, especially as we see the broadening adoption of video on mobile devices like smartphones and tablets and things like that. And as those devices become deployed on the internet, they're taking up an address for each of them, and we just don't have enough IPv4 addresses to support all of those devices that are projected to come online in the future. So as we move forward with deploying more and more devices, that's where IPv6 will also be important, just because there's not enough IPv4 address space to support our needs into the future.
Thank you, Ben. And thank you for letting us share what we've been doing. And hopefully what we have presented was helpful and in some way interesting to the audiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. I found it very interesting, and thank you again to your students for staying late into the evening. And I can definitely see how your demonstration represents the possibilities that you can accomplish internationally using video conferencing. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Well, great. So we have a few minutes before the start of the next presentation. So I'd again like to take this opportunity for anyone who's joined the conference since our last round of introductions to go ahead and open up your microphone and introduce yourself and where you're from, and if you were able to connect successfully using IPv6. So who else do we have on the call? Go ahead.
Good morning, Ben. This is Bob.
Good morning.
Dixon.
Good morning, Bob. Great to hear you. Not yet seeing you.
Okay. I can't tell you why that is, but I'm supposed to be transmitting video.
Can't see it.
Maybe you're on with Ken, and Ken is video muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bob. That's
Yes,
me.
that's right.
I'm sorry.
That was on. You're exactly right, and he's now unmuting himself.
I know Ken is working in the background, but we're going to force you to the forefront.
Yeah, did you say working or lurking?
Both, I suppose. And now we're seeing you. So welcome, Bob.
Okay. Now you're on.
Good morning, all.
Hi.
Hi. Hello, Taiwan.
Hello. Great to see you again, Bob.
Good to see you.
So I think everybody probably knows Bob Dixon. Bob is the grandfather of Megaconference and many aspects of the video conferencing that we use in the research and education community today. Bob is coming to us from Columbus, Ohio at OrNet, sitting next to our very important master MCU operator, Ken Fox. And I think we got Bob to agree to be on the agenda for later today in the session. I'm looking for the time slot. Yes, the early days of Megaconference at 1500 GMT. So that'll be coming up in a couple of hours. So welcome to Bob. Who else have we had join since the last round of introductions? Or go ahead, Bob.
Sandy Strafka's name was left off the list there.
I'm sorry, say again?
I'd like to add that Sandy Strafka's name was left off the list for our presentation.
Oh, okay. Well, great. I'm glad that Sandy will be able to join us as well. So do we have any other participants since our last round of introductions? Well, all right. So our next presentation is going to be from the Ann Arbor Hands-On Museum. I don't believe that they are yet connected, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Well, alrighty. So we're going to go ahead and make a connection with the Ann Arbor Hands-On Museum. But in the meantime, I'd like to give everyone the opportunity to open up your mics and have some conversation time. If you'd like to say a, whoop, I think I might have just seen them connect, so maybe I will take it back. Was that the Ann Arbor Hands-On Museum that I just saw connecting?
Hi, yes. Can you hear us?
Ken, I apologize if there was a confusion with my communication of the time zones, but
Oh, did you have us down for a different time?
no, we have you down for right now. So you're.
Oh, okay, great. I thought someone had called and said that you guys were running a little early. So.
Oh yes, yeah, we are running a little early, but you're still 3 minutes early, so.
That's
no
what I thought. So I just
end.
wanted to make sure I was here for you guys if you needed us.
Yep. No, absolutely. But are you ready to get started 3 minutes early?
Sure. No problem.
Well, great. So this is the Ann Arbor Hands-On Museum, and this is Ann. Is that right?
Yep. This is Ann. Yep.
Yep.
Exactly.
And I believe we actually met maybe a year or two ago at the Hands-On Museum. So.
Oh, okay.
Good to see you again, and
Nice
thank
to
you
see
for
you.
taking the time to join us today. The Ann Arbor Hands-On Museum does some very interesting programs with video communications, and Ann is here today to tell us about that. Ann, I know you can't see who all's connected, but we have a number of sites from around the world, not only the U.S., but some sites from Europe and Asia and Australia.
Wow.
So,
perfect. So hello, everybody.
Yeah, and go ahead. We're looking forward
Great.
to your presentation.
Great. So at the Ann Arbor Hands-On Museum, we're located in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and we specialize in interactive video conferencing. So we actually develop programs based on science, math, and technology that involve classrooms in all of the experiments, all of the activities. We get kids up and moving. We're designed for kindergarten through about 8th grade level. However, we do make some exceptions on both ends for for different classrooms or different groups. But our programs, again, are interactive, which means that we are actually sending out materials to those classroom teachers so that they can keep the materials, but their students can work along with us in live time. So, for instance, we might have Slime Time and States of Matter is one of our programs where the kids actually make 2 different kinds of slime. I have one type right in front of me here. I'll give you a little close-up of it. Maybe you all have tried this before. It's made out of borax and glue. Another type of slime that we make is made out of cornstarch and water. We call it oobleck. So the kids get to actually make this along with us. We send them all the ingredients, the cups, the stir sticks that they need in order to create their slime. And we use it to talk about the states of matter. So we actually go through the definition of solid, the definition of liquid, the definition of gas, sticking to those 3 major types of matter. And we try to decide, or the kids try to decide, if their slime, which state of matter
You
their
are the
slime
first
is in.
participant to join the conference.
So we also, to explain this, we also use a lot of kinesthetic activities. So we might do a molecule dance using partners in the room, and I encourage you, I don't know, probably most of you are by yourself right now, but if you have a partner in the room, you could try this out. So we will act like a solid, thinking about the other people in the room as molecules, and they get together not moving and staying closely connected as solid molecules. Then you could think about them as liquid molecules, holding hands or linking arms and spreading out, changing their shape. We also get the kids to act like gas molecules. So that would be very spread out across the room, filling up the room, filling up its container, and they definitely get to move around as gas molecules. So we try to incorporate a variety of learning styles or activities that really bring out some of those different learning styles as we work. That would be one of our most popular programs is slime. We might also do some math programs. For instance, we have a program that's all about time and how to tell time, and this is again for the younger students. So kindergarten, first grade, maybe second grade. And the kids, we send them all these materials. They'd be able to make some clocks that as we go through the program, we add some different things like stickers that talk about the different time of the day. They actually get to use their clocks as we move through some blue screen technology that we have. So we try to make it as engaging as possible. So behind me on the wall, it might be a large version of the clocks. And the kids move through activities throughout the day, moving the hands of the clock to show that time, and then showing some kind of action that represents that time in the day. So they get to get up and move, interact, and they also get something that they get to take with them, they get to keep with them that they can use in future classes. Another math activity that we also do would be fraction interactions, and this is a program that is for upper elementary, middle school. I've also done a little bit with high school who need a review of fractions. And it's something that can be tweaked according to what curriculum the teachers want to cover. So it could be the very basis of what is a fraction, a numerator and denominator. It could also go in more depth about how to add fractions with maybe different denominators. It could go into multiplying or dividing fractions as well. But again, this one involves a lot of movement. We set it up like a game show. So it's actually a 70s game show. So I show up with a polyester pantsuit and a wig, make it interactive as a host of the game show. And we have 3 different levels. So the kids would start with using manipulatives. We send out fraction pieces that are very large, like pie pieces that are large, that they work in groups, taping on their answers, working towards a goal together. The second round would be for them to do some kind of action. So maybe they're playing basketball using paper into their partner's arms, and then we talk about the fraction represented there with their basketball game. So maybe they got 14/16 of their shots into the basket. And we use those numbers to do some arithmetic with. Then the last round, my favorite round, is the dancing to show fractions. So we'll actually have music. We'll call it volunteers. They'll line up. We'll give each volunteer a different dance depending on what fraction we're trying to have the students observe. So for example, if we have 5 students in front, maybe 2/5 of them will be doing ballet, and the other 3/5 will be doing some other kind of dance. We might have tango, and then dancing only using your arms, and then the twist going on the other side. And the students talk about what fractions they see, and then it can evolve from there, where maybe we have multiple groups of people doing dances as well. Then some of the other things that I have in front of me here, we also do one on fossils, so it's called the fossil record. And again, this is for upper elementary, even into middle school. And we cover a lot during the fossil program. These are actually only 45-minute to an hour long programs, but a lot of times they cover a lot of material. For the fossil program, we talk about what it is to be a fossil, where fossils are found, and what type of rocks. So we touch on rocks a little bit. We also have the kids create a creature that we use. They look like packing peanuts, but they're made out of starch, and so they actually dissolve in water quickly. We make creatures out of them and then watch them decompose, and we talk about the process of what happens when that decomposition is interrupted, and then they're preserved to become fossils. We look at real fossils, and I have some of those fossils in front of me here. We look at real fossils. We talk about if it's the hard part or the soft part of their body that's usually left behind to make that fossil. And then they also have an activity where they get to become paleontologists, where they're trying to find clues from fossils. We actually created a fake creature I like to call Bubbasaurus. And we work with the kids in groups, and they have found, for instance, one picture or one set of fossils from Bubbasaurus, let's say in Asia. And then another group of fossils from the same creature was found maybe in Australia. And they work together looking for clues that tell them about what Bubbasaurus was like. So we discuss, did he have horns? How did he defend himself? Did he live in the jungle? Did he live in the water? Did he live in the desert? We discuss if he was a meat eater or a plant eater or both. And we talk about the clues that they see there on their fossils. So that's just a quick rundown of some of the programs we do. I'm not sure exactly how this works, if someone wants to unmute and ask questions, if that's possible, or if there's a...
Yeah, absolutely. If folks want to take the opportunity to unmute and ask questions, please feel free to do so.
This is the pregnant pause where we wait. Any questions about how our programs work or the kinds of materials we send out, maybe? No?
Taiwan has a question.
Sure.
I was wondering, since when have you been doing this kind of interactive courses?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it one more time for me?
Okay. Since when have you been doing this kind of interactive courses?
Sure. So we actually started our program around 2006 is when it really started launching with doing the programs. We started our video conferencing programs through a grant that supported the research and development, and that was back in 2003. But like I said, after doing some research, piloting some programs, 2006 is about when we started launching them. And in the past few years, I've been doing this with the museum for about 5 years now. And in about the 5 years that I've been here, we have kind of really taken off and launched and really spread out kind of what we've been doing. And we have won a number of awards through different organizations in video conferencing since that time. Thank you for your question.
I have a question for you, Anne.
Sure.
I'm interested in your experiences with how the children you're teaching how they deal with the interaction over video, whether they're naturals at that compared to us adults that are a little bit shy and coming out and asking questions.
Sure. So, well, kids are used to watching TV and watching screens, but the challenge is making it, interactive. If you're teaching in front of kids in a room, you still want to be engaging, but I think it's a little simpler. It's a little different than teaching through a screen. So we try to incorporate all those different activities to get them up and moving and get them used to interacting with the TV, because so often they just kind of zone out while they're watching TV. So we try to teach them that it's okay to discuss. And in fact, when we do, I know it wouldn't quite work with this format with so many people connected right now, but when we do a one-to-one connection, in fact, all of our connections are one-to-one, or point-to-point. So when we do that connection with the classroom, I ask them to never mute their microphone, so I can always hear what's going on, because I think we do this as adults too, but we kind of talk about, oh, that's really frustrating, or I can't really see that, and we think it might be rude to say that near the microphone, but it's very helpful for the presenter to know those things. So I feed off of it. I really try to listen and watch how the kids are, moving along through the activities, and kind of try to pick up on those little clues that you'd be able to pick up in person. And also, it's very important to use the teacher in the room to help with that. And if you have someone who's very experienced with doing video conferencing classes, a teacher that's experienced on the other side, he or she can usually say, I don't think they're getting that, or they might need a little bit more time, and they work with you as a facilitator to make sure that you're better engaging the students. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions out there? Let me ask, are there a lot of you who are teaching now through video conferencing, or is it something that you're connecting to other providers that you're using the services? Are you leading any kind of formats or programs? Maybe as a follow-up, if you are, what are your experiences with that?
For me, I'm a technology provider, so not in the teaching space, but I work for a university, and I know that there are a number of models there. Some are just class teaching, where we're teaching to remote campuses. There are other areas where we're dealing with, say, schools, music schools, international, and able to share experiences across that. Mm-hmm. So it's the whole swag of opportunities. But
yeah, there. Okay, great. So there are a lot of great organizations out there. I mean, obviously, I'm sure you guys are going to see a number today that are doing lots of different things with video conferencing, and I think it's good to, when you're working with students or you have connections to make those connections with students, or those opportunities for students, I think it's always good to get a variety so they get used to it, and it makes the whole process go much easier when they get used to the different kinds of interactions that you can have through this technology. And sometimes, especially if it's maybe connecting with a performance group, and it is just listening and asking questions at the end. It may be something like our programs where we constantly have a conversation going back and forth, or interaction going back and forth. It helps develop those skills, those different skills for the students that they can use even face-to-face with someone in the same space. But it's good for them to get used to technology also. Well, are there any other questions out there? Don't be shy. Okay, well, I know it's getting pretty close to my time here, but I want to thank you for joining me today. But kind of a take-home message is here at the Hands-On Museum, we have a wide variety of activities for science, math, and technology, but we're also very willing to work with you on a special topic. So if there's something that you feel would be helpful to schools or your organized groups, that you would like to see some programs, I'd be happy to have a conversation and customize a program just for you that maybe others would benefit from also. We do align all of our programs to Michigan state standards as well as national standards. And we've reached out to states across the U.S., so about 36 different states we've done programming in. Canada, we've done a number of programs throughout the territories there, also in Mexico, and we've even done Australia this past year. So we'd be happy to work with you no matter where you are on the globe and what your curriculum, where you want to go with your curriculum. So you can find us on our website, which is just the initials for our museum, so it's www.aahom.org. And again, my name is Ann. Feel free to give me a call or send me an email, and I will see you later. Bye, everyone.
Thanks so much, Ann. That was a great presentation.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.
Well, great. Yeah, I'm always impressed with the programs that the Hands-On Museum has in place. And I always appreciate the surprise background music as well. I think the Megaconference needs more soundtracks like that. So our next presenter is not scheduled until, well, about 13 minutes from now. So we're seeing if we can connect with her. We have coming up Cindy Collins, and Cindy is from, well, her presentation is entitled Women Who Shaped the West, Changed the World, and she's actually from the National Cowgirl Museum and Hall of Fame. And her description is that their museum is more than hats and boots. These women are trailblazers, pioneers, authors, artists, and so much more. Join us to learn some of the amazing stories of the National Cowgirl Museum honorees. So hopefully we'll be seeing Cindy in a few minutes. In the meantime, I wanted to give the opportunity, if we've had other participants join and you have not yet introduced yourself, please go ahead and unmute your mic and tell us who you are and where you're coming in from, and if you were successful in using IPv6. And don't be shy. I want to make sure we get everyone on the list.
Hi, I'm Philip Donner from Ivantira. I'm sitting right now in the capital area of Helsinki in Espoo. But normally I would operate in Kajana region in mid-eastern Finland, close to the border, where I'm developing fiber optic networks as a way of solving, what should I say, video-based services or problems related to video conference-based services. So right now we are busy creating the infrastructure, and then we would be glad to introduce this kind of device. I'm talking to you on a Grandstream video phone GX V3175, which has rather good audio-visual qualities compared to the devices which I started to operate in beginning of 2000. So That was mainly what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Great. And were you able to connect using IPv6 today?
Well, IPv6 is very behind here in Finland. There is no big drive for that, and even more so in the region where I'm operating. We do have IPv6 offered by some operators, but in the area where I operate, there is no access to IPv6, although there's a big interest to connect. One of the reasons behind the telecompany offensive for what should I say, restricted telephone services and blocking IP-based VoIP is that they say the IP numbers are finished, but that's something they have been telling us since the beginning of 2000, and now that IPv6 is there and there is this immense spans of addresses, then there's the same story as earlier. That's a sad story to tell, but actually I wanted to join. Maybe after a year we can show up a VoIP telephone network and the related municipal and regional services by using these kind of devices. I don't know, how do you, the quality doesn't seem to be very excellent from judging from the picture I get back here, but locally we are pretty fine.
Great, yeah, and the quality is certainly not bad, especially for a desktop phone appliance, and I know the Grand Streams are an inexpensive way to get into video conferencing, so in that regard the quality is quite acceptable. And regarding the challenges of having IPv6 on your home connection, we certainly understand that. In the US we have those challenges as well, and I think mostly around the world that's still a challenge to get IPv6 all the way to the home. We had a participant from Australia earlier who actually was coming in from his home on IPv6. So there are some providers that are ahead of others in that regard, but I'm in the same situation as you. I don't have IPv6 at my home either, so I can relate. But thank you very much for joining us today.
Can I wish Megaconference a lot of success? This has been a driving force behind a lot of video conference initiatives in our area, and I hope that we get support from you in the future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for being here. Do we have anyone else who would like to open up your mic and say hello?
Hello, this is Virginia Tech. I'd like to say hello to everybody out at Megaconference.
Great. Hello, Virginia Tech. And how are you connecting today?
Today we are connecting through a Polycom HDX 8000. We're using IPv6.
Perfect.
The whole campus has been converted over. We're utilizing it. Of course, we always have the complaints that these are weird numbers, and we're not used to this. But we don't want to run out of any more addresses. So that's kind of where we're stuck at. We need to push on and go forth.
Great. I'm glad to hear that Virginia Tech has it fully deployed. I know there are many universities who have not yet taken that step, so I applaud you for doing so. And I agree, the numbers do look weird, but hopefully most of the time they'll be in the background and our users won't actually have to know them. But that's certainly a challenge in the video community. I know that many folks connecting via IPv6 today probably had to get that IPv6 address into your video conferencing codec one way or another. If you have web access, it's easy enough to cut and paste, but if you don't have web access and you don't have a touchscreen controller, then it can be a real challenge to type those things in using the old-fashioned remote controls. We've certainly done that once or twice when we've had to. So I can relate to those challenges. But thank you very much for being here, Virginia Tech.
And it's a pleasure being here. The weather in Blacksburg is nice and dark and rainy. Looking forward to everybody telling us what their weather's like. Give us a little sunshine down here in Blacksburg, Virginia.
And so I did just get a note that Cindy Collins is on her way. She will be connecting a few minutes late, but we're still 5 minutes ahead of her presentation time, so she's not late yet. Is there anyone else who would like to introduce themselves? Hearing none, I would like to go to a surprise event for Megaconference V6. We don't have any actual corporate sponsors for this event, but in between sessions I went over and rated Internet 2's supply of swag, as we call it. So I would like to do a Megaconference trivia contest. I will ask a question, and the first site that is able to provide me with the correct answer, I will mail you this lovely Internet 2 tote bag. Comes complete with a level 3 water bottle, and there might be a pen in here too. Yes, and a pen, and Internet 2 Infinera notebook. So, everybody get ready. And I'm going to ask the first Megaconference V6 trivia question. Using Google is not illegal, but if you know the answer off the top of your head, you will have a speed advantage over those that have to Google it. So, the first question is, how many addresses, approximately, are available in the entire IPv6 address space? Need to play the Jeopardy music or something. I probably wouldn't know this off the top of my head either. So
I think it's about 37 centillion.
I can neither confirm or deny that because I don't know how many a centillion is. Can you tell me about how many zeros?
Microphone is on.
Well, let me Google a centillion. I can tell you if you're
47.
right. 47 zeros. Close, but not quite. Anybody else have an answer?
Taiwan has an answer.
Yes, Taiwan.
340 million.
340 million. I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Although Taiwan does have the first two digits correct. So the first two digits are 3 and 4. How many zeros?
He said you could do that.
3, 4, and 7 zeros.
Ni hao, Taiwan. Ni hao.
Ni hao.
The answer was 3, 4, and 7 zeros?
Is that correct?
Still not quite correct.
Oh.
So we still have an open table for a right answer of how many IPv6 addresses are available.
I guess it should be 2 with a power of 128, which according to this calculator would be 3.4, and with 38 zeros.
That is the correct answer. The number is 2 to the power of 128, which equates out to 3.4 with 38 zeros after it. Well, actually, times 10 to the 38, which is 34 with 37 zeros after it. But in either case, you are correct. Please send your address information to video@internet2.edu, and you will receive this lovely Internet2 tote bag. Just to provide some context with that equates to, if you were to divide the address space evenly over the 7 billion people that populate the Earth, that would equate to about 4.8 times 10 to the 28 addresses for each and every person on Earth. So IPv6 should last us for quite some time to come. Okay,
A little bit
so that's our
I
first
know
trivia
about
question.
it is that it's one address for each brain cell, for every human.
I think that's a good way to describe it. I think that's a great way to describe it. So it looks like Cindy might still be running late, but maybe Joanne Rowe is connected in Fort Worth. Joanne, are you out there?
I am. Hello.
Hello, Joanne. So, yes, if you want to go ahead and get started and we can have Cindy jump in whenever she's available, that would be great.
All right. Like you said, my name is Joanne Rowe, and I work at the Region 11 Service Center in Fort Worth, Texas. And we're actually not too far from the stockyards. And what we do here is we do professional development, technical assistance, and management of student programs at the Service Center. But one of our other things that we do is a little program called Connected Texas. And, uh-oh, is someone trying to ask a question?
I think we have somebody out there unmuted.
There's seriously 300 to 400 people connected to this thing, so there's all sorts of weird background noises.
Okay. There we go. So we have 26 content providers that are all Texas-based, and they range from museums to zoos. We have a symphony orchestra, the Dallas Symphony Orchestra. We have McDonald Observatory out in what he calls the middle of nowhere, but it's really Fort Davis, Texas. We have nature centers. We've got, we just brought on the Houston Space Center. So we have a variety of providers, and the providers are always thinking of new programs and new ways to apply their collections and their knowledge and their specialties to your standards. And they're always engaging instructors, and they take your students to their facility when it probably wouldn't be likely that they would go to that facility themselves. I mean, how many of you can actually take your students to the Bob Bullock Museum in Texas or the Fort Worth Museum of Science and History? These are great places to go, but it's just not feasible for people in, let's say, New York or London or Hong Kong for you to bring your students here, but you can go there virtually with interactive video conferencing. And with the way the technology is going recently, you need less and less of an equipment buy-in to be able to experience these virtual field trips to these places. With you can even do it with desktop video conferencing now, which takes your computer and makes it into a video conferencing system. And of course, you could always use your traditional video conferencing system. A question that I get a lot is, how much do the programs cost? Well, they range from about free, and it goes up to about $250 for our top dollar programs. But I just worked out the numbers yesterday, and for anybody who's interested in math, the mean is $70 So that's the average program is $70. The mode or the range is 0 to 250. The median right in the middle is 100, and the mean or the let's see. And let's see, I guess the mode, the most often number, is 0. That means that we do have a lot of free programs. And you can see that I used to be a math teacher back in my former life. So we have many programs that are free. We have In the News, which is the first Friday of every month, which is free. And we have certain providers that are always free. We have the National Archives, and they use primary source documents, and they can help you, they can work with you as a teacher or a technology facilitator to get programming that is suited to your needs, to your curriculum and what you're teaching right now, and they'd love to do that. All right, and I think we are ready to talk to one of our very, very active providers right here in Fort Worth, pretty much right in our own backyard. We have Cindy Collins from the National Cowgirl Museum and Hall of Fame in Fort Worth, Texas, and she's ready to talk to you about her programs. Take it away, Cindy.
Hello! Sorry everyone, I'm having a little technical difficulty this morning. Hello, how are you? I'm Cindy from the National Cowgirl Museum in Fort Worth, Texas, and I'm sorry, my little system wasn't working this morning. I was having all sorts of difficulties. So I am from Fort Worth, and we are the National Cowgirl Museum. And most people, when they think of cowgirl, they're thinking of hats and boots and horses, things like that. We have taken the idea of cowgirl and made it a little wider. So basically, we talk about cowgirls or women that have an interesting story and are somehow tied into the West. So for us, that would be everything west of the Mississippi River all the way to the Pacific Coast. So with that, we have over 200 honorees. And some are probably like the cowgirls that you're thinking of, hats and boots and horses. Some are a little bit different. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about today about some of our women that might surprise you a little bit and see, and we'll go from there. Now, I don't know if I'm hearing anybody. Are you all there? Do we have a...
Yes, we're hearing you great. And just so I know you can't see. Yeah, I know you can't see, folks, so I wanted to let you know that there are a number of sites connected from around the world, not only in the U.S., but we have a number of European sites and also from Asia and Australia as well. So thank you for being here, and go ahead.
Oh, no pressure now to know that all those people might be listening, and hopefully I won't say something that like, did you hear what she said on the video conference? You know, that's the only thing about video conferencing. It is like live TV, so you just kind of have to go with it, and there are bloopers, so hopefully we'll avoid any bloopers this morning. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about our museum and some of the honorees, just because they're women with interesting stories. So, and then I'll be able to, if you all have questions and things at the end, I'll be glad to answer. So I'm going to go to my computer. You've seen enough of me. By the way, we do have our banner behind us. Everybody always wants to know who that is. And that's a lady named Anne. Her name is Shy Ann, actually. In the early 1900s, Western music was very popular. And so piano players would have a lot of Western music that they would play. This was actually from the cover of one of the pieces of Western music for the piano. And the song was called Cheyenne, as in the city in Wyoming, but it was about a lady named Anne who was very shy. Again, Cheyenne. So we took the cover of the music and we made it bigger, and she sits behind me. So she's a great representative of what most people think of when they think of a cowgirl. So, but we have a few others that we can share with as well. And I know we're talking a lot about video conferencing, and a lot of the people that we are going to talk about in just a few minutes are some of the people that we tell about in our stories. So our job at the museum, we feel like, is to share stories of interesting people and tied in with what you're doing in the classroom and or whatever setting you're in. We've talked to all sorts of groups, senior citizens, teachers, educators, philanthropy groups, cultural groups, all sorts of things, because they are interesting stories. So we try to tie it in with whoever you might be and whatever your story might be. And we have a lot of interesting women that help us do that. So let's get started. I'm going to attempt to go to the computer. Let's see. We haven't had a lot of technology luck today, so hopefully this will work for us. So hopefully you're seeing, just give me a thumbs up if you're seeing the computer instead of me, so I know I switched
Oh, fabulous, great. Okay, so here's our lovely logo. It is a spur, and it's supposed to be a desert rose, like a flower. Desert rose is one of the symbols here in the museum. It's a hardy flower, and it lasts a long time, and that kind of goes with our theme of the cowgirl as well. So it was our building was formed by a lady named Margaret Formby in a little town called Hereford, Texas, in West Texas. And their idea was to create a place for women that to honor them, and the rodeo women and the women of the West. So that's how Margaret came about, and the museum in 1975 started in a basement. So it was mainly something to increase tourism in a tiny town of just a couple hundred people. So then it moved to where we are right now in Fort Worth. This is our building now, about 10 years ago. So we now have an established building right in the cultural district of Fort Worth. And so we have lots of women. I'm going to scoot on because I know we're a little late on time. You know, a cowgirl has many faces. It's not just what you typically think of. So we're going to go through a few ideas. We have artists such as Maria Martinez. We do have a program on her. She is a potter, so she does pottery. Now her story is so interesting because she lived in New Mexico. She was on a reservation, and she actually kind of fell into what she was doing. Her husband worked on an archaeological dig, and they came across this pottery. And they needed someone to recreate the pottery to put in an exhibit. So they knew that she was a potter. They asked her to recreate the pottery, and she did. And while she was recreating the pottery, she accidentally left some of the pieces in the fire too long and created a totally new idea of pottery called black on black. And that's the picture that you see there. The base is totally black, and the etchings on the top are more of a gray. And she did that purely by accident and became quite famous for it. So she still continued to live on the reservation, or the Pueblo, in New Mexico. It's still there today, and people still follow the practice of black on black. So she is one of the stories that we tell. Another person that we talk about is Georgia O'Keeffe, an artist. So many of you may have heard of her. She is one of our honorees as well. She has a great connection to the West because she spent a large part of her time, and eventually all her time, in New Mexico. And she is one of the ladies that we talk about as well as a pioneer, trailblazer, and an artist. She was an artist in the time in the modern art in the early 1920s and 30s, when a lot of women weren't artists at all. And her benefactor was Alfred Stieglitz, who was a photographer. So she adopted a lot of the things in photography and put them in art, such as the example of her large flowers. Zoomed in on the flowers and made things larger for people to pay attention to. A lot of people know her for her skulls, too. Now, some people kind of think the skulls might be a little creepy, but she was fascinated with the lines of the bones in the skulls. And instead of seeing something that died, she saw something that continued to live. So this is actually a picture of her in her barn, and she lived to her late 90s. So it's another story that we tell here at the museum with Georgia O'Keeffe. We have musicians and entertainers. The Western songs are always very popular. So one of them is Patsy Cline. She was one of the most known women for her Western music. Here is Jessie the Cowgirl, very popular here with Toy Story 2 and 3. She actually won an award here at the museum, so we talk about her and have a whole little area dedicated to Jessie the Cowgirl. And when she won an award, Pixar actually made an acceptance speech for us. And so she is recognized here at the museum. We have entertainers, Western entertainers from the early 1940s and 50s. This is mainly Hackley. And for those of you that have worked with horses before, you'll notice this horse is doing something quite unusual. It is crossing one foreleg across the other. Now, those that haven't worked with horses before, I will tell you this is extremely unusual. This is not something that horses typically do. They don't stand with one leg crossed across the other. So Mamie actually taught her horse to stand like that. And I don't know if questions are easy for you all or not, but can anyone tell me, or can you guess what the number is that you see there in the photograph? Can you tell from the legs that are crossed? It's actually a number 44, and that was her favorite number. So one of her favorite weapons actually was the Colt 44. So she actually trained her horse to do that, and I'll show a picture at the end where she actually also trained her horse to dive into a diving pool of water. So we have Annie Oakley. She's also someone that people typically think of when they think of cowgirls. We do some programs on her. She was a famous sharpshooter and performer. So these women also opened the door for other women to be part of the Wild West shows, things like that. So this is Buffalo Bill and a picture of some of the cowgirls that were part of the Wild West show. It was a different way for women to make income. You know, typically during this time, women were home. They were stayed at home. They were domestic workers. They might work in a hospital as a nurse, but typically they did not have a lot of jobs available to them. So this was another outlet for women during this time. We had authors such as Laura Ingalls Wilder. She wrote Little House on the Prairie series. We have pioneers such as Clara Brown, who was a slave that was freed and walked 600 miles from Virginia to Colorado to find her family. She walked along the wagon train and eventually did find her daughter by the end. We have Connie Reeves, who actually taught over 30,000 girls how to ride horses. And we have trailblazers such as Sacagawea. Those of you that might have seen Night at the Museum might be familiar with that just from the story there in that movie. Or she was really the guide for Lewis and Clark. So it's a great way for us to tie in history by talking about Sacagawea. She was 17 when she went on that expedition and did have her baby with her. Sandra Day O'Connor, the first lady on the Supreme Court in the United States, and she is another honoree that we talk about here at the museum. She grew up on a ranch called the Lazy Bee in Arizona and New Mexico, and when she was growing up, they didn't even have electricity and water because they were so isolated. So that is another story, and then later on she became the first lady on the Supreme Court. We also have the typical idea of cowgirls, the ranchers. The ladies who work the ranch, and we have several ladies that we talk about that do still own ranches and run ranches here in Texas and other areas around. And we also have photographers who actually these are photos from a lady named Barbara Van Cleef, who is a photographer that we talk about at the museum. We're currently hosting an exhibit of hers. And we also have what people typically think of as the cowgirls, the rodeo riders, the trick riders, the performers. So a lot of women were actually part of the rodeo early on as bronc riders and steer ropers, and then later on more popularly the trick riders. So we have a lot of women that people typically think of when they think of cowgirl. This one, for instance, this lady was actually from Norway. She came across, we were able to track her through Ellis Island. So we were able to find her name on the registry on the passenger manifest that came through Ellis Island. She was going to be a hairdresser. She saw a movie being made in New York and taught herself how to ride a horse and to become a trick rider and a bronc rider. So there's so many interesting stories of how women changed their stories or things that they did once they got older. So it's a lot of fun to watch them. This lady right here this fall, this is Bonnie McCarroll. Now, she did survive this fall, but actually she did not survive the next one. Her death actually changed how women were able to participate in the rodeo. So typically now in a rodeo, you would see women mainly as competitors in the barrel racing. So before Bonnie's fall, they could do bronc riding, steer roping, any of the events that men did as well, and did them quite well. After Bonnie's death, people at the rodeo decided it was very hard to watch a woman be injured and experience death. So they decided that women could ride, but they could be hobbled. But they had to be hobbled, which means attaching their feet underneath, like tying one foot to the other underneath the horse. So you can imagine if you're on a bronc and you're riding and it's bucking, your feet and your ankles are going to have a lot of stress, and you have more broken bones, more injuries, things like that. So that didn't really work either. So eventually they decided that women would not be able to compete in the rodeo. And it wasn't until the late 1940s that women formed their own rodeo, the All Girls Rodeo Association. And now typically you see women just in barrel racing. You might still, once in a while, see a bronc rider and things like that, but typically it's a lady in barrel racing. And that's why. So they are courageous. Here's a lady that's a stunt rider. You can see her tiny at the top. She is a stunt rider, and she was in movies and television. And this is a promotional photo of her jumping the canyon. You have women that are strong, such as the ranchers, the ones that still work the ranch and can brand and rope just like anybody else. This is a picture of Mamie Hackley jumping from the diving platform into the pool of water. So she did this over 600 times, and she would go around and perform from place to place, and people would buy a ticket and see her jump into this pool of water, which is about 10 by 10. I don't know about you all, but I can't even get my dog to go in the bathtub. So I think this is a really interesting idea to be able to get a horse into a pool of water. And you have the trick riders, ladies. This is actually called the falling tower. She rides, she stands up on the horse, and then she slowly bends backwards. And then you have the typical idea of what women think of with cowgirls, the hats, the boots, the women that travel together and were the performers. So it gives you a little variety of how we came about with the idea of cowgirl. It's maybe a little bit different than what you were expecting. Helps me with my job a lot. We are able to offer all sorts of programming, such as on Samuel Day O'Connor or Annie Oakley, Maria Martinez. But we also are able to tie in math and science. We tie in math with shapes and geometry. We tie in science with ranching and living and non-living, parts and patterns, all sorts of things like that. So we do a writing program with the authors that are part of our museum, like Laura Ingalls Wilder, Willa Cather. So we have a variety of women and stories to choose from that we're able to offer through programming. Does anybody have any questions? I know that was kind of fast and furious. Does anybody have any questions? Anything I can help with?
Hi, this is Joanne in Virginia Tech. That was very interesting. Very interesting topic, especially to hear that it was founded in a basement. It's wonderful. Do you have high attendance, may I ask? That's great.
We do.
And then
our
I have a
video conferences, is that what you're asking for video conferencing? Or just in the museum itself?
I see. I'm sorry?
The museum, our video conferencing program is extremely popular, especially right now in Texas. And it's really a great outlet for teachers that may not have a lot of funding to go and visit places. But it's very popular because you can also do a virtual tour of the museum through video conferencing. And then attendance for the museum itself is very popular, especially during the rodeo time. So we have a rodeo here in Fort Worth for 3 weeks in January, and the museum is part of the grounds. And so people are welcome to come to the museum as part of their experience with the rodeo. So
That's awesome, actually. And I have a question, please. It pertains to a technical question. Ma'am, your graphics are very, very bold, very clear, and I'm wondering if it's just perhaps at our end, because there were times where, like when you showed a photo of the woman from the Norwegian woman on the horse, I saw the top of her head cut off. Did anyone else have a problem, or is that your original photo? I'm guessing that your original photo had her full head. Did anyone else have that technical issue? If so, then we'll remedy it from our end here. Perhaps we'll try it through Movi.
And I can tell too, on the picture that you see of me now, it's more, I see myself in two places, and even the top of mine looks a little shorter than it does on my end. So it may just be configured to your computer screen.
I think so. That's the end we're going to play with here. Thank you, because we were putting up some other equipment here also, so thank you.
And I'll just pop in and say that we're running mixed formats of 16:9 by 9 and 4 by 3. So oftentimes those resolutions can cause content to be cut off or stretched.
And that
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, teachers will tell me, I can't see that, and I'll just shrink the PowerPoint down and adjust it so they can't see.
I'd like to comment on that also, that I've had the same problem with my PowerPoint slides, and what I've had to do is actually view them in the final way that they're going to be seen by the audience. And then I had to shrink my PowerPoint slides smaller than they originally were, and then they worked okay.
Good to know. That's
So it's obviously not just a resolution setting, it's a format setting.
So it's something that we can try for anything. I have like several different that I use sometimes. So if they say they can't see, I switch to another one. Anybody else?
Hey Cindy, this is Ben Feynman. I wanted to ask, do you find that the cowgirl phenomenon is a uniquely American phenomenon, or is that something that is replicated internationally? I know you had mentioned a couple of the cowgirls had come internationally as immigrants, but does this phenomenon happen outside the U.S.?
Oh, that's interesting. Let's see. I don't know.
Wouldn't it happen in Mongolia?
Well,
I would think
I know
Mongolia.
that yeah. I mean, in each little, I would say each culture, that if you're around horses or cattle, there's going to be some kind of, idea of cowgirl. They might be called something else. But I know that, especially during the time of the Wild West shows, Buffalo Bill and all that, the troops would even go across to Europe, and they traveled to Japan, Europe, they traveled all over, because I think the idea of the Wild West was so different and unique, and it was quite, some people didn't know what it, they thought it was something cool that they hadn't encountered before. But I'm sure, I know that in each culture, if they have cattle or sheep or horses, there's that idea of the cowgirl, cowboy. They might be called vaqueros or something else that would be different in that culture. But I think it's just one of those ideas of the cowboys and the Indians and the Old West, and the whole idea of the hats and the boots kind of just took off as a different type of, almost its own little culture. So it just was something that people hadn't encountered before. I don't know, and we do have a lot of groups from other countries come to visit in our museum, and also we have what's called the stockyards here at the museum, and they actually have like a cattle drive that goes through down the little street. Now the cows have done it for years and years, so they're not really rambunctious. It's kind of just part of their route, They're longhorns, and they go down the street and everything like that. But it's still the mystique of the Wild West, and people still like to come from all over to see it. So I'm amazed when I talk to other groups, even in the United States, and people are like, does everybody have a horse? Does everybody have, a hat and boots and, a little ranch with the rail fences and things? I live in the city. I have a horse. I have a dog that eats like a horse, but I don't have a horse. But I do like to ride if I have the chance. But there's people that have never ridden a horse and, never even touched a horse. So it's that idea of the Wild West. Does that answer? I'm not sure if I knew how to answer that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Any other questions for Cindy? Well, great, Cindy. That was a very interesting and unique presentation, and we definitely appreciate you taking the time to share that with us today. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Y'all have a good day today, and thanks for letting me join you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you from Virginia Tech.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Cindy. Alrighty, so we're just about running on time, which is great. Before we jump to our next presentation, which will be by Michelle Cruz from Mount Washington, talking about the Mount Washington Observatory and the home of the world's worst weather. Before we do that, I want to give the opportunity for if there were other folks that joined that have not had the chance to introduce themselves, please go ahead and open up your mic and say hello. Alrighty, well, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Michelle. Michelle, are you with us today?
I am, Ben. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect. Your audio is actually a little quiet, but I do hear you.
How about now? Does
That
help
might have
at
been.
all?
It's about the same. I think we can work with it if that's what we have.
Okay. And I'll try and speak a little bit louder just to make sure everybody can hear me. I'm sure everybody in my office will hear me just fine. But before I begin, I'd like to start with a video that we have. So I'll just go ahead and play this for everyone.
Stand by to connect to the summit of Mount Washington.
Target selected.
Give me the stats.
6,288 feet, the highest peak in the Northeast and home of the world's worst weather.
Initiate signal in 3, 2, 1.
Signals away. Entering White Mountains National Forest.
Hang on, everybody.
Approaching the base of the mountain, Tuckerman Ravine in sight.
What's our altitude?
3,000 feet, 4,000 feet, tree line. We are in the clouds.
Okay, let's bring her in. Whoa, is that the wind?
The anemometer's off the charts.
Okay, let's set her down. Stand by to connect to the Mount Washington Observatory in 3, 2, 1. We're in. We are live on the summit of Mount Washington, New Hampshire.
Hello, how is everyone today?
Great. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. So I just wanted to start with that video. That's actually something that we share with students, sort of, something to get them set and ready to go to the summit of Mount Washington. So my name is Michelle Cruz, and I work for the Mount Washington Observatory. Now, I can't see everybody. I was trying to adjust my view so I could see everyone connected. But if you can just let me know, how many of you have ever visited New Hampshire before or are familiar with Mount Washington? And I can't, if I could see just a show of hands. All right, well, that's great because I'll be able to share with you who we are and what we do. Mount Washington, located in New Hampshire, northern New Hampshire, is the highest peak in the northeastern United States. It is also known as home of the world's worst weather because it is a location where we do have very extreme cold weather. It's known as a subarctic climate, and I'll rewind a little bit just to give you some more information. Mount Washington is just elevation of 6,288 feet above sea level. So we think about that compared to mountains out west or on a global scale, it is just a bump in the Earth's surface. However, in the Northeast, it is the highest peak. And due to its location, it is seeing year-round low temperatures, high wind speeds, some snow and ice, or I should say a lot of snow and ice. We are known for having high winds. That was actually our claim to fame up until about 1996. We held a world record wind speed of 231 miles per hour, which was recorded by staff on April 12, 1934. In 1996, there was a higher wind speed recorded on Burrow Island, which is off the coast of Australia, and that wind speed was 253 miles an hour. Now, there's a difference, though. Our staff, our observatory, our weather station atop Mount Washington, is staffed year-round. 24/7. We have weather observers watching the weather throughout the day and at night. The weather station off of Barrow Island is an automated weather station. So although that information was recorded in 1996, the World Meteorological Organization did not find out about it until a few years ago. With us, if we're going to record a wind speed that's maybe higher than that someday, we'll know right at that moment. And that's exactly what happened in 1934. The staff observing that weather knew right then and there. And when they did record that wind speed, they did take that piece of equipment down, which is called an anemometer. That's what measures the wind speed. And it was looked at to make sure that it was actually working properly and that it actually recorded the wind speed that it did. So, with that said, during our video conferencing programs, we are connecting with students of all ages. We typically design our programs from 4th grade level and up, but in the recent months we have been connecting with students of a 1st and 2nd grade level. Reason being is that weather is part of their curriculum, and that's really what we focus our programs on. Since we are a weather station, we are taking the information that we are using to measure the weather on Mount Washington, basically talking about the current conditions that we have. We'll inform students about what a meteorologist is and what the instruments are that they're using to record this information for the weather that we have. Since we have been established since 1932, we have quite a record of information. So we take that and we will graph it and we'll explain to students how to understand why this is important information. So we'll look at forecasts. Why is it important to have forecasts? Why is it important for us to know about the weather? And although we focus on one particular location, being Mount Washington, we do connect with students all around the country. We've actually connected to locations around the world as well. And what we're doing is explaining to them about a specific type of weather, and they may be experiencing another type of weather. So we talk about extreme weather and how to prepare for it. With that said, we'll also not only talk about science and focus on their weather curriculum, but we're also looking at geography and communications, and we'll pretty much put that all together to really piece information together, especially when you connect to students in other locations. I remember one of our most memorable programs was connecting to a high school in Arizona, and it was during the month of May, and in Arizona at that time the temperature was 104 degrees Fahrenheit, typical for them. And during that same day on the summit of Mount Washington, it was just about 40 degrees. So we were able to explain what was happening there. And that's pretty much what we'll do during programs. What I am going to do is step off camera for a moment and share with you some images of what it's like on Mount Washington and show you some of the instruments that we use to understand what's happening up there. So excuse me for a second. And at any time, if anybody does have any questions, don't hesitate to stop me and ask. So right now what you're seeing is our tower. This is our weather station on top of Mount Washington. It looks like it's a snow castle. It's actually covered in ice. That is something that's called rime ice, and it's something that's very special on Mount Washington. I'll share some other photos with you to show you a little bit of rime ice. Bear with me one second as I switch over my camera. Okay. And rime ice is something that is called freezing fog, is what we refer to it as. I'll show you some other photographs. This one is probably one that you could really see a good visual of rime ice. It's actually formed by supercool water droplets. So at the top of Mount Washington, we are in the fog just about 60% of the year. So with our temperatures being fairly low, even in the summer, we can see winter-like conditions. We might see something like this, which is rime ice. It's something that's beautiful and unique at the summit of Mount Washington, and it's very different from what you might be more familiar with, which is glazed ice. And in this photograph, you could see closer to the hand what we are more used to, which is glazed ice. But at higher elevations, when there is fog, we will see something called rime ice. So the supercooled water droplets that are in the clouds may be a liquid state at 32 degrees or even slightly below. Once they attach to something, an object that's at 32 degrees or below, once they make contact, they then form this ice, which is called rime ice, which is just very unique. So I'm going to actually pop on over to some photographs that will give you another view of the mountain and explain a little bit more about who we are and what we do. Again, I'm going to actually show you our tower. And with this view, I just want to give you a little bit of another view to show you the instruments we have up on top. So the tower that you see there, it's holding some instruments up top which are called anemometers. I'm actually going to zoom in on another photograph which is not during our winter, it's actually during our summer. And this will show you a few anemometers. There's one that's in the middle, which is called our 3-cup anemometer. We'll use that sometimes in the summer, but when our winds exceed 35 miles an hour, we will take that down. If we don't, the wind will take it down for us, which it has, and it'll even break it. And what we don't want to happen is for someone to get hit in the head. That has happened to one of our staff members, which is, he's okay, but we want to avoid that from happening. So when we have to record higher wind speeds, we will take that down and we'll use something called a pitot anemometer. This is something that was actually designed for aircrafts, but on Mount Washington, we've had one specifically designed for us to measure wind speeds. So as you can imagine, with aircrafts, it's measuring the velocity, the speed of the aircraft, and for us, we're measuring the speed of wind. And the way this is designed, the front, the right part of this instrument is the actual pitot, and then the back part is the wind vane, so it helps to point it into the wind. Now, another reason why this instrument is so important is because we will see in the winter, 1 out of every 4 days, we will see winds of about 100 miles or higher. So we see hurricane force winds. And in the winter, we will see a lot of rime ice. And as you can see in this picture, right at the top right, the one thing that is not covered in rime ice is that pitot anemometer. It's actually heated. However, there are days where we still have to go outside and make sure that it's not icing up. And in that case, we're going to do what's called de-icing. So we take a very sophisticated piece of equipment called a crowbar. We will go into our tower and actually knock the ice off of these instruments, being very careful that we don't actually hit the instruments, but the rung that you see that they're attached to. This is what we also call job security. A lot of folks will say, you know, there's so many weather stations, they're all automated. Why is it that you have folks up there? Well, it's because of the weather conditions that we do have, where we need to have staff maintaining this observatory. I'm going to show you some other images that'll help explain why it is that Mount Washington has the weather that it does. This image right here is going to show you data of storm tracks recorded over a 10-year period. And as we know, weather travels from west to east. And as you can see in this photograph, most of all of those storm tracks are converging, meeting right in the northeast. And that's exactly where Mount Washington is. Being the highest peak in that area, it will get hit with the brunt of all of that weather. We're also surrounded by 3 major storm tracks, which includes the St. Lawrence River, the Ohio River, and right off of the Atlantic, which is another reason for having the weather that we do. When we think about the winds that we are experiencing, it's also due to the topography. So when we think about the map of the United States, or the topography of the United States and the weather moving over from the west, it's pretty flat as it's moving over. Once it hits the northeast, we're going to have quite a few mountains that it's actually going to have to squeeze through. And what we have here is something we call the funnel effect. So we can see this air, not only does it have to move over the summit of Mount Washington and squeeze between the summit and the tropopause, but now it's actually dealing with going between the mountains, which once it gets to the summit of Mount Washington, it's a lot faster than when it started out. When we work with students on this, you know, we want them to understand why Mount Washington has the weather it does, and really think about, you know, their location and how this relates. Just bring up another view that we have that's pretty amazing. If you bear with me 1 second. One of the things that we do love to share is the view from our weather room. This is the northern presidentials, and this is a rare view. Again, 62% of the year we are in the fog, so we don't always get to see this. Right out this window, it's usually gray. And we do have our summers. We're not always covered in white. And if it is summer, we'll see a view like this. Something we do like to point out to students that Mount Washington, another unique aspect is that it has a tree line. For a mountain that's just over 6,000 feet, it is unusual, and our tree line is at about 4,000 feet. So you could see here at the top, this is a view from our summit looking at the northern presidentials. You'll only see rocks and low-growing vegetation, where one of our programs that we focus on is the alpine zone, and we share with students what the vegetation is like in that area. When we take a look, I'll show you a photograph like this, like one of our plants that are unique to the presidential range, which is the dwarf cinquefoil. And you could see how they grow in between the rocks, and they adapt to the high winds, because even in the summer, our winds will see 30 miles an hour. It's very likely that temperatures, especially with wind chill, that it's winter up there, so these plants will adapt, and you could see that they are low to the ground. So it's something that we do like to point out. It's one of the things too when we work with students that are in the North Carolina area, they're familiar with Mount Mitchell. And we like to talk about, the difference between the summit of Mount Mitchell and Mount Washington, because on Mount Mitchell, there are trees at the summit, whereas for us, we're pretty bare up there. I'll show you another view, and this is a picture of some naturalists actually going out to look at the vegetation, and what we try to understand are bloom times. We also try to look at different elevations on Mount Washington by measuring wind speed, temperature, relative humidity, and precipitation. So along there's an auto road on Mount Washington, and along this road we actually have remote sensors to help record weather. So we're not just looking at the summit, but we're looking at all the different elevations on the mountain to understand things about climate change, air quality, and just the precipitation that the mountain is receiving. We also have this not just on Mount Washington, but throughout the presidentials, so we can have a better understanding of our alpine zone. It's fairly new for us, so we only have been doing this for a few years, but as time goes on, it's a way for us to explain to students that we need to collect this data to understand what's happening. And although we only have for this a small amount of data, as time goes on, it becomes significant, especially when we think about climate change at all. So we do want students to understand that. We do talk about line of sight when we're mentioning this equipment and how important it is since everything is a remote sensor, how important it is for one piece of equipment to connect to the other, so we can see this information back at our base, because all of this equipment is located in such a distance that the only way to get there is to really hike out. So if we have to maintain any information or figure out why it's not making connection, our staff actually has to go out there. We do like to talk about wildlife on Mount Washington. Some of the wildlife we might see there are moose. This is a view from the auto road. We don't always see moose this high. It's more likely that we'll see them below tree line. But there are moments that they have been seen above. It's very rare, and eventually they'll just hike back down. There have been times where we've seen bears at the top of Mount Washington. Again, they might be coming up for a short while, and they'll hike back down, back to below tree line. We might see some smaller animals too at the summit of Mount Washington. This is our red fox that we see up there pretty often. And I guess when you see a view like this, you can understand why that fox pretty much hangs out up there. But some of the other things we like to explain is the challenge on Mount Washington and what it is that we're dealing with. We'll see a lot of snow up there, so our job is not only to record information, but we're also going to be shoveling a lot, especially our walkways. This is one area where we're going to go out to make our weather observations. So we always have to make sure that the doorway is cleared. And right outside this doorway, we have what's called a thermo shack. So we'll be looking at the high and low temperatures on Mount Washington. I'll let you see an inside view of that thermo shack. So another thing we'll explain to our audience is that it is white, so it helps to reflect the sun. We also keep it in a shaded area as well, and the vents are there so the air can flow through this thermo shack. So that's one of the observations that we take. Another one is, you don't see the action in this one, but this is actually an observer of ours on Mount Washington slinging. So if you were able to see, his right hand is actually slinging what's called a sling psychrometer, measuring relative humidity. And if you also notice, our staff is covered from head to toe because there are times on Mount Washington where the conditions are so severe, we need to protect every part of our skin. So we cannot have anything exposed, especially, even if we're just outside for 15 minutes, because the temperatures and the wind chills can be so severe. So part of our responsibility as a weather station is to inform the general public of what the weather is like on Mount Washington. It's a beautiful place, and you can see in some of these photographs why people would want to visit Mount Washington. But we want them to understand that not only is it known as home of the world's worst weather, but we want winter hikers to also understand that this place is a location that's also considered one of the deadliest mountains in North America. Because it does see a lot of visitors year-round, we're looking at a summer season. I'll actually jump back in front of the camera so I can talk with everybody. But during a summer season, which is mid-May through mid-October, through an auto road and a cog railway, folks are coming up to the summit of Mount Washington. People are still hiking, but during that small window, we may see 250,000 visitors. When they do get up to the summit, there's a cafeteria, there are a couple of museums up there. So there's stuff going on up there, but it is a big tourist attraction. In the winter, the cog railway is closed and the auto road is closed, but we still have hikers coming up. A lot of folks who are planning to hike, say, Mount Everest, they may train on Mount Washington because there are times in the winter where our wind speeds, our snow, and our icing conditions are just like what they would be on parts of Everest. So people do use this mountain to train. We do want folks to know that if this is a first time hiking, if the weather does not look like it's in their favor, to turn around and go back. What is deceiving is the size of the mountain, because on a global scale it is smaller than many others. However, because of its weather, we do want people to understand that we have a staff, we have a weather station, and we understand how quickly this weather can turn. For us, when we're making a forecast or what we call an outlook, we don't make it for 5 days in advance or even 3 days in advance. To give the most accurate to up-to-date information, we only do 36 hours because the weather on Mount Washington can turn so quickly. Especially even in the summer, we want people to understand what the White Mountains are about. So our programs are not just educational programs about the science of weather and understanding meteorology and the weather instruments that we use, but it's also informing people about weather preparedness and understanding no matter where you are around the world, not just Mount Washington, but remembering to check out a forecast, be aware of your location, knowing when to turn back, and when not to go there, when to have a plan B. We have people visiting Mount Washington from all over the world, and they may contact us to say that they're visiting next week and they want to know what the weather is, but we can't give them that information until the day before or the morning of. So we always want people to have a plan B. A lot of people who might take a specific day off will say that they want to plan that day to climb, and they're ready to go that day, but it's not always in their favor. This past weekend, so we're now in June, this past weekend, we went back into our winter conditions. We have icing conditions on the summit. Temperatures are well below 32. Wind speeds are at average, but still with the wind chill, it does make it a very cold place where we want folks to understand that it's not summer or spring hiking up there just yet. It still can turn into winter. So that is, in a nutshell, a little bit about Mount Washington and about our weather station. If anybody does have any questions, I would love to answer them. I could tell you a little bit more about our staff and how they work on the mountain, but I thought I'd open it up to questions first. And just to make sure that I'm okay on timing.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 6 minutes before our next presentation, so please, if you have questions, go ahead and open up your microphone.
Hi, this is Joanne from Virginia Tech. My question is, because it is so remote, the Mount Washington, and very challenging, how many people would be on a team? I mean, how many people are stationed there at one time?
Sure. We have 2 crews, and they work an 8-day shift, so it's a Wednesday to Wednesday. And on each crew, there are 3 weather observers, 2 that work during the day, which is a typical 5:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. shift, and the night observer works the rest of the day. With the 2 observers that are working during the day, they have a specialty. One of them is an IT weather observer, so that person really maintains all of the equipment up there and goes through all of the computers, making sure everything is running properly. Another one is an education specialist. So with our video conferencing programs, there is not this person isn't just maintaining records and making weather observations, but they'll connect to schools and other science centers or other organizations providing information. And then the night observer is the meteorologist on staff that really just focuses on the weather throughout the night and helps to make the forecast for the next day. Every Wednesday, when the crew that's leaving gets ready to head down to the mountain and the crew coming up, once they meet on Wednesdays, that's their overlap to say this is what's happened in the past week, this is what to be ready for in the next week, and they do that every Wednesday. We are a member-supported organization, so we're a nonprofit organization. We're not government-funded, so we do have a member base. We are membership-supported. And our members, one of the benefits we allow is that they can come up for an 8-day work week, and they can do what's called a volunteer work week. So to help with dinner meals, to help clean up the place at the end of the shift so we can have it ready by the next day when the next crew comes up. And it's also a way of sharing our passion for the mountain with members, folks who do support us. It gives us an opportunity to meet them and know them one-on-one, which is really special. And we also have interns, college students that are spending a semester at a time with us to focus on whether it's meteorology that they're studying or engineering. We've actually had fine arts students come up and spend a semester with us. So we do see quite a variety, or I should say diverse backgrounds, come up to the summit of Mount Washington. And when we are in the summer, when we're going up to the summit of Mount Washington, some of our staff might hike up. Typically, we might take a van up the auto road. In the winter, when it does close, the only vehicle that will occupy the auto road, which is an 8-mile road to the summit, is a snowcat, which you might be more familiar with on ski slopes that help to groom the ski slopes. That is our means of transportation, which sometimes we have challenges with it. It does go top speed of 8 miles an hour. So on a very uneventful day, the commute from the base to the summit may be just over 1 hour. If there are snow drifts that the snow tractor might have to push the snow off the road, it can take anywhere from 3 to 4 hours. There was one trip a couple of years ago that took about 6 hours to get to the summit. So we are prepared for those days. Being meteorologists working on Mount Washington, when you're interested in weather, it is the place to be. We have staff that may spend 2 years at a time with us, some may spend 6, but it is a place to really understand weather and get into the thick of it. And when I say that, it's pun intended, because we're pretty much in the fog and the thick for a good amount of the year. Any other questions? Well, I'd like to thank everybody for letting us participate in this. If you do have any information and you'd like to know more about our programming or more about our organization, please visit us online. Our website is mountwashington.org, and that's all spelled out as one word. And you can find out about the current conditions up there. You can find out about our programming. We do programs for adults where we bring them up to the summit of the mountain in the winter. We do overnight programs, and each program has a specific topic, whether it's meteorology or climate or mountaineering. We actually have outdoor photography. So photographers will go up there to learn more about using equipment in extreme conditions. Can't get more extreme than that. So it's a lot of fun, and it's a great way to spend an adventure trip with 9 other people.
Well, great. Michelle, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation.
Thank you, Ben.
Trying to decide if we have a question in the background. Was that a question trying to come through? Maybe not. All right. Well, Michelle, thank you very much for joining us. That's a very unique location, and appreciate you spending the time with us today.
Thanks, Ben. Have a great rest of the day.
Thanks. You too.
Bye.
All right. And with that, we're just about right on schedule. We have about 1 minute before we move on to our early days of Megaconference presentation. Before we do that, just wanted to check in, see if we had any new participants that would like to unmute your microphone and introduce yourselves. All right, hearing none, we will go on to a very relevant presentation that I've been looking forward to, put together by Kim Owen and featuring Bob Dixon and Sandy Sprafka, talking about the early days of Megaconference, and these are the right people to tell us about that. So with that, I will turn it over to them.
Thanks, Ben. Good morning, everyone. Hello from Fargo, North Dakota at North Dakota State University. It's my pleasure to be able to introduce our presenters today, Dr. Bob Dixon from Ohio State and Sandy Sprafka, I will continually say recently retired from NDSU here. Their stories go a ways back with the startup of the original Megaconference and all the history, and has brought us to what you see here today. So I personally owe them a big thank you. Also, a sideline note of a big thank you just for doing this presentation, because they both had plenty of other things going on. But without further ado, I will say thank you to both of you and take it away.
Bob, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Is everybody seeing and hearing me satisfactorily?
We can see and hear you just fine, Bob.
In Virginia Tech,
Okay,
the
well,
same? Thank you.
Let me talk to you just a few minutes about the very beginnings of the Megaconference. In 1999, at a meeting of the Internet 2 Digital Video Interest Group, the group was casting around for something that we could do to popularize Internet video conferencing. Because at that time, H323 was in its infancy. There was no such thing as high definition, and some people were still using ISDN instead of IP. So, we want to popularize the use of H323 over the internet. So I came up with the wild idea, well, why don't we have a big video conference, and we'll call it the Megaconference, and we will invite everybody in the world that has H.323 capability to participate. Well, there were some members and my colleagues who said, Dixon, you're crazy. That can never work. I mean, you're going to be overwhelmed, or you won't have anybody, and think of the technical problems and all that. But I said, okay, I will organize it. So they agreed to let me go out on a limb and make this actually happen, and so I did. And in the first Megaconference in 1999, we had somewhere around 50 sites participating, and that was a big success, even though it was a huge amount of work because we didn't know what we were doing, but we ultimately made it work, and it worked out okay. And you'll hear more about that in a moment from Sandy. Then we decided to do it every year. So it became an annual event, and every year, for the first several years, the participation doubled. So the next year we had 100, and eventually we had 200, and eventually we had close to 300. And we organized huge networks of MCUs all over the world, and now you see that works fairly seamlessly. But at that time, nobody really had a lot of experience with cascading together MCUs from across the world. And we had problems with loops being created of video echoing around and around and around between various MCUs and really creating psychedelic effects. And it was quite exciting, and we had a great time, and we learned a lot of things. At that time, we had participation from a number of vendors because they were just getting into this too, like Radvision and Polycom. And they didn't want to look bad. They'd be responsible for any failures. So some of them actually sent technicians here to our headquarters where we were running the whole thing. And they just went over the CPUs and PCs just like we did. And they told us that this event had pushed their technical development ahead significantly because they were forced to bring some things to the fore to make things work better that they wouldn't otherwise have done for some time to come. So we were very pleased to hear that. So let me turn it over to Sandy for a moment and she can go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Bob. I think we're going to be on split screen now, I hope, because I think that would be a lot more fun. There we are. Oh, that's much better. I was kind of digging through some of my old materials, and I found some very interesting things. Let me go switch to the document camera. This picture is a picture of Bob, and this was on a borrowed MCU, a video conferencing unit that we borrowed for the day for the Megaconference. And so there's Bob back in 1999. And this is our first site. I'm right here. Marty Hogue and Bruce Curtis are still very actively involved in all kinds of things are here too. So these are my early pictures. And there were 53 sites. Oops. Sorry. Technical problem here. Longer arms. Yeah, I need longer arms. Thank you. There were 53 sites at that first video conference, and all of us were supposed to talk about what we were doing in video conferencing. Well, not many of us were doing anything in video conferencing. It was all so new, and Bob really was the pioneer that got us kind of together and gave us a kind of a forum and a group of people to talk to about it, because kind of at the beginning I felt like there was nothing there and nobody to talk to. So I really, really appreciate all the guidance and cohesion that Bob provided for those of us who were told that our job was to do video conferencing and nobody knew what that was. So thanks, Bob. That first video conference, we each had 5 minutes to briefly talk about what we were doing, and then it went from on. The second video conference, there were 100 sites, and again, we were kind of just feeling our way and not much was happening. The third one was a very, that was 9/11. And so originally that conference was going to be held in Austin, Texas, be hosted in Austin, Texas. And all of a sudden it wasn't, because no one was traveling. And so this is the first time we really did split up the duties and the sites. So Bob was still handling all of the technical stuff with able help from RF and all kinds of people on his end. And at that one, that was the first time I took over for the first time as being the moderator for the conference. And so my job was to work with Megan on preparing the presenters to speak. And Bob, I'm sure you remember, I know I really remember that, again, people didn't know what they were doing. And so you'd help these people, and their rooms were dark, their mics were terrible, their presentation was jumping all over the place, and you couldn't follow what they were doing or where they were going. So there was a lot of things that were being learned by everybody as we were trying to put together presentations for this mega conference. Do you remember that, Bob?
Yes, and I remember some of the strange things that went wrong. People didn't know that they were on the camera sometimes and were being seen by the whole world. So we had one case of one guy who just put his eye right up to the camera just like that, to see if he could see anything. And it just was extremely humorous there. And we had other cases where people would leave a room partially darkened but leave the microphone on so we could hear a class bell going off every so often. And they would then capture the video, and we'd see a wonderful view of an empty classroom, and then we'd carry on. We later mastered the art of being able to mute out sites that were causing problems, but it was certainly wonderful to have Sandy there and organizing all the presenters.
Well, I do remember one, and it must have been one of the early ones, where this site, and I don't even remember which site it was, they were connected, and so I did my little introduction of them, and I said, and now here is whatever, and something had happened and they were no longer there. So all of a sudden there's much activity on all ends trying to figure out what are we going to do now. And so, you know, we learned how to quickly, well, we learned that we needed the back channel so that we could control what was happening and be ready for things like that, and be ready, have presenters ready to go on the fly in case something went wrong. So we learned a lot, didn't we?
Well, yes, you know, we got better at it as time went on, and we got more organized. And the back channel chat, which is going on now also, at that time sometimes got very frantic because things went wrong. There were technical problems or people didn't show up, and we did a lot of tap dancing to try and present the show. You know, the show must go on and make it. So for the most part, those problems were not obvious to the audience, but you see, I have a certain amount of gray hair now.
Well, and as you see,
some of that was caused by the Megaconference.
I think so. Now, I remember Megaconference 3. There's a couple of things. This was the one that was the 2001 conference. I think this was the first time we had the Megaconference Cafe, where everyone could unmute their mics and just talk about anything. And that has continued to be a part of the conference. On that one, there were 25 MCUs that were connected and over 200 participants. We had a picnic with popcorn at that one. And I think, this was the first Mega Conference where we played a prank on Bob.
Oh, no. There were several pranks played on me where people made various recordings and did funny things that I didn't know about until the time came.
Oh, yes. And what I couldn't remember is, when did you start wearing your hats? Because this was with roll call, and roll call was, I think, always one of the constants through the Mega Conference. But when did you start doing the hats?
I'm not sure, but it was certainly one of the highlights for the conference because everyone in the conference was given like a minute. And during that minute, they could do whatever they want. They could talk about where they are and who they are or their campus, or they could show a video, they could play a song, whatever. And people are very creative. And they did all sorts of things, and it was so entertaining. And they loved it because this is their moment before the world. They could present whatever they want and see the whole world.
You betcha, from Fargo.
That's right, and you see, and we had this wonderful accent from North Dakota. People say, "Yeah, you betcha," and when things didn't work, they say it's all hosed up. And so, I got the idea, since I'm sort of a hat collector, that during the roll call, I will try to wear a hat which is representative of where the people are who are now talking. So, for example, if I'm talking to somebody in the far north, I would wear a fur hat like Sandy was just showing. Or if somebody
it gets too hot.
It does, yes. If somebody was in Scandinavia, I had a hat that had big horns that went up like this. And I had all those hats.
You had one with yellow braids, too, I recall.
Yes, I had one that had yellow braids hanging down here. And, of course, I still have all those hats, and I use them occasionally for other events. But then it got so popular because some places I didn't have hats for. And people started sending me hats that they wanted me to wear in the mega conference. I got some wonderful hats from Taiwan, for example, and I got hats from various universities, like Florida sent me an alligator hat so I could wear that during the event. And it was pretty interesting, and the hat thing became an event in its own. I had to have help with that, so I was in a room with a big table with hats all over the place, and the hats were all numbered, and we had to plan ahead, and so my assistant would hand me the right hat at just the right time so that I could wear it. That was an additional logistical challenge.
We had a lot of fun. You know, as I was kind of just thinking about the mega conferences as they've been going, and the involvement of the world really in these events, and the people that we've met. I have to admit, some of my best friends were people that I met virtually for years before I met them actually, and some of these people I never did meet. I've never met Arif face to face, but certainly I've spent many hours with them. And to me, one of the best things is the people that were involved and were this kind of core group of people who would help and were there to help you with questions. They gave their opinions. They're wonderful.
Well, Arif Khan used to work here at Ornet, and he worked with Sandy and all the presenters to get them to rehearse and get everything done, and he used to pull his hair out. Presenters didn't schedule and didn't show up and had various technical problems. But then the mega conference had a number of spin-offs. I mean, we had 10 mega conferences 10 years in a row before I decided I can't do this anymore. But then along came high-definition video conferencing. So then we had 2 events which we called giga conferences, because the next step up from mega conference, and that was to highlight high-definition video conferencing. And then collaboration tools became popular, so we had 2 events which we called the Collaboranza, where we had all sorts of collaboration tools associated with video conferencing. And now this is the second V6 mega conference. And then there have been spin-offs in various states, like Texas, and other states have had their own local mega conferences. So the event has caused interest to spread all over.
Well, and you've neglected the Mega Conference Junior.
Oh, heavens, yes. Probably the most important one.
Right. And that one was so neat to see kids doing all kinds of amazing things and being the VJs and what a wonderful event. What a wonderful opportunity for kids to meet with others from around the world and learn something about them. I thought that's one of my favorite spin-offs. Another one, kind of on the same line, is Janine Lim's Reading Around the Planet. That also, I think, is something that has, such lasting significance, the getting these kids to read together. But I have to admit, although we had some wonderful presentations at all of the mega conferences, the things I remember most fondly are the fun things we did. Whether it was Tim Poe and his sing-alongs, and we all had open mics and everybody was singing, and it was just this really terrible sound we were generating because everybody was not together, of course. But it didn't matter. And then, do you remember, to me it was so interesting that most of our presentations were individuals or small groups presenting on some very educational, serious topic, but then we had Fiji did some dances, some of the events from China where they had the singing and the dancing, gorgeous events. Do you remember when we hooked the cell phone and we had a person on the cell phone doing a presentation in the mega conference?
Yes, I do remember that. And see, this was an absolute pioneering thing. Nobody ever dreamed that you could do video from a cell phone. And so this person actually did it and walked around and then you could see the cell phone, so that was dramatic. And I do remember the wonderful dancing from Fiji that we saw, and the wonderful Chinese, which were really like mega performances where they'd have orchestras and choruses and whole big groups of people. But there are some very touching moments. I remember when we found out that a group of students in Hawaii stayed up all night. They could be there early in the morning just to be there. And then during the cafes, we had some conversations between, say, a student in Iowa, or a class of students in Iowa, and a class of students in Taiwan, where the students would talk back and forth, and they never dreamed of having such a cross-cultural conversation before. They would ask them such interesting things like, do you have to wear uniforms when you go to school? Or what classes do you take? Typical kid things that we would never dream of asking, but they had a wonderful time doing it.
Yeah. Do you remember the Thanksgiving in Canada?
Oh, yes. Now that you mention it, I certainly do. We had, I forgot the fellow's name. But
I don't remember either, but it sure was fun.
But he took us to a Thanksgiving dinner. We had a big family, and they were all sitting around having their Thanksgiving dinner, and they invited us in so we could see everybody there, and it was a great thing.
Do you remember the Rainy River in Canada? They wanted to show the world their Ojibwe customs and language, and they were in the gym, and they were carrying canoes across, and they had all of these northern region things to show the world.
It was amazing to see when they had it very well organized and prepared, and they carried, as you said, canoes around. This was so astounding to watch that they were carrying these boats back and forth and doing all these dances and playing these instruments and wearing their very original and interesting clothes. It was one of the great things.
That one took a lot of rehearsal time, because the very first time when we connected to them, it was so dark you couldn't see anything. So we worked with them for hours on lighting and on just how to move so that it made sense, kind of. It was fun. It was a great event.
Well, and they were so funny because there'd be some sort of an act going on, and then all of a sudden in the background, some people would carry a canoe across the stage, maintaining a deadpan expression on their faces like this is just routine. And, it was just like some professional television act.
It was fun. And we've had marimbas and a didgeridoo and, some of the Smithsonian and the Mote Marine Lab and Lewis and Clark, and the presentation from around the world, Slovenia and Hungary and Poland, and we were just everywhere. Antarctica, I think.
Yes,
didn't we go to Antarctica?
certainly.
I think so.
Yes, all continents of the world, including Antarctica, and under the polar ice in the North Pole.
That's right, I forgot about that one.
So that was certainly very dramatic. Now, I'm so pleased that Ben Feynman of Internet True has taken this over and going to start everything up again. I have sent to him all of my recordings and records of the previous mega conferences. He probably hasn't opened them yet because if he does, he'll keel over. But they are a jumble of different recording methods and things, but I figure if I leave them here, eventually they'll be thrown out, but whereas at Internet True, they will be maintained and maybe, placed on the internet so people can view them.
That's a great idea. Because as you know, I threw all my stuff away. I'm retired, and I thought, the mega conferences, I felt terrible that it was no longer going to be, so I thought, well, so I just pitched them. I couldn't stand it. So I am so excited that that it's revived again. This is just wonderful.
So I'm curious, are there other people on here who were one of the originals or that have interesting reminiscences about the mega conferences that you'd like to share with us?
Hello again, this is Joanne from Virginia Tech. Being that this is a university setting, thoughts are perhaps ceremonious occasions like graduations, students from overseas going across the stage, their parents perhaps 14-hour difference, time difference, watching their child graduate. Those are ceremonious occasions. Wondering if you've ever participated in any of those.
I haven't, but I'm sure such things have taken place. We have certainly hosted a number of graduate students and others who were interviewing for jobs or having graduate student examinations with professors at various places.
We haven't done that either. I think it's a great idea. We did an event once with where we had 2 schools in North Dakota, 2 schools in Pakistan, and a school in Pennsylvania that got together virtually and talked about life, you know, like uniforms and, you know, all the kind of day-to-day, what do you eat, what time do you go to school, what are your subjects. You know, it was a great learning for all sides.
So it
I
wasn't
think
just a
Kim,
conference meeting, it was a dialogue.
Are there any other questions or comments? Well, I think I'd like to thank Kim for getting me into this yet again. It was fun, and it's always fun to work with Bob, so I do appreciate that. And I know, Bob, do you have a comment? I know Kim would like to say something about the Megaconference Junior, so do you have anything else that you...
The last thing I'll say is, you know, as Sandy said, we met people this way, and I met Sandy this way, and we've been, you know, friends for many years because of that, and we'd meet at Internet 2 meetings and other things, and she even dragged me up to North Dakota State University at one time to do a presentation with, I guess, Senator Dorgan was there and other people, so that was an interesting event. And so take it away, Kim.
Well, thanks to both of you. Virtual applause, whether you can hear it or not, because it's just great to hear the two of you reminisce, and thank you very much for the roles that you played and all of your colleagues and all the other campuses and organizations that supported the early days of Megaconference and continue to support it today. I wanted to throw in an unabashed advertisement for Megaconference Junior, one of the spin-offs that you mentioned earlier. It's coming up on its 10th year in 2013. And the date this year did change from February to May just because of global calendars for K-12 schools and everything else. And so, as you know, it's a moving target. It's evolving all the time, and the technology changes, continues to get better. But a great discussion for both of you. So thank you again, Ben and Internet 2, and we will hand it off to the next group.
Thanks, Kim.
Well, thanks so
Bob.
much.
Good to see you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Bob, Sandy, and for Kim for putting this together. You know, Bob and Sandy, we can't thank you enough for your pioneering work in terms of paving the way for the mega conferences that grew and blossomed into the massive global events that we saw them become. In terms of, Bob had mentioned that Internet 2 is taking on the hosting of future mega conferences. So today we have Mega Conference V6, and I'm very pleased to see all the participants we have here today. In this fall, we're planning to host another mega conference, just the normal mega conference, call it Mega Conference Senior if you will, in the November time frame when the students are back and we can get more student participation and things like that. But so look for details on that coming out in the next couple of months. Details will go out to the Mega Conference list and be posted on megaconference.org. But we hope to build on the foundational work that Bob and Sandy and many others have contributed over the past numbers of years, and keep Megaconference going. I still think it serves a valuable function in our community. Visual communications are becoming increasingly adopted, but they still have a long way to go before they become ubiquitous. And I think it's valuable to provide a forum for people to experience high-quality video communications rather than just the Skypes and the FaceTimes that they're used to experiencing on a more regular basis. So thank you again to Bob, Sandy, and Kim for that great presentation. My first Megaconference that I was a passive viewer in was I think in 2005. So by then things were well rolling along and were old hat, so to speak, pun intended. And so it's great to hear how things were in the early days as well. Our next presentation is from Rosa Catala from the Library Science Center, and I'm not sure if Rosa is connected or not. Rosa, if you are here, feel free to say hello. And I'm going to guess that means Rosa is not yet connected. So instead, I'll take the opportunity, if there are folks that have connected since our last round of introductions, if you haven't yet had a chance to unmute your microphone and say hello, please feel free to do so now.
Unless there is someone who wants to say something, I would just like to thank Dr. Bob and Sandy for the presentation. It was really nice to hear about the history, and I hope that that presentation as a video clip is going to be archived and somewhere online linked to the Megaconference pages, because it's a nice like a sum up of all the history and everything that was going on.
Well, thank you so much. It was just fun. Oops, I'm not on me. Sorry about that. I'm still not on me. It was really fun to do the presentation with Bob. It's always an event when we are able to get together and reminisce. We were at it a long time. It was fun. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it.
Now, maybe in the fall event,
hello again.
Ben gets the box.
I would just like to say hello to Mr. Bob, because it was really interesting to see this presentation for over 10 years of the Megaconference. It was really nice. Thank you.
Yes, and we did give out an award for people who participated in all 10 Megaconferences, and some of you earned those awards. But now let's look forward to the fall when we have a real Megaconference, and then now Ben, after he gets all those boxes opened with all the tapes, maybe we can have the highlights of all the Megaconferences presentation at the 11th Megaconference in the fall.
That would be great.
Are you listening, Ben?
Indeed I am. I cannot claim ignorance, as we all heard it in a public forum. So I will endeavor to do my best, let's say that. It's a daunting number of tapes. I should take a picture of the boxes.
Yes, it is. And if they were all in the same format, it would make it easier, but they're not. They're in many formats.
But yes, I think that would be a great addition to the Fall Mega Conference.
I'm sure hope you can find the one where that guy put his eye up to the camera just like that.
So any other comments for Bob or Sandy or regarding mega conferences in general? Alrighty. Well, thank you again, Bob and Sandy. That was really great. So I think we're still waiting on Rosa. In the meantime, I thought I saw someone else join while we were talking. Is there anyone that hasn't yet had a chance to introduce themselves? We'd like to hear from everyone so we get an idea of who was able to join us today.
Hello, I'm Angela McMillan from the Library of Congress.
Great. Hello, Angela. Welcome.
Hello. And I also have our intern from the summer, Maureen Kahn, so she's sitting in observing as well.
Great. Were you able to connect using IPv6 today?
No. No, I had to use IPv4.
Okay. And what kind of unit are you connecting from?
Polycom HDX 8000.
That is the same unit I am using. So great. Welcome, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
You know, I see Sheila Cisco, and I see her trying to introduce herself before I call her out. But her audio is not coming through. We'll work on that. Could be a cascade issue. Maybe one of our cascades is muted. But on Sheila's behalf, I do see Sheila Cisco from ESNet, and thank you for joining us today, Sheila. Or from Fermilab,
Thank you.
I guess I should say.
Yes, sorry you can't hear me.
Oh, we can now. There we go.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe other people need to mute. It's the old problem, right?
Yeah, right. But yeah, we can hear you now, so go ahead.
So I was trying to remember that when I first joined Megaconference, I think Mike Peelman was working for ESNet back in the mid-2000s, so I'm guessing that ESNet had a bridge that participated, provided some services, I think, to one of the Megaconferences. So I'm probably saying something like 2003, 2004, something like that. And I certainly enjoyed seeing all of Dr. Bob's hats.
And
Somebody's
the
trying to send
participant
content?
from St. Michael's Hospital. We're all reading your email. There we go. So welcome, Sheila. I'm sorry, did you say if you're connecting via IPv6?
Yes, I am.
I thought that you were.
Yep. I did have to deregister from the gatekeeper to join, but I had a few problems at first in the dial strings, but I'm cooking now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for being here. Alrighty, anybody else that we've missed?
Hello, this is Penn State, just checking in. Been here a little bit, taking the first opportunity to sneak in and say hello. This is very nice. Thanks for doing this.
Welcome, Penn State. And Penn State, were you able to connect using IPv6?
Still working on that. We did it previously, but at this point, no. But we'll be there soon. But just wanted to get in here and enjoy this. Again, Bob's presentation was wonderful, so glad to be able to be hearing that. We were one of the original participants as well, so enjoyed it throughout the years. And we'll be on V6 just momentarily.
All right. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining. All right, who else might we have out there?
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
I'm Dirk Holsapple. I'm from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. And I'm attending today. via IPv4 on a Cisco CTS 1300.
Got it. Well, great to have you here, Dirk. And I think you're our first CTS participant. CTS as a product line is not quite IPv6 enabled yet, so
No, not
we don't
quite
fault
yet.
you for being IPv4.
Thank you.
All right, who else might we have? All right, well, hearing none, and I believe we're still looking for Rosa. Maybe we had a time zone mix-up with her. But let's move on. We'll have another presentation scheduled in about 20 minutes entitled Calls from the Wild, Animals on Interactive Video Conferencing from the Minnesota Zoo. Until then, let's take the opportunity to do another giveaway. So, in this fancy blue box, we have a genuine Internet 2, I don't even know what you call it. Oh, yes I do. It's a charging station. So, you can put it beside your bed, and all your various devices go here, and then the cables are routed neatly through the backside. And it has a nice Internet 2 logo on the front. So, the winner of the next trivia question will be the proud recipient of this genuine faux leather Internet 2 charging station. And this next question should be easy. And so it may be a question of speed in terms of who can get it first. And I have to say in advance that members of previous Megaconference organizing committees are not eligible for this question. But the question is, in what year was the first Megaconference held?
This is Joanne from Virginia Tech, guessing 1999?
And that is correct. 1999 is when the first Megaconference was held. 13 years ago now. So that's quite the retrospective and spanning a lot of years. It's hard to believe we've been fooling around with this technology for that long. So go ahead and send your shipping information to video@internet2.edu. Be the proud recipient of this Internet 2 charging station.
Thank you. I'm sorry, what was that email address again?
That's video@internet2.edu. That's the word internet and the number 2.edu. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, no, thank you. Since we have a little bit of open time, I'm going to open it up for cafe time for the next 15 minutes, and our presentation at noon at noon Eastern time will be Calls from the Wild, Animals on Interactive Video Conferencing, and until then, feel free to open up and talk about whatever you might like.
Hey Ben, can you hear me? This is Dave Devereaux Weber at University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Yes, we do hear you. Welcome, Dave. And how are you joining us today?
And Jabber Video on IP version 4.
Got it. So that would be the, is that the free Jabber Video, or is that your enterprise?
Enterprise Jabber Video.
Very good, very good. I think I saw someone else joining us via the free Jabber Video service today as well. And not to get into politics, Dave, but I'm sorry.
Yes. It was quite a political year.
Indeed it was.
I've been enjoying watching. I've been connected for about 15 minutes or 20 minutes now. And are you chroma keyed over that background?
No, we built this studio special for the Megaconference.
When you
no, I'm
you-
chroma keyed.
when you held up the box, the background, it was like the box was transparent through you to the background. It was very interesting.
Let's try that again. The box might be a close enough shade to the background that it gets a little interesting.
That was the...
Not
you
this
took
box.
it out.
Oh, the box.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting, isn't it? Yeah, the box is not actually transparent.
If you hold it up to your body, by your chest, then it's like we're looking X-ray eyes through you to the background.
See, this box has added features that were not previously advertised, so
That's right.
it's even more of a fun prize. Good observation, Dave. Welcome to the Minnesota Zoo.
Hello, how are you doing today?
We're doing great. How are you?
Good. So is this the control center?
Well, it looks like it is because I'm on a green screen, much like I think you probably are.
Yeah, I think you saw my email pop up there. I wasn't sure if I'd need more directions. But here, let's try this again. Voila, there you go. Oh, okay, yours is probably a little nicer than mine. Just got to get some of the invisible jackies off. There we go.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yes, I'm Ben Feynman with Internet 2, and thank you for joining us today. And
my pleasure.
I know we're a few minutes early for your presentation. We have you scheduled at noon Eastern time, but we actually had a presenter drop off at the previous time slot. So if you want to get started early, you are welcome to do so, and you can have some extra time. Or you can wait 10 minutes. Either way.
Well, one thing I suppose I could have just found some place to read it on the materials, but who's the actual audience going to be? Will I have a live far-end audience, or will it just be kind of, how does that work?
So we're actually live now.
Okay.
And
hey, everybody.
Yeah. The audience we have connected is a kind of a mix of people from academic institutions or network engineers or video engineers, not only from the U.S., but also we have some sites connected from Europe, and we had a couple sites from Asia and Australia, although I'll be impressed if they're still sticking with us because it's getting to be the middle of the night over there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a mix of folks.
Excellent. Okay. Well, then, I might as well get started. If we're just in sort of dead space right now, no reason to keep folks waiting. So we can go ahead and get rolling.
Please.
So good morning / afternoon / late evening, early morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be able to come to you live from the Minnesota Zoo. My name is Galen Sjostrom. I am the distance learning coordinator, one of the naturalists here at the zoo, but it's the distance learning program has sort of been my thing since they hired me back at the beginning of 2011. So just the past 3 or 4 months or so, we've been actually offering our programs live and for feed to the internet community, the Internet 2 and IP video community at large. And so we're really excited with some of the things that we've been able to get off the ground, even with the program in its early stages as it is. Today I have a sort of pared down version of what has been our most popular program so far, and that is our Calls from the Wild program. And as you can see here, this is a program that's all about animal communication. So of course, being a zoo, our most important asset that we can leverage during our Internet 2 and interactive video conferencing programs is our animal collection and the animal expertise of the people who actually work here. So this program is nice, and it's proven very popular because I think people like that it provides sort of a comprehensive overview. We have a second program called Moose Mystery that's very Minnesota-centric. Part of our funding for our program came from the Clean Air, Water, and Legacy Amendment here in the state of Minnesota. And so part of our programming is devoted to Minnesota natural heritage, but we're also able to branch out and explore some more broad themes as well. And that's the program that we're going to be taking a quick look at today. So before we usually get started with our programs, I like to give sort of a global perspective, or at least a geographic perspective, as to where we're coming from. And because of the nature of the technology that we have at our disposal here, and you heard me and Ben talking about a moment ago, I'm in front of a blue screen right now. So anything I can get on my computer, I can interact with as if it were physically behind me. And that's great for PowerPoint programs like this, where we have all sorts of multimedia tools at our disposal. But the really cool thing is when we can actually use it for our live cameras as well. And we have a number of those currently functioning throughout the zoo. The most popular at present is, I lost my full screen feed here. This is something that I'm trying for the very first time today. Figured it was worth a try. So what you see on the screen behind me is something that we're really excited about here at the Minnesota Zoo. Just happened a few days ago. What you're looking at are 2 newborn Amur leopard cubs, and this is a live video feed from their nesting box right now. So even though we don't really cover this during our animal communication program, since, well, they're not doing much communicating right now, they're just napping. But it's just such a cool thing. It's something we're so excited about here at the zoo. I couldn't resist sharing it with you today. Amur leopards are actually the most critically endangered big cat in the world. They're native to the far eastern portions of Russia, up in the mountains, then also going down into places like parts of northern China and other areas about that. So they're in very remote areas, and we think that there are only about 40 of these animals, perhaps less, left in the wild today. So it's really excited to be able to see 2 new additions to that community right here at our own zoo. So very exciting. This is our mother, who you can't see here. Normally she's here in the nest box with them. Possible she's out getting a bite to eat, but it's her first litter, and so far we've been able to watch her nearly 24 hours, 7 days a week on this camera, and she's been doing a great job taking care of the little ones. Of course, sometimes they just need to nap by themselves. I'm sure you can all relate to that if you have kids. It's not the only camera we have at our disposal. We also have some other resources too. I like switching over to the map because it does a very good job of showing our far-end audiences where they are relative to us, and since you folks are from all over the world today, it makes sense to take a positively global outlook. I always feel something like a bit of a weatherman standing in front of the globe here. But this does also let us zoom right in on the zoo itself and take a close look at its layout before we dive into the program proper. And we're going to have to just wait for the image to load. Normally I do this ahead of time. There we go. This shows you the basic layout of the zoo. I'm able to show our audience members what some of the places at the zoo we're going to be visiting as we progress with our program, which animals we're going to be highlighting. For those of you who have never been to the Minnesota Zoo before, we have a number of what we call trails, and each trail holds animals from a certain geographic region or animals acclimated to a certain type of habitat. So here in this green diamond, we have our tropics trail animals, so a lot of warm weather animals like monkeys, a variety of avian species, certain reptiles and things like that. And just north of the tropics trail, we have our Minnesota trail. This is a trail where Minnesota animals who are native to this state, live here at the zoo. And fortunately, I have another camera trained on one of the most adorable members of our Minnesota trail retinue, and that is our river otters. Oh, it looks like we may be catching everybody in their nap time. So let's see if I can zoom in just a little bit here. And this camera bears the advantage that I can actually control it live. That's something you see with a number of wildlife-oriented IVC providers. So they can, if they have captive animals, it's great to be able to have cameras like this at their disposal, because it really allows you to interact in real time with the exhibit, which is great for folks who aren't able to actually come to the zoo themselves. That does raise a good point, actually. A lot of folks market their interactive video conferences as virtual field trips. We've sort of strayed away from that ourselves here at the Minnesota Zoo, because on the one hand, we do like to offer these programs as a alternative to people who perhaps are too far away to make an actual physical visit to our zoo, but we believe very strongly that these programs are not mutually exclusive with our actual on-site field trip programs. There are things that we do during the field trip programs, obviously, that we can't do here in the studio, but there are also things we do here, things like being able to check in, and I kind of left it at a rather odd moment here, but zoom right in on animals in their enclosure, so you can actually get a closer look than what you would normally get during your visit to the zoo itself. So it's not either or. These two things can work together, and we do actually offer discounted pricing to our field trip audiences if they want to buy a package deal and do an interactive video conference as well. All right, there we're going to take a close look. Okay, so you can sort of see him moving around in the back here. This is one of our two male river otters. They have a little nesting box right here, and he's just hanging out, taking a little nap. So we'll check in with him later and see what they're up to as well. And we do have one other exhibit that we like to show off. This was a brand new renovated exhibit, and this is our tropical reef in the Tropics Trail. So you can see, again, this is live. What you see happening right here is exactly what's going on inside the reef as we speak. And a whole host of animals making their way throughout the reef. We've got sharks in there, all sorts of other types of fish, jacks and things like that, and even some actual coral itself, because this is a tropical coral reef. So it's great to be able to use these technological resources to bring people along on just a very quick tour of the zoo, but we also like to use these programs to go further in depth to things that we might not otherwise get to during just a whirlwind tour of the zoo itself on site. So we're able to explore zoo topics with our audiences in greater detail. And the great thing about our animal communication program is that by looking at the different methods of animal communication, the different strategies that animals use, we can hit a wide swath of the animal kingdom, looking at the way these creatures communicate with each other and sometimes with us. And so here on the screen behind me, we begin with just sort of an overview of the three predominant types of communication in the animal kingdom. We've got the visual communicators up here, or at least two examples of visual communicators, and we've got our vocal communicators on the bottom behind us here. Those are the two forms that most people are familiar with. Vocal communication, of course, anytime you hear an animal making a noise, whether it's with their vocal cords or with some other part of their body, like crickets using their legs or things like that, those are all forms of vocal communication, and that's what most of us hear the minute we step outside our door. Now, of course, like I said, we do like to highlight our actual collection species during these programs. And so while I don't have a live camera trained on them right now, we do have some really great video footage of some absolutely exceptional vocal communicators here at the Minnesota Zoo. And so why don't you take a quick look. These are our white-cheeked gibbons. Oh, come on now. So these guys are easily one of my favorite animals in the zoo, just because they do that every single day. It's very cool. We call that a chorus, a morning chorus, and it's usually an entire family of gibbons joining in together. And what you saw for a brief moment there, we had the black gibbon who was up sort of high in the branches. He was making the most noise, but you saw just for an instant a very light-colored gibbon sort of bounding around in the branches underneath him, and that is actually the female. The neat thing about white-cheeked gibbons is you can always tell right away which ones are the males, which ones are the females. The male white cheeks always have black fur with the titular white cheeks, the fuzzy white sideburns they've got, whereas the females are actually sort of a blonde buff color. And the neat thing about them is when white-cheeked gibbon babies are born, they're all that light blonde color, and then as they reach adolescence, really, the equivalents of gibbon teenagers, they all turn black, boys and girls, they all get their black fur, and then only the females turn back to that light buff-colored fur when they reach sexual maturity. So it's pretty cool that they go through something of a metamorphosis themselves. I can just geek out about them forever. And so the one thing that we point out here is that during our regular programs, there's much more interactivity. We're kind of scattered right now because of the widespread nature of our audiences here during Megaconference. But during our actual programs, virtually every fact is prefaced with a question to the far-end audience. So it's something that really works well both with a live audience and just as well with a video conferencing audience like the ones we have during our programs here. And so those are some examples of the audio communication. We've got a lot of good examples to talk about with visual communication, and one of those examples, one of my favorite examples in fact, of an animal that uses both visual and audio communication. But some other natives to Minnesota here, in fact many that we have several of these just wandering around on zoo grounds, and that's of course wild turkeys. Birds are always an excellent example of visual communication simply because of the incredible diversity. And in fact, recently we developed a version of this animal communication program developed exclusively for birds. We have a very active aviary here at the Minnesota Zoo. There's a lot of school programs throughout the state that highlight birds in their curriculum, so we also try to cater to that as well. But skip past the storks here. And by far my favorite example, this is what I was saying, my favorite example of visual communication is this animal right up here. And let's see, I think I can get audio. I heard some audio from the far end a little while ago. Does anyone want to try and chime in and tell me what this particular critter is right here? Well, Mike at OET, I saw your mouth moving, but I didn't hear audio from you. It's okay. That's all right. No worries. This is
no guess.
No guess. No. Oh, okay. So he just telling me that he could guess. Come on. I know some of you out there are aquatic animal enthusiasts. Somebody's got to know what this critter right here is.
Seems like a squid. Looks like a squid.
Oh, very good. You're on the right track. This is actually a close relative of the squid. It belongs to the cephalopod family. Cephalopod meaning head, foot, because they have their feet at the front of their head. And so it is a relative of the squid and octopus, but it is not either. It is a different animal entirely. Anybody know which one? Nope. This is none other than the cuttlefish. Cuttlefish, like I said, these are my favorite kinds of animals, and these are animals that we have right here at the Minnesota Zoo too. We actually have one cuttlefish. You kind of have to put them in an enclosure by themselves because they can be a little bit territorial, a little bit aggressive, just like other members of the cephalopod family. But they are fascinating because as visual communicators, they are really without peer. Just like other members of the cephalopod family, they have incredible color-changing abilities, and this is one of my favorite things to show off to our audiences. Oh, and my mouse button is not... There we go. Just get to watch just how adept they are at changing. You can see what he's from 10. And in just a moment, you're going to see why he is adopting this sort of rapid fire approach. Catch it? Blink and you miss it. What you actually saw there is a cuttlefish on the hunt. Because just like squid and octopus, these guys are actual predators, so they hunt. And even though people are still studying it today, we don't have a definitive answer. A lot of scientists are of the mind that that sort of flashy color pattern sort of thing, almost like an old TV that's been tuned out of sync, we think that's actually sort of a hypnotic pattern that they blink to lull the fish they're trying to eat into a false sense of security. Because, of course, if a cuttlefish is zooming down at you with all of his tentacles extended and his beak grasping ominously, you can probably figure out that he's not coming to give you a hug. Whereas if they are gliding in slowly with those colors flashing, it's a very useful means of visual communication, basically telling their prey, nothing to see here. Feel free to go about your business. So in a way, it's almost a form of hypnosis. Now, of course, here at the Minnesota Zoo, we're all about animals. And we wouldn't be very good at our job if we didn't actually incorporate some live animals to our program. And so while I'm talking about visual communication, that is my opportunity to talk about one animal in particular. There we go. And that is my live buddy right here, Steve the bearded dragon. I'm going to get him positioned so he's nice and comfy. So Steve here is an actual lizard. A live animal. You can see he's squirming around a little bit. Steve is an old pro, though. He is actually a member of our Zoomobile collection. And these are the animals whose special duties, their special activities, is to actually go out to schools and nursing homes and hospitals in the state of Minnesota and visit animal enthusiasts where they are rather than having them come to the zoo. So these guys are experts at being handled and being in close proximity to animals, which makes a video conference like ours a walk in the park because they really don't have to worry about anyone but us. And so Steve here, being a bearded dragon, his natural habitat is all the way down in Australia. That's actually where bearded dragons are native to, although Steve himself has never been to the land down under. He was born here in the States, like many bearded dragons, because despite their rather prickly appearance, they're actually a rather docile and easily handled species. Now, I'm going to put him down back on the turf here so we can get a nice close look at him, and to do that, I actually have to switch my blue screen off. And so you'll see the camera live. I'll freeze for just a second. And there we go. Then he'll focus in. You can get a nice close-up look at Steve. So I'll zoom in even further, if I can. Oh, looks like we're at our maximum zoom right now. But yeah, you can tell that Steve is a very spiny animal. He's got lots of spikes and other protuberances going down the side. And this is mostly for defense. Again, it's another form of visual communication that comes into play when animals are either eating other animals or potentially being eaten by other animals. And so he uses these spikes to both ward off potential predators, basically to look as unappetizing as possible, as well as to blend in with the dry scrub and other sort of bushy plant that would be in his natural habitat. Bearded dragons come from the dry, hot parts of Australia rather than the more jungle-like environments. But they are very common down there. It's not at all unusual to go out to a farm in one of the dry parts of the country and see a bearded dragon on almost every fence post basking in the sun. So they're very prevalent, but they're very cool too. And the way they get their name is by actually this beard. Now, they don't have beards like we do, of course. They don't ever have to worry about shaving. I'm going to hold him up and let you get a nice close look at here. Here we go. Oh, I know why my camera's not working. I'm still on far view. There we go. All right. So this pouch underneath here is where the bearded dragon gets its name. And it's actually very soft. It's pretty remarkable that you look at an animal that is this spiny, that even these large spike scales along the side of his head are not actually sharp. I can press on them and his skin flexes and moves without really causing any pain to me whatsoever. So it's all show when it comes to how unappetizing they're trying to be. But if they need to up their game and either impress a potential mate, ward off a competitor, or even a potential predator, that's where the beard, the name, where they get their name, their beard comes in handy. Because if Steve were not a cool customer, if he were actually dissatisfied with what was happening right now, he would be able to puff up this beard, make it nice and big, and actually change it to sort of a deep brown or a deep purple color. So even though they don't have quite the color-changing repertoire as the cuttlefish, bearded dragons are nonetheless a really great example of that themselves. So Steve here is a very cool customer and a very excellent participant in our distance learning programs. There are other animals that we have at our disposal we are able to use during our programs. One that I'm really excited about that we're going to be adding into our programs in the very near future is we've actually got Egyptian fruit bats, and they're actually one of the only species of fruit bat to use echolocation. Most fruit bats, while they vocalize, they don't use echolocation to move around, but Egyptian fruit bats do, and we're in the process of getting some trained to be used as program animals during our animal communication program, because of course you can't get much cooler when talking about animal communication than talking about animals who can make noises with their mouth and use it almost like a type of sonar to tell where to fly and which obstacles to avoid. So it's going to be pretty cool having an actual fruit bat here in the room with us too. So that's something to look forward to. I'll switch my computer feed back on here and freeze for just a second. Never mind the blue curtain. There we go. So there is one last form of communication that we do like to showcase during our programs, and that is olfactory communication. And the example that I like to start with is one that we are almost all familiar with. If either you own a dog as a pet, or you have friends who do, or if you've just seen somebody walking around outside, because of course if you have a dog and a dog sees one of these, you could probably make a guess as to what's going to happen next. Yes, we have a rather trepidated looking fire hydrant there. So normally, there you go. Yeah. So, of course, dogs like to urinate on fire hydrants and other things like bushes, rocks, trees, basically any landmark that they might come across during their jaunts outside. Now, most of us probably know that this is not just an animal going to the bathroom. This is actually a form of communication in its own right. Because canines have such an incredibly keen sense of smell, when they leave a bit of urine on a landmark like this, they are essentially putting up a scent sign marker, letting every other canine animal, or even any other animal with a keen sense of smell, know that this is that dog's territory.
First participant to join the conference.
But of course, those dogs are not always going to pay attention to the signs that other members of their species have left. So after a while, there tend to be quite a few signs put up around landmarks like this. But they're by no means the only animal out there to use scent communication. Going back to another native Minnesotan animal, one that a lot of people think of when they think of our state, you can see another example of that right here. There we go. So you can probably guess which of these animals is the male and which is the female. The female is the one who just took off, deciding she did not like what she saw. Not always an easy game being a male suitor out there in the animal kingdom. Sometimes you do have to put forth a little more effort than you might expect. But what you saw in that video behind me is actually a form of scent communication. That moose was rubbing his skin, particularly that sack of skin underneath his chin, called either a bell or a dewlap, but he was rubbing that against the foliage there to leave his scent behind, which is one of the key ways that adult moose, communicate during the breeding season, or the rut, which happens from September to late October. So he was actually trying to leave a sign for nearby females, but I guess she got the message and it wasn't what she was hoping to hear, because she took off. Now, the other part of our program, and this is something that's pretty much true for all of our programs, we do try to put current affairs, current scientific work into our programs to give them as cutting-edge approach as possible, because it's really easy in the animal kingdom just to tell people things that they've heard before. So we like trying to bring out some new information, tell folks things that they might not have heard. So we like to showcase current studies in animal science when it comes to showing off the animals in our programs. And during our animal communication program, whether it's our sort of general program like the one I'm showing you today or our bird program, we have two studies that we like to showcase. The one here concerns an animal that lives in a habitat like this. And does anybody out there in our Megaconference audience want to take a guess as to what animal lives down in a burrow just like this? I know most of you probably have your mics muted. It's okay, we can do a little bit of participation.
Prairie dog.
Very good. Yes, these are indeed our prairie dogs. And we have them here at the Minnesota Zoo, but they are prevalent throughout many areas of the western United States. And as cute and adorable as they are, there has actually been some really, really fascinating animal communication research being done with prairie dogs specifically over the last few years. It's a gentleman at the, I think, Northern Arizona State University by the name of Konstantin Slobochikov. That's a mouthful right there, but as long as his name is, his science is actually quite easy to understand and to the point, because what they've been doing is they've been basically studying the sounds that prairie dogs make, just like this, and they've been trying to decode, okay, there you go, settle down now. They've been trying to decode the language of prairie dogs, because the hypothesis was that an animal like a prairie dog that lives in such a large and interconnected social community of prairie dog towns, like what they have in their tunnels underneath the ground, it stands to reason that they'd have a way of communication that would help facilitate functions of that community. And so they wanted to see if they could record these animals during certain instances and see if the kinds of noises that they make change. Of course, being that this is a program that caters towards younger audience as well, we like to point out that these prairie dogs are not right. Prairie dogs, point in fact, are actually a member of the ground squirrel family, like woodchucks, chipmunks, our regular brown, gray, or red squirrels like we have throughout the entire country. Prairie dogs are actually a member of that group. They're not canines at all. The story just begins with settlers moving out into the prairies and possibly being a little bit homesick, possibly being a little rattle-brained from bumping along in their covered wagons for days and days at a time. They heard those kinds of chirping barks from out in the prairie and assumed, without too much of a leap of judgment, that maybe there were some kinds of dogs out there. Even though we know better today, the name has been in use for more than 200 years, so we figure it's worth keeping. Now, if you've ever been curious as to what an actual prairie dog burrow looks like, this is what it actually looks like relative to the size of the prairie dogs themselves. You can see there, snuck up on me. You can see they're not that big, but the real trick of prairie dog burrows is that they are incredibly extensive. They go for miles sometimes. In fact, there have been prairie dog towns, subterranean communities that have been measured at covering over 100 square miles. So these guys are incredibly industrious little critters. And the neat thing about their habitat is that they cater them to their individual uses. So they don't just have tunnels. They've got nurseries and lavatories and food stores and sleeping quarters. They have individual parts of their tunnels that are all devoted to different functions within the prairie dog town community. So very, very smart little critters relative to what you might expect. And this is what tipped the scientists off to maybe there was more going on here than what you might expect. So as part of this program, we like to showcase exactly how these scientists conducted their research. And that was with the help of the prairie dogs as well as the animals who make meals out of the prairie dogs. Because you can bet if there is one thing that is going to get a prairie dog chattering away, it is danger. And danger rarely comes in more clear a form than a predator looking to turn one of these cute little guys into lunch. And so with the help of a digital prairie dog, ready? Good. Okay. With the help of our digital prairie dog here, we actually showcase exactly what kinds of responses these little critters make depending on the kind of danger that comes a-calling. And just to give you one example, this is what it looks like. This is what they recorded when a red-tailed hawk was in the vicinity of a prairie dog town. And so if you compare that to, say, a coyote, right away, you can tell that there are some pretty clear differences here. And the where it actually accelerates, pardon me,
Lost your audio, Galen.
You've lost your wireless mic.
Yeah, we still
We have the prairie dog noise but no wireless.
there we go. Okay, sorry. Forgot to switch it back on after my sneezing attack. Allergies can ruin technology just as quickly as anything else. Thank you for that reminder. So what we were saying is that prairie dogs, even though their sound isn't too distinguishable when viewing humans compared to, say, the coyotes you heard a moment ago, it's when they started to look really closely at the noises they make when different humans appear that they really got into the nitty-gritty of this stuff, and it's pretty cool. So, I'll cut that off. But what they were able to do is they were able to take these kinds of images of the sound itself. These are called audio spectrographs, and they show exactly what sort of noise in all of its fine detail those prairie dogs were making. And when they were able to change the parameters of what prairie dogs were seeing, they could change the species. So they looked at, say, a red-tailed hawk versus a human. But when they looked at the humans, they could change the size, the shape, and of course the color too, and look at the very, very finest details in these spectrographs. And they were able to see that each time, consistently, as they changed one part of the experiment, one equivalent teeny tiny little part of the prairie dog's barks would change as well, every single time. So they were able to actually dissect these prairie dog barks and find out where in each bark the words for these different qualities lie. So in a way, they were actually able to figure out that one little chirp in prairie dog language amounts to a whole sentence's worth of information. And they didn't just want to stop there. They wanted to see if prairie dogs could come up with words for things they'd never seen before. And that's where this contraption comes into play. It's a pretty simple rig. They've just got two towers with a motorized clothesline stuck in between. And I'll get out of the way so you can see it. And all they had to do was press a button and see what the prairie dogs would do. There we go. Press that button. There you go. So using simple shapes strung on a clothesline, they were able to test the prairie dog's ability to come up with new barks to describe things they had never seen before. In this case, a rather strange-looking orb, a big greenish black circle floating across the prairie in front of them. And by testing the prairie dog sound in those circumstances, sure enough, they were able to tell that these prairie dogs were coming up with barks that didn't compare exactly to any that the scientists had recorded before. So prairie dogs were able to use their language to synthesize new descriptions for things that they had never seen. Very cool stuff. And we always close our programs with highlighting the work that is still to be done in the scientific community or the conservation community. So we like to point out that there are, of course, many behaviors with prairie dogs that we still don't understand. There's still a lot of animal languages to crack out there. So, of course, for our young audience members, they're always welcome to take a stab at it themselves, and knows they themselves may be the ones to have the first recorded conversation with a prairie dog sometime in the future. So that's a good indication of the kind of things that we like to offer with our programs here at the Minnesota Zoo. Of course, they're all about the animals, but we try to bring the actual science into it as well. There is a very high demand for that amongst school curriculum and school teachers out there today. We don't limit our presentations to school audiences. We're always more than happy to present to senior citizens' homes, community groups who have access to this kind of technology at their public libraries or things like that. But when it comes right down to it, it is really just about sharing the zoo and the world of wildlife with the people on the other side of the connection as best we can. We get a big kick out of it. So we've got just a couple minutes left. We can either switch over to our next program, Ben, or if anybody has any questions out there in the Internet 2.0 sphere, you're welcome to pass on some questions as well.
Hey, thank you. That was a really great presentation. I just had a question in terms of what technology do you use to capture the live video from the animals' enclosures?
It's right now the conflict we have is that we have several different pieces of technology because, of course, as with any large public institution, technology is rolled out in part or not at all or over a course of years and as it changes. But right now, the best system that we have is the one that I showed you with the river otters because it allows both the full screening of the video and the physical manipulation of the camera's position. And I'm trying to remember exactly what brand of camera we have. They're those really heavy-duty ones with the metal housing on the outside, the sorts of things you see up on poles outside of security checkpoints and stuff like that. They were actually donated to us as part of a partnership with the Mayo Clinic. It's a very, very exciting partnership that we have with them because we get to use them as cameras on site here during our interactive video conference programs. They also get to pipe them into the very hospital rooms of their young patients as well. And we've been doing a lot of video production work with them too. We don't actually have a long segment like that here in animal communication, but during our moose program, we have a real nice behind-the-scenes segment with some of our moose keepers that they produce. But basically, it's just a standard pan-tilt zoom camera. It does not have to be very high resolution because, of course, we are limited in the amount of bandwidth we can pipe out to far-end locations, and we do not have a dedicated hardware infrastructure for the cameras. They plug into our internet infrastructure and come over our regular data lines. Just because we're a pretty spread out institution here, and to actually run hard lines from exhibits up here to the studio would have been something looking at probably the millions of dollars in terms of investments rather than the tens of thousands.
Great. Thank you for that.
My pleasure.
And, you know, being internet too, we would encourage the distribution of video using your network infrastructure. We like to see that sort of thing.
Exactly. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Any other questions? We still have a couple minutes.
If any of you are curious about pricing, we do offer our video conferencing programs at a $115 for an hour-long program, which we figured was about average. But we do offer them because of the funding from the Minnesota Legacy Amendment. Folks within Minnesota can purchase the programs at a discount of $85. And whether you're in or out of Minnesota, we also do offer our programs at a buy two, get one free deal, which is going to come into play even more once we launch our three-part series of engineering-based programs in the months. We're really excited about these ones. We have one program based on biomimicry. So this is engineering derived from animals and the wild kingdom. We have one that is about animals who are engineers themselves, so animals who, whether by intent or by accident, exert a great deal of influence over their habitats and the ecology where they live. Of course, here in Minnesota, beaver are probably the most well-known examples of that. And then our third program is engineering for animals. It's all about exhibit design and other ways that engineering expertise, whether it's from amateurs, folks who are forced to improvise, or from trained engineers, is brought to bear for the sake of the animals, both here in captivity and out in the wild itself. So that's going to be a program that we anticipate being very popular, given the emphasis on STEM curriculum, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics curriculum, both here in Minnesota and elsewhere in the country right now. So we're really excited to be able to roll that out in the very near future, too. All righty. Well, I suppose I'd like to be true to my word and check back in with our otters and see if we can catch them moving around. Let's see here.
Live cam?
And if you do have any questions, by all means, chime in. Well, I see a lot of water moving around. We may be lucky enough to catch... There, oh, there he is. Yeah, I had a feeling we'd see them doing laps today. Perfect. So you can see our at least one, possibly two of our river otters. I have a hard time counting them when they're in the pool here. There he is doing his laps throughout his pool. Just like any of us, when we get into the pool and we reach the far end, we like to get a little extra oomph by shoving off with our legs. This is a trick that river otters have learned a long, long time ago, and they're very, very excellent swimmers themselves. So they'll just go back and forth like this, occasionally racing one another. And we also would be able to use this camera to showcase the exhibit design elements too, because it's really great seeing how they've got both water and land, dry land elements to take advantage of too. So these guys are some of my favorite animals here at the zoo. But with that, I figure that's as good a place as any to wrap up for this afternoon. Want to thank you all for joining us today at Megaconference. Thank you for letting me come in to share a little bit of what we do with you here at the Minnesota Zoo. Steve is grateful for the opportunity to meet all you new folks out there, and I hope we'll get a chance to see you over a video conference sometime again soon.
Great. Thanks so much. That was a great presentation.
Thank you. Have a great Megaconference.
All right. You know, it's hard to follow up live video of cute animals, but we'll see what we can do here. The next presentation we have slated is called the Evolution of Video Conferencing. It's Natural, from Lee Gamble from the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. And Lee, I think I saw you connect. Are you with us?
Giving it a shot. This is one of the first mega conferences that I've participated in, so hopefully you're seeing my standing by sign at this point.
Indeed we are, with a, looks
right,
like
good.
a human foot maybe?
Oh, you're good. That means you've picked up on our extraordinarily cheesy standing by pun. Well done, well done. So Ben, thanks for joining us here, and I'm going to go ahead and get my camera turned around so you can see me and my fabulous cameraman. There's Skinny Vinny standing by, ready to rock and roll. So he joins, all students who join in with the museum get to meet Vinny right away, regardless of which studio they're connected to. We got a Skinny Vinny manning the cameras in both of them. Do you mind, since we're right on the beginning of my presentation, let me turn on my content, make sure the laptop's going to send. I was fooling around with it earlier. I want to make sure I got all the wires back connected. So is my secondary content coming through?
Yes. Yep, we're seeing that just fine.
Very nice, very nice. And there you have it. So cool. I'm ready to rock whenever you are. Like I said, this is one of a few multi-points in this format that I have attended. So you let me know if I'm talking directly to anybody else, or am I just going to see you over there, or what am I going to be seeing as my audience over there?
Our MCU operators might be able to give you a broader multi-screen view, but just to give you an idea of who's connected, we have a number of sites, not only here in the U.S., but also over in Europe, and we did have a couple sites from Asia and Australia, although as we get later in the day, I think we're at 2:30 a.m. in Melbourne now, so I think they've probably dropped off, but I don't know that for sure.
Who's brewing the coffee, man? That's all I want to know. Very nice.
Yep.
Well, thanks for letting us we book in last minute. This is exciting because, like I mentioned, most of our connections are point-to-point from our museum directly to whatever school, or let's see, I talked to a senior resident center yesterday, sometimes groups of adults at public libraries, but usually we do point-to-point just because most of our programs are extremely interactive in nature. We do not let our audiences sit back and relax. Instead, we expect them to play along with us because we have a variety of topics that are blending both health and science. So whether we're talking about biomechanics of the human body, analyzing teeth, comparative anatomy of different creatures, whether extinct or still alive, no matter what we're doing, we try and get our audience involved in the process. So what I'm going to do is first give you a little look around my room. Since this conference is about technology, I'll let you see what I'm using right now in this particular space. We are in a state of evolution, technology-wise, here at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. And I should probably introduce myself a little more thoroughly, although Ben gave me a quick who I am. My name's Lee. I'm a science educator here at the museum, and my history is that I used to work for a different facility altogether. I worked at the Cleveland Health Museum, which for a while was called Health Space Cleveland. Prior to that, it was called just the Health Museum of Cleveland, one of the first, actually the first of its kind in the U.S. to have a dedicated place just to teach about human anatomy and biological functions, and that's where we brought our equipment from. So when we came to this building, and I'll give you a little outside look at the museum here, switching back to my laptop, so it'll take a second. What you'll see is a lovely blue skies day here at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. The big sort of copper-colored device over on the right-hand side is the planetarium, and then the rest of the brown building where the buses are parked, that's where my studios are, just above where the buses are. So we brought VTEL equipment, and some of the techs on staff today might chuckle at that. We brought our old VTEL equipment over with us during this merger because that's what the Health Museum was using, and immediately began upgrading because, as you all know, technology does evolve pretty quickly. So now I'm working on a Polycom HD 9006 device. It's kind of new for us. We just bought it last summer, and we're having a good time with it. So here at the Health Museum / CMNH, we have both health and science programming. We do have 2 studios. The other studio is currently running on life-size room technology, and so we have the flexibility there in case you have a system that might be a little fussy, a little incompatible with certain other systems. It happens when technology is evolving, that we've got you covered. And we do match all of our programs to standards, at least for the health and national standards and for the Ohio State standards. But all that boring stuff is online. You can look all that up whenever you want to. What I want to do is treat you like our students. I'm going to get myself back on camera here. And the first thing we're going to do is discuss interactivity. Because as a lot of you probably know, if you have received any sort of programming from any other content providers, that if you just have talking person on a screen, the kids are very quickly not going to be listening to them. Now, I tuned in about 15 minutes into the zoo presentation right before me. That was fantastic, because not only did we see human talking, we saw otters cruising around in the background, lots of stuff going on. The person on content is a very cool way to handle that. Sometimes we might just grab students and make them do something. So what I'm going to do, just to start off, is anybody who's out there in Megaconference land who might be watching me right now, I'm going to give you an example of something fun that you can do with your neighbor who is sitting next to you. What we're going to do is we're going to analyze pupil function. And to do that, since I don't have another human in the office, I've got my fabulous assistant, Anita, over here. And Anita helps out with all of our biology programs. Obviously, she has no skin on. She has no muscles on. She has no ribs. Very convenient for analyzing all of our delightful blood and guts. And when the kids ask if Anita has a last name, the answer is yes. Her last name is Shirt. If I had a technician in the room, you'd have the room shot right there. So what you're going to do to test out pupil function is you're going to pretend like you've just pulled your assistant over. So if you're working with a partner, you have to decide who is the doctor, who's the patient. So right now, Anita, I will be the doctor. And you're going to test out their cerebrum, the big thinking component. Give me your cerebrum there, Anita. The big thinking component of their brain versus the cerebellum, or the little muscle coordination portion of their brain. And to do it, it's very simple. You think like a police officer, the kind of things you could do right alongside the road. So first, Anita, we're going to test your cerebrum, your conscious control of the muscles of your eyes. And what I'm going to do is hold my finger out in front of your nose, and if you want to try this on somebody you're sitting next to, about 6 inches away from their nose. Don't get up too close on them, right? You don't have to, no crossing their eyes yet. We'll do that in a minute. So about a hand's width away, and you just cruise back and forth slowly. And what you're doing is you're asking your patient to try and follow your finger with their eyes. And if their eyes are moving together, nice, steady back and forth, you're seeing conscious control of the 6 eye muscles that are connected to your patient's eyeballs. And that would establish that, there seems to be nothing wrong, at least right now, basically, with the cerebrum function of this patient's brain. Then, if you want to test out their pupil, if you had a flashlight, you could shine the flashlight at their eyeballs and watch their pupils change shape. But another way to force them to change shape is to make them utilize their focusing ability. When you tighten up the aperture of a camera, you are minimizing the amount of light that can come in, and therefore creating a higher level of focus. So that's what you're going to have your patient do. So I'm going to turn the meter sideways just so you can see specifically how to make that work. This does work on cats, dogs, other animals that are comfortable with you as long as they don't try and lick your finger. But if you can get them to watch your finger, you can see this pupil action as well. So you start with your finger about the 6 inches away from your patient's face, and you go toward the bridge of their nose. The bridge what would be where your glasses sit if you wear glasses like I do. And as you go in toward the bridge of their nose, don't actually touch your patient, because if you do that, they're going to blink, and that will ruin the whole experiment, so try not to touch them. But as you go toward the bridge of their nose, they're going to cross their eyes, trying really hard to focus on that finger, and you should see their pupils get smaller. And then as you pull your finger back, and their eyes relax and stop crossing, and are focusing on a farther away object, you should see their pupils get larger. So if I was teaching a class, and thank you, Anita, if I was teaching a class of students, I would then give you about 30 seconds to fool around with your neighbor, hey, trying the finger game. But that way you've given the students a concrete activity that is applicable to both humans and animals, and you've brought them into focus on what you're doing. So that's one way that we maintain a level of interactivity with our audiences here, regardless of what the class is we just have them play doctor. Also, sometimes the game show format is very useful. So what I'll do now is I'll present you with a street walking, what is that? It's jaywalking, right? When Jay Leno goes out and meanders around. A jaywalking kind of situation, where if you were to walk out on the streets of beautiful downtown Cleveland right now and ask some people walking around on the street, how is a terrible way that you would definitely not want to leave this fine planet of ours, they would report the following. Nationwide, people say, well, it'd be terrible to have an airplane crash, shark attack, being murdered, falling to death, terrorist attack, or natural disaster. I agree. All of those sound pretty bad to me. However, I don't ride an airplane every day. When I swim in lovely Lake Erie here in Cleveland, very few sharks around there. So most of these are pretty extreme. When we're teaching health programs, it's all about choice. It's about the choices that we make in our physical health. So here up on the screen are actual causes of death in the United States. In the correct order? No, they're not. What you're going to do is try and place them in the correct order. So this would be an intro screen maybe to any of our high school programs where we're talking drugs and alcohol and sexual behaviors and all these other interesting health topics that we teach. So you've got car crashes, toxic agent, alcohol consumption, microbial agents, tobacco use, and poor diet and or physical inactivity. So the kids think about that for a minute. And I'll go ahead and give you the answers just in the interest of time. Unless you're playing along, you could try and figure out just what the very top one might be. And the reality is that still, even though we know smoking is bad for you, every smoker will tell you that they know smoking is bad for you. Still, at this point, it ends up in the #1 position, flirting very closely with our diet and physical inactivity. Sometimes, depending on who does the poll, you will find those in reverse order, but it's all about the heart. And then you've got alcohol, germs, toxic agents, and motor vehicle crashes kind of lingering down there at the end. So that's another way that we keep our programs interactive and evolving because, like I mentioned before, we want the kids to really be thinking about what we're teaching and then discuss it afterwards as opposed to just listening to a lecture. There's a big list of words on the screen right there, blah, 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 right? Don't worry about all those words on the screen. I'll detail them for you. But just so you know, we do have a pretty diverse collection of programs that we teach here, ranging from nutrition, anthropology, physical sciences, all kinds of goodies. So let's do a couple of examples of some of those specifics in there. There you go. I'll do natural history. How can I make a program about Ohio native wildlife fascinating to a bunch of students? Because they can watch all sorts of programs on TV. They can hook up to zoos via video conference and see otters cruising around, which is super cool. And I can't send an otter to their classroom, although that would be pretty sweet if I could figure that out. So instead what we do is we send some props. So a lot of our programs, and this is not a new idea, there's plenty of content providers out there that send kits to the schools to use, and they might be disposable, where you get to keep the objects. They might be items that are asked to be returned currently. This particular program is we ask you to return the items when your students are all done looking at them. But a nice big box would show up a couple of days before the program to your teachers. And then during the program, when we have a live skunk, say from we have an area called Perkins Wildlife Gallery, where we have live animals that hang out here, a little zoo area basically, but they're animals that can no longer live in the wild, so they're animal ambassadors as we call them. So we'll have a live skunk walking around on the desk here, which is fun for me. And the kids at the receiving location can take out a real skunk fur from our collections. And we can ask them to pet the fur, to feel what the skunk fur on the outside feels like, the guard hairs. We can ask them to dig through and see if they can find the tiny, tiny, soft and very fuzzy under fur hairs, which aren't even the same color. You find out, ooh, look at that, a skunk has brown in there too, not just the black and white. And that way they get a feel for the animal as well as seeing it on the screen. And there's skulls and furs and all sorts of other items in there that are all real items, and that way the kids can sort of play along with some comparative fur anatomy. Or we might just ask them to take a very close look at the screen. For example, these guys. So I'll give you a moment of comparative tooth anatomy. What are these creatures? Well, let's see here. I'm pretty sure most of you will recognize this fine fellow right here. So we have a human skull. This is a cast of an orangutan skull. And then we have the skull of a leopard hanging out at the end. I would ask the students, look carefully at all of these skulls and name for me something that looks fairly similar between all three of them. Usually what the students say first is they say the eyes. I think that's an interesting observation since we have forward-facing eyes, and with the leopard also, forward-facing eyes. So all three of these organisms are using their stereoscopic vision, their ability to sense depth perception, to pounce on their food, to swing on a tree and not fall, and or throw a rock at somebody. So that's excellent. Then I ask them to try and spot something that is completely different, or at least different between some of the creatures up there, and maybe not all of them share that same specific trait. And the students think about that for a minute, and one of them usually comes up with these sweet canines. So there we have the huge and rather terrifying looking leopard canine teeth. Also huge, rather terrifying looking orangutan teeth. No cool canine teeth. Poor humans, where are they? And so if we're using this as an example of behavioral and comparison, I would point out that, well, these two guys, if they get mad at you, they're going to bite you. And they're going to bite you with those large canine teeth, and then you will not mess with them anymore. This creature could bite you. You might not be as impressed. However, if he throws a rock at you, then you will learn that he's not too happy with what you're doing. So our social behaviors, our group activities, the way we have slowly evolved in our dynamic is that we didn't need our big old canine teeth anymore. We like to throw rocks at each other instead. And that way the students get to see some more real objects and think about their own anatomy as compared to the animal kingdom. So many ways to be interactive. Good times. This is a fun thing. Let me get my laptop back up there. We have a program that's about human evolution where we send a kit of bones, hip bones from a chimpanzee, a human, and also the little, I don't teach this class, so forgive me if I say the names wrong, but Lucy, which is the little Homo sapiens ancestor that was found in Ethiopia many years ago, and is now considered to be one in a lineage of creatures that are all stages in our changing bodies. And when you look at these creatures up on the screen, they all look pretty similar to me. I mean, penguins, they all look almost identical to me, like little carbon copies. And I'll admit that most chimps look kind of the same to me, too. But as it says up on the screen right there, there's more genetic diversity within a group of chimps than in the entire human species. That would be a kickoff comment for any of our genetics classes where we're taking the students through simulations of how to run a DNA gel electrophoresis lab and how do you use DNA to analyze different organisms. So here is a visual for what we're getting at. Those are two humans. And look at that amazing diversity. We have a woman who lives in a very, very cold climate, and so she has a very small, stocky build, short limbs, and that way her body is better built to resist the cold and lose less heat. We have a gentleman who lives in a very hot, dry, arid climate and long, lean body, amazing long fingers designed to help release that heat into the atmosphere so his body is cooler, plus the skin color, amazing. Humans are so diverse. So just having students think about that and looking at each other in the classroom is a great way to get some interaction going. Or you can just make them jump around, because we do teach to elementary school kids as well. And in fact, right after this program's done, I'm talking to a bunch of 5th graders about nutrition. So I invite them to pretend to reach up on the screen and grab a hold of one of those virtual M&Ms up there. They can choose whatever color they like. And then we're going to define the great calorie jump-a-thon. And to illustrate the great calorie jump-a-thon, what I'll do is I will bring on my document camera. Since I promised I was going to show off the different items that we're using here in the room, I have, let me back this up a little bit, we've got the main camera that's looking at me right now. We have the secondary camera that Skinny Vinny is holding on to, but we also have this little document camera. they're pretty handy for lots of camera shenanigans. And I'll give you an example, because right now we'll turn that document camera on. I'm using an AMX touchscreen to help switch between my different pieces of technology. There we go. And it's old. I will admit that we have had the same AMX touchscreen for about 10 years, and I'm amazed by the thing because we reprogrammed it 3 times for 3 different systems. It really is a workhorse. And here's my little Sony DocCam. So if I was talking to a herd of students and they were all getting kind of squirrely, I might have to bring them back to me for a moment. So we've discovered that a document camera is kind of fun for that, because not only can I hold up things like my name tag, and say, there you go, can you guys read my name? Fantastic. If you don't want to call me Lee, that's all right. I do have a super secret nickname as well, which is the number 337. Let me just tell you, kindergartners thinks that is amazing. What? Numbers can be letters? That's crazy. Okay, so here's how I would get the kids back to me with the document cameras. I would turn it that way. Now, obviously, on these screens, you're not going to see my audience because I'm having a super awesome multi-screen effect, which I dig a lot. But here's my outgoing camera, my monitor that shows me what I'm sending. There's the camera that's looking up at me, my eagle eye. And then this would be the student audience. So that means that I could go like this, and for example, that student who's sitting right in the middle, I can see you. So I might point right at you and say, hey there, what'd you think of that last experiment, this student right here in the middle with the glasses on? And they look around like, whoa, you can actually see me. Because sometimes, I will admit, during video conferencing, students kind of forget that you are actually looking at them right then. During the Great Calorie Jump-a-thon, now that they've got their one virtual M&M, I might bring out this paperclip just for fun, because students who are learning about calories know that when you are talking about the different macronutrients that provide calories, that carbohydrates provide about 4 calories per gram, and lipids provide about 9 calories per gram, protein also about 4. How much is a gram? About the weight of a paperclip. So if you're talking about a tiny piece of food that's about the size of a paperclip, an M&M is right about in that zone. M&Ms have about 5 calories per candy. So what we do is we have them jump around. We have them jump around for about 15 seconds, because about 15 seconds is how long it takes for your big thigh muscles to use up about, jumping up and down really big, not little kindergartner jumps, I mean big jumps. So we're jumping, and after 15 seconds, okay, stop, and you've just burned up about 5 calories, which is around where the M&M has. So physical interaction is awesome, especially for the littler kids. Get them up, make them cruise around. If you were demonstrating otters, hey, you could have them get up and do the otter backstroke through the classroom. Now, I have a little selection of goodies right here that some of you might recognize. Let me zoom down. I forgot what button let's try number 7. Let's see if that works. Nope, number 7 went somewhere else entirely. Let's try that one. Nope, okay, it's manual steering. Every now and then, you try and do some presets and the camera is just not behaving. There we go. So this was going to be one of my visuals for a silly comment just to say, just like technology has gotten smaller, we have tried to condense our health and science programs into themed programs that collect them all. This is just a sampling of some of the energy drinks. We have a class about what you should or should not be drinking if you are a student athlete. So there's my visual for that is, we used to have Jolt Cola, great big highly caffeinated beverage, and then Amped and Monster and all these other brands started jumping on the bandwagon, so lots of competition. Then people who are athletes started complaining about having to slam all this sugary stuff. They started going sugar-free, and now we've got commercials about our 5-hour energies there. So the students at least recognize those products, and that way the program is a little more close to home for them. So if I'm discussing with them the idea behind something like how caffeine affects the body, we can do a little central nervous system demonstration. And this one involves standing up. So I'm going to show you all how to do it. And if you want to go home tonight and try this out on whoever you want to try out, it's just make sure they have a good sense of humor, because they might fall over. And if they fall over, you want to explain that they fell over because of a scientific reason. So the way we demonstrate central nervous system changes is we have the students focus on us, standing up. We have them all stand up. And once they're all standing up, I want to move the camera a little closer to me, so this will work a little better for you. So we have them all standing up and focusing just only on us on the screen. So they're not touching anything, they're not moving any chairs, they're just standing without any other piece of their body besides their feet touching anything. Then we have them lift up 1 foot. So if you were lifting up 1 foot, you're already putting yourself a little bit off balance. But you can stand there, and you don't have to lift your foot way up high in the air, just an inch or two so it's not touching the ground. And we let them get stabilized that way. You know, especially if they're younger kids, it takes them a second. And so once they're stabilized and not falling over, then we say, now keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes focused on me. You're not just to stay balanced, but to keep your eyes focused on me. And as they're focused, I start doing this. And because they're focused on me, and the camera is what their eye is perceiving as the horizon, all of a sudden you have a bunch of kids who are going, whoa, and falling over, being very super dramatic. And after they recover from that, we ask them to try and explain to us why. And since during that class we're talking about brain anatomy, they usually come up with the idea that, oh, your feet were interacting with the liquid in your ears, and your sense of sight, very good. So all of those senses help your brain to understand what is balance. And all animals, regardless of where they live, in water, flying in the air, walking on the ground, whatever, they have to adjust for that and make sure that as they are moving through their environment, they have to have ways to adjust for the environment changing around them. Well, it's kind of a fun little demonstration. All right, now we're moving into the heavy-hitting classes. So we're going to see if you guys can handle another little trivia question, courtesy of our health education team, is if we're talking to high schoolers about, say, choices they might make in their lives, we might comment on nicotine. Because nicotine is a highly addictive drug once it is into the brain, rapidly changing brain synapse function and dopamine receptors and all other sorts of interesting brain chemistry. So why would a plant even make a chemical like nicotine that is a highly addictive product to humans? So is it genetic engineering that we put it there? Is it because other plants think it's sexy, so it's trying to somehow attract another plant? Is it just a regular old byproduct of photosynthesis? Or is it a natural insecticide? So I can give the students a moment or two to ponder that, and then reveal that, yep, it kills bugs. So even though for the plant it's just something to kill bugs and keep the bugs off of it, for humans it just happens to be a highly addictive chemical. And that will be a kickoff for a discussion on the creativity of humans and how we really do try a lot of interesting things. Oh, I love this one, this race demonstration. Yeah, I'm going to tell you how to do this one too. Even though you might not be doing it right now, maybe just kind of collecting data and information, I'm going to throw this demonstration at you. This is a great icebreaker for any sort of meeting you might be having or any sort of gathering of humans. We use it as a kickoff for our genetics class, for our the race evolution class, a whole bunch of them we use it. It's really fun. So here's what you're going to do. Is if you are sitting next to anybody else right now, if you are in a group of any sort, I'm not sure, there might be some classrooms out there with a bunch of people in it, is that we're going to establish 4 tribes in your room. And we're going to define these tribes in 2 ways. One, we're going to define it by a physical, measurable, scientific fact. And then the other way we're going to define the tribe is by a cultural choice. Right? So number 1, you're going to raise your hand if you are in the following tribes. Now, if we were having a group of students do this, they'd get up and wander around the room. We'd have them go stand with their tribe. Dog, cat, both, neither. So I don't care about other animals at your house. We're just talking about those particular creatures. So if you have dog or just only dogs at your house, you would raise your hand. So you analyze how many people in the room. Okay. Those guys can put their hands down. How about cat? You could try cat. Anybody with just only cat or cats at your house? Yeah. Oh, I see Goofy has popped up on one of the screens. Is he a dog? I think he counts as a dog. I want to vote that Goofy is a dog. Okay, no more cats. Then how about both? If you have both dogs and cats living together, you could raise your hand. All right, and then you can put those hands down. And then how about none of that? No dogs, no cats in my house. I just have boa constrictors or something. Okay. So by that, those are measurable scientific pieces of data. Everybody could go to your house and confirm that, no problem. With the other categories, then we try things like hair length, cultural differences, short, long, super long, no hair, that kind of stuff. And we just have the kids discuss how are those alike or how are those different, how does that relate to race and the idea of different cultures. It's a fun little kickoff for our program. Last but not least, as we hit the final few minutes here, I have to show you some of the biological grossness that we pull on the students, because sometimes during our programs we have to compare and contrast what you may have available in your classroom versus what museums have available. So, for example, if we were talking about heart health, I would come over here and I would say, Anita, I'm sorry, whoops, let's get that camera back over there. I need to borrow your heart. And most students know that the human heart is supposed to be about the same size as your fist. So if I park Anita's cute little heart over here underneath our document camera, you can see how it's about the size of my fist, so that's a nice little healthy heart. And then as a comparison, I would show the students a plastinated human heart. So there's a real heart. It has been soaked in plastic and processed with some different chemicals so I can touch it, and it just kind of feels like plastic, I'll admit it, but it's the real heart. It was donated by whatever human was out there who was willing to donate parts of their body as museum specimens, and then we can take a little virtual tour because we can do a little virtual heart atria and ventricles so they can see what's really going on inside their bodies. Let me get that a little lighter on the screen. There we go. So atria and ventricles. But by using a real specimen like that, it ups the ante and it makes it that more realistic of a program for the students. We also host live heart dissections here in our studio where we have a sheep heart, and if teachers want to procure sheep hearts for their students to dissect along with us, we will talk them through the process of doing a very precise and very forensic examination of those hearts. If they just want to watch the process, we will go ahead and do the dissection for them on the screen and use the human heart as a comparison between the sheep anatomy and the animal anatomy. So we've had a little visual of different ways that we keep our programs interactive. I was going to wander back over here for a second because you might have been wondering why I have this stuffed toy dog in the studio. And that's because one of our signature programs that we just invented last year, or 2 years ago, is about Balto, because we have the real dog, Balto, the hero canine of the North, who helped to deliver some serum to Nome, Alaska for an outbreak of diphtheria. His body is here at our museum, and this is our doggy stand-in. And when you have that program, you get a bin full of materials like with the skunk fur, except you get real Iditarod gears. The kids get to try on mushing harnesses and all kinds of stuff that you'd be wearing if you were an actual musher in the Iditarod. And so that's why the dog was standing there, not for just being cute, but he's just one of my examples of a fun program that we came up with because of a signature exhibit at the museum. Well, that was my best Billy Mays impression. If anybody's a Billy Mays fan, there you go. And I'm going to stop talking at this point so Ben can chime back in if anybody has any questions, comments, opinions, etc. about our interesting diversity of programs here. It is definitely an evolutionary phase because we're blending the health and science together, 2 museums in one, and as the time has gone on, we've had a really good time doing that and stretching our imaginations to utilize all the components of teaching that we have here under one roof.
Well, Lee, thank you very much for that very interesting presentation. I like all the aspects of interactivity that you've thought of to include in the presentation, and I can see how the kids would enjoy it.
Thanks. I get bored pretty fast myself, so I got to keep myself entertained, you know.
Well, as this group would attest to, one of the primary benefits of video conferencing over just television or recorded content is the interactivity. So it's great to see you thinking of new ways to take advantage of that. One question I had was what kind of mic system are you using for the room? If it's just the stock Polycom mic, it seems like it does a pretty good job as you walk around to different places. Yep.
There it is. Stock Polycom mic, you got it. Yes, I've been impressed with it. We thought about getting some extras, but we haven't really had any complaints about being able to hear us so far, so I give it a thumbs up.
Yep, works well. If anyone else has questions for Lee, please feel free to go ahead and unmute your mic.
Whenever a host says something like that, I always want to say, I'm Dr. Fraser Crane, and I'm listening. I don't know if anybody ever watched that show, or it was just me. It was interesting. I don't know who your tech person is, but they were having fun giving me different views as I was talking, and that's pretty awesome because I think I had at one point about 10 different screens all showing at the same time. So I was impressed with the extreme multi-point action. So well done, whoever that was.
Yes, we have a group of elite MCU operators helping us out with this event, so they have to keep themselves entertained somehow.
Kids have also attempted to call me Leet, the L3-3-T, and I tell them no. I'm not a gamer, so I don't rate that. The 337 is good enough for me.
But the fact that you know what that means, Lee, automatically gives you beaucoup credibility amongst a certain segment, I would imagine.
Thank you. My brother is a hardcore gamer, so the only way I can actually communicate with him is to log on to whatever he's playing at the present time. So I do have characters out there, but...
Well, I had a question, just because I had to step out for a moment, but it was great fun watching the other segments of your presentation, and you were mentioning all the different programs that you have currently rolled out. Since we are still so new at the game here at the Minnesota Zoo, I was wondering if you'd had any advice for me or any of the other content providers who are in the loop today, just in terms of the process of creating and testing new programs. Are there any tricks of the trade that you'd like to pass on to us neophytes?
Sure. The fun thing was when I started working at the and let me know because I know it's a little after 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, whatever that is, GMT. I cannot do it in my head. Forget it. So
yeah,
so tell me
you can keep
Ben.
going. Our next presenters are sitting here in the room with me, so
okay.
they'll wait as long as they need to.
Feel free to throw up the flag, right? So what happened was when I started working at the Health Museum, they already had about 30 health programs that they were doing because they had torn down their buildings. They had no museum to come to. They had distance learning, video conferencing, and then outreach. That was it. But then when the merger happened, the directive was we really need to right away start getting some of these natural history topics that they teach in the building ready to go video conference style. But we don't have cameras anywhere else but in these rooms. I so envy your green screen, the person on content. I love that. But we don't have that yet. We haven't been able to budget for it. So we just have the cameras in here. We got to bring everything up here. Eventually, we're hoping to get wired out all over the place, but we're still working on it. So what we've been doing is taking the existing in-house programs and adapting them like the Balto class for outreach. We've done a few brand new start from scratch, and those we just polled teachers. We just went to teachers who were already coming to the museum asking, what do you like? What do you need help with? And that was kind of fun because what we thought they wanted was totally different from what they actually wanted. Because for us at least, it's all about bringing to the teachers what they can't already do in the classroom. Obviously, they can't see live otters in the classrooms. You guys have that covered. But when it came to the furs, the skulls, the real objects, that's what they wanted because they're too expensive for most teachers to teach or to purchase for their use. The other thing that's been super successful for us is, I'm just going to mention Balto again because that's a signature exhibit. There is no other Balto in the world. So as soon as we made that public, we had way more classes than we could handle because teachers were all about, whoa, something that's totally, it's a unique thing to that one location and a unique story to U.S. history. So any facilities that happen to have something like the biggest of or the most rare of or something like that seems to work right away for us.
Thank you.
Sure. It is tricky, though, analyzing, because teachers, there's a lot of them. So what's important to one teacher might not be as important to another.
Any other questions or comments out there?
I have a question for you, Ben.
Please.
Where are you? Because we booked in for this so late, and it was like last minute. I still don't even know where you physically are in the world.
Sure. So I'm at the Internet 2 headquarters in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Oh, I've been to Ann Arbor. That's cool. I used to go to Plymouth, Michigan to train for programs that I taught there. So I know your vicinity. Awesome.
And my studio operator can put me at various places as he is demonstrating.
We thought you were, on the west coast of southern Africa for a while there.
Right. Yes, I can be everywhere, but all of the places are in Ann Arbor.
Very cool. Thanks.
Well,
That's
all right.
one of the most entertaining things I've discovered about video conferencing is connecting to different locations around the world and having fun with accents. Because kids are we can't understand what you're saying. I'm like, why not? Because you're not speaking English. Yes, I am. So much fun. Well, thanks for letting us hang out with you guys today, and I appreciate Skinny Vinny standing by the whole time as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate you taking the time out of your afternoon, and Skinny Vinny as well. And definitely a great presentation. Folks know how to get a hold of you if they would like to see more of that. And with that, I guess we will change gears for our next presentation. So getting a little bit more technically oriented, we have with us Jeff Hagley and Ryan Martin with Internet 2, and they're going to talk a little bit about EduRoam, which is not directly related to video conferencing, but it's a global topic that everyone should be thinking about implementing. And I will trade off with them.
Hey, hello everybody. Someone's got an echo there. Can everyone mute? Check. This would start once Ben handed it off to me. All right, there it goes. All right, so as Ben said, a little bit more technical, but figured people might be interested in hearing this. If not, they'll probably take this opportunity to go get lunch or something else. So what we were going to talk about was EduRoam, and Ryan and I have given this talk a couple times, although it has changed since we gave it in the winter. We gave it at Internet 2's Joint Techs in Baton Rouge. And there we did give it over video conferencing because both Ryan and I had roughly 5- and 6-week-olds at home. So travel really wasn't really much of an option at that point. So EduRoam, for those of you who aren't aware of what it is a way of authenticating wireless around the world. So basically anyone who runs EduRoam, you can authenticate to it if your home institution has it, so you can travel around the world. It's more prevalent in countries outside of the U.S., although it is picking up here. And actually, we have a short video that, if anyone from ARNet is still on, will probably recognize. The ARNet folks had put together this fun little video that they then made more generic for other organizations to use, so we were going to show that quick if you want to start it up, Ben. We haven't tested to see if this works, so it'll be kind of interesting.
Once upon a time, visiting another campus and getting wireless network access was a bit like trying to nail jelly to a tree. Actually, it was possibly easy to do the jelly thing. There were the usual issues: ID, configuring and reconfiguring. Totally prehistoric. So it was pretty obvious the whole wireless access thing had to change. Big time. And it did, with EduRoam. It's a secure wireless access service that's truly awesome, because wherever you roam, you remain you. Just open your laptop, and your username and password, checked at your home campus network, gets you accepted and able to use wireless access at any EduRoam participating institution with internet access available. But protected stuff requires a further sign-on process. EduRoam just keeps getting better, and its future is all about mobility. Integrated with the latest in mobile technology, EduRoam is set to bring on a whole bunch of super new stuff, accessible from a variety of pretty cool places. You'll be able to read emails, watch videos, catch up on study, on the move, and across many locations. And you only need one sign-on for seamless wireless access, available from a number of participating education and research networks, as well as access to hundreds and growing wireless hotspot sites globally. EduRoam. Wireless access you should mess with. Seriously. Speak to your research or education institution today about making use of EduRoam services.
Well, hopefully you could hear the audio, how we have it wired up here. We couldn't, but it looked like it was being transmitted out. So that was just a fun little video that, like I said, our friends at ARNet had put together, so I thought it was worth sharing here. So what we're going to really talk about was we, here at Internet 2, started using in-common client certificates for authenticating to our wireless. And those of you unfamiliar with in-common, it's the U.S. Federation for Authentication. And so they have a deal with Komodo to issue unlimited certificates to in-common participants, both web SSL certificates and client-based certificates for authentication, email encryption, signing, so on and so on. We're happening to use it strictly for wireless authentication right now, although we're looking at doing more stuff with it. Although with that, I'm starting to cut into what Ryan's going to talk about, so I'll stop there. We'll kind of briefly go through these. One of the main things is, we already paid in-common money, and so these were free, so it seemed pretty obvious to continue using it. And we wanted to be able to give some lessons learned to our friends out in the R&E community. It seemed like something that others could do. As far as I know, I haven't heard of many other people, if anyone, doing this with in-common certs. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. It could either mean that we're a little crazy for doing this, or we're really on the cutting edge for trying to do it. I guess time will tell. So what we use is we have a free Radius, open source. If you're familiar at all with Radius, you've heard of free Radius. If you're familiar at all with certificates, some of this will make sense. If not, we'll try and give a brief overview. Currently, we do checking against the CRL, which is a certificate revocation list, and that gives us the ability to tell whether or not we have revoked a certain person's privilege to use the service. And that's something that Komodo publishes roughly every 23 hours or so, or we've never really gotten a real good answer. So we check that, make sure our users are still authenticated, and then we have our server set up to only authenticate our Internet 2 staff, and we let other people around the U.S. and the world deal with their own staff members, which is pretty much the way the EduRoam is supposed to work, although with how the client certificates work from in-common, it would be possible for us to authenticate other in-common domains, so you have to be somewhat careful as you're setting it up.
One of the things we have when we set this back into this up, using the in-common certificate manager, you're allowed to adjust your organization into departments and set everything up the way you want. And what we did is we took the Internet 2 domain and split it down into a couple different departments. One of them was for laptops, one's for mobile, and one we reserve for future use for email signing and encryption. And what this brings benefits to you is that you can actually issue these certificates on a per device basis. So if somebody's laptop is stolen or if phone is stolen, you don't have to revoke every certificate they have or the one certificate that they're using for everything. We decided to go with a lifespan of 4 years for these certificates. It's about the time life cycle of a laptop. And for the mobile devices, we're looking at either 4 or 2 years. Typically we're leaning toward 2 because that's about the average cycle of a contract through a wireless carrier, and it makes sense that at the end of the contract most people get a new phone anyways, so it kind of lines up nicely. That's your plans for signing and encryption. We're going to be implementing a pilot program here this month for that, so that's something we'll get some experience in running that also. Some of the documentations and policies that we went through is a master key escrow policy. When you first start using the client certificates from in common, one of the things that the Komodo interface forces you to do is figure out how you're going to escrow your master key. Also, we have a policy for certificate revocation, some wiki information for the free Radius setup, and documentation on how to install clients on mainly Apple products at this point. A little bit more on the master key escrow policy. What that does is it enables you to go back and retrieve keys for people that you've already issued it to, and if you, in case you ever lose that, is why they make you go through the whole process of creating a key escrow policy in the first place, so you can recover that in case something happens. Part of the problem that we ran into is that through the interface, when you assign a user to a department, typically you use their email address. So for instance, mine's rmartin@internet2.edu. So I have that email address, but I can only use that email address in one department. So how am I supposed to put myself in the laptop department, in the mobile department, and in the stuff for email encryption and signing? So one thing we found to get around that was this use of this little thing called email labels. It's using the plus sign in an email address. So my username, my account is attached to rmartinpluslaptop@internet2.edu or rmartinplusmobile@internet2.edu. This enables us to have the same email address, because any email you send to rmartinplus whatever, Frosty the Snowman if you want, at internet2.edu will end up in my inbox. So the email links that Komodo will send me to go to the site and download my certificate once it's been authorized will still get through to me at my rmartin@internet2.edu email address. But that also lets us put people in multiple departments, so that was one way we used to getting around that problem. And it's also a lot easier than having to use email aliases. That prevents some sysadmin work from having to be done on that side. And again, that also enables us to revoke individual certs for devices and not one cert everybody's using for everything.
Alright, so we've basically tried it on pretty much all the major OSs, and for the most part it works, although here in the next little bit I get to have my favorite part of the talk, which is talking about how Apple has seemed to change things and break things repeatedly with 802.1x and X509 certs. So originally Apple, it worked on iOS devices, iPhone, iPod Touches, iPads, what have you. And iOS 4.3.5, which came out about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago now, they actually had a little security incident as to how they validated certificates. And in fixing that, they broke certificate authentication if you have multiple intermediate CAs. What this means is that how our certificates work is they're signed by InCommon, InCommon signed by a Komodo CA, and that is signed by a root CA. And CAs are certificate authorities that are able to issue out the certs. And Apple won't trust multiple ones. They will trust certs that have a single signer but not multiple. We've had multiple discussions with Apple. I have a bug open, or I have a trouble ticket open with them that's going on about 8 months now. And so that's just kind of been a little entertaining trying to get that fixed. They finally just stopped responding to the bug report I had open. I don't know if that's because I have a trouble ticket open or because they just got tired of hearing from me. In addition, OS X Lion, we figured out, changed how it presented certificates to the Radius server than how previous versions of Mac OS X did. So that was a little interesting to try and get that figured out. When we first deployed Free Radius, it had some security vulnerabilities, so we weren't able to turn everything on. We've since updated to a point where those security vulnerabilities aren't there, but now we're also in a full production system. So any of you who run production systems understand the fact that you can't really just go and turn on features anytime you want, especially not for something that handles something as critical as your wireless infrastructure. Sometimes us in the video world are a little bit more fortunate in that we can turn on some cool stuff to play with and not get in as much trouble.
Some of the other issues we ran into were on the form that you get when you actually go to download your certificate. In order to keep things secure, they want you to put a PIN number and a password on the certificate once you download it. That way, while it's sitting there in your downloads folder and before you put it into the Apple keychain or into the Microsoft certificate storage area, wherever it may be, it's still protected. One of the problems is that the use of the word PIN and password were used interchangeably, but they were two definitely different beasts. So if you enter in one string of characters for the PIN and a different string for the password, when you actually go to install it, it'll ask you to enter in the password, and what it really means is the PIN. Or depending on which OS you're using, it's the PIN, and they really mean the password. So we had to open up a ticket with Komodo on that to get that fixed, and they put in a help block in there, a little thing you can mouse over and click on and help you understand how those two are related a little bit better. But like anybody, nobody ever reads those. They just type in whatever they want and move on. So our recommendation to fix that was a workaround, really, is to have people use the same PIN and password. That way, once they get it, They can load it into the certificate storage area for the OS and then just delete it out of their downloads folder. Some of the other documentation discrepancies we found were in reading the manual on how to use the interface, the Komodo and Common Certificate Manager interface. That it said that people can have only one certificate per department. We found that to be untrue. You can actually issue more than one. So the question was then, is the documentation correct and the program wrong, or is the program correct and the documentation wrong? So we seek clarification on that, and we're eventually told that you are allowed to have 2 or more certificates per department on that for each user. So that worked out pretty good. And some of the future plans we have are implementing OCSP for us here. That's instead of using a CRL, OCSP is a better way of checking for certificate revocations. So if Komodo does their certificate revocation list update and 5 minutes later we revoke a certificate, nobody's really going to know about that until they update the CRL again, which is 24 hours later. What OCSP is a way for the Radius server to check if that certificate is still valid and get an answer right there. So instead of having to check against the list, they get the live answer and they know right away whether the cert's still good or not. Again, we have email signing and email encryption coming up for our pilot program at the end of the month.
So just to quickly show you the growth that we've seen, started using Eduroam SpringRoam in 2010. Pretty low results as far as number of unique users and unique realms. Fall member means that same year still not much better. The next following spring, a lot more users. Following fall, even more. And this year in the spring, we had 207 unique users and 55 unique domains. So it is growing quite a bit, which is pretty cool. And so we don't have any slides for what is next, but as our little thing on the program said, Eduroam and V6, we figured we should try and tie in V6 in some way, shape, or form. So yesterday, Ryan and I did a little test, and lo and behold, Mac OS X 10.7, in addition to doing nice things like DHCP V6 finally, it actually has a V6 capable 802.1x client, and that's important because that allows you to authenticate to your wireless with only an IPv6 address and not a V4 address. This is only somewhat functioning in that our wireless controller is V4 only, but it is able to actually accept all of this traffic. As far as the U.S. root infrastructure, I know currently it is not V6 capable, although that is something on the roadmap as that continues to evolve and improve. And with that, I guess there's not much else to say. If people have any questions, comments,
feel free to chime in.
Is everyone still awake? I see Goofy has shown up. Penn State there for a little bit. I thought we had put the fish to sleep even. All right, well, I guess with that, we'll turn it back to Ben, and I don't know what's next.
All right.
But I'm sure he does. I'll go back to having fun on the video switcher.
All right, thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Jeff. Yeah, as Jeff mentioned, now you know who's fooling around with my backgrounds. That would be Jeff on the video switcher. So we don't have another presentation scheduled until 2 p.m. So at this time, well, first I would like to see if anyone new has joined that I haven't added to my list. If there's anyone who hasn't introduced themselves, please take the opportunity to unmute your mic and say hello. Alrighty, so with that, our next presentation will be at 2 p.m. 5 minutes before that, we'll say at 1:55, I will do the next giveaway question, and that giveaway will be for this genuine Internet 2 travel toiletry case. These are very handy. Folds out, has a built-in mirror, and slots to store all your shampoos and toothbrush and cool stuff like that. So make sure you come back by 1:55 Eastern time, and we'll do the giveaway, and then we'll have a presentation from Schumann. Schumann talking about University of Pennsylvania's IPv6 launch and their participation in World IPv6 Launch Day. So feel free to chat amongst yourselves, and I will see you back here by 1:55. afternoon from Ann Arbor. It is now 1:55, and as I promised, we will have our next swag giveaway with the Megaconference V6 trivia question. So, this one is another question that's related to video conferencing history, and is related to video conferencing more specifically. So maybe the community gathered here will have a better chance than the general population. But the question for the winner of the Internet 2 travel toiletry bag is, when was the first public video telephone booth installed in the United States? What year?
I'll take a wild guess. 1964?
1964 is the correct answer.
Good.
And how did you guess 1964?
I have no idea. It just popped in my head. That's great.
It was at the World's Fair.
That's right.
Oh,
Yep,
really?
1964 is when AT&T introduced the picture phone at the World's Fair, and it was that same year that they installed public telephone booths in New York, Washington, D.C., and Chicago, or public video phone booths, I guess I should say. So, congratulations. And
Cool.
who was that? That was our winner?
My name's Mark. I'm at St. Michael's Hospital in Toronto.
Mark, I don't think I have you on our list. So, congratulations and welcome. How are you connecting to us today?
IPv4, actually. We're not migrated over yet.
Yeah, no worries. Many of us haven't. What kind of unit?
Oh, it's a Cisco C40.
Great. So Mark, if you want to send your address information to video@internet2.edu, we'll get this sent your way. All right. So, with that, welcome back to our program. Our next speaker is Schumann, and is Schumann on the call, first of all? Well, we're still 2 minutes early. So we'll look for Schumann, and we'll get started in just a couple of minutes. All right, welcome to Schumann. This is Ben Feynman with Internet 2. Are you hearing me okay? I'll take that as a no. Are other folks hearing me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. So it looks like Magpie, we're having maybe a...
Can you hear me, folks?
Yes, there you are. You hearing us okay?
I
don't think I can hear anyone.
Okay. We hear you.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So, should I go?
Sure.
Should I be hearing them? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Audio check for Schumann.
Okay, great. I can hear you now.
Great. So
Okay.
thank you for joining us. And yes, we're right at the top of the hour, so please go right ahead.
Okay, thank you, Ben. So, hi folks, and thanks for joining the Megaconference on this very auspicious day, World IPv6 launch. My name is Schumann Huck, and I'm an IT director at the University of Pennsylvania in the United States. And for the next 15 minutes or so, I'll be talking a bit about World IPv6 launch, the event. I'll give a brief introduction, very brief, to IPv6 in general. And finally, I'll give an overview of IPv6 deployment activity at my university. Okay, let me make sure I can switch to my screen. All right, can everyone see my slides? Yes, no? Okay, thanks, Ben. All right. So, what is World IPv6 launch? You can go to this website, www.worldipv6launch.org, to find more details, but I'll give you a quick summary. Last year, June 8, 2011 to be exact, the Internet Society organized a World IPv6 Day event when many Internet websites and services enabled IPv6 on their production services as part of what was essentially a test drive. And it was quite a successful event. And it gave many organizations an increased level of confidence and comfort with IPv6. So fast forward approximately a year until today, and we have World IPv6 launch, where organizations have been challenged to turn on IPv6, not just for a day this time, but to leave it on permanently on their production services. And many organizations have, in fact, answered this call. So here's an excerpt from the front page of the World IPv6 launch website, highlighting some of the more prominent, some of the larger participants and players that are registered. They include Google, Facebook, Yahoo, Microsoft, Bing, Cisco, Comcast, Time Warner Cable, Akamai, Free Telecom, AT&T, and many, many others. And if you go to the website, you can actually look at the entire list of registered participants. And the last time I checked, which was sometime yesterday, there were over 3,000 registered website participants. So these are participants who've promised to enable IPv6 in production on their websites. There are also 66 network operators. These are people operating network infrastructure on which they can provide IPv6 enabled clients or users or IPv6 eyeballs, whatever you want to call them. And there's also a smaller list of home router device manufacturers. It's only 5. I can't remember who's on it. I think it's Cisco, D-Link, Zyxel, and a few others. So in totality, this is still a very small fraction of the entire Internet's connected organizations. But there are many big and high-profile names in there, some of whom I mentioned on the previous slides, and it's at least a measurable quantity. So, and as it turns out, some of the key players didn't actually wait until June the 6th, today, to turn on IPv6. For example, two of the big examples probably, Facebook and Netflix turned on IPv6 approximately a week ago on their production services and have left it on. Today, many more have turned on IPv6. And as a matter of fact, the list of participating sites and companies, if you look at them, you'll probably notice that it also includes a large number of organizations that have actually deployed IPv6 quite a while back. And that includes my organization as well. And actually, many sites probably that are part of the Internet 2 community are included in that group also. Okay, so let's move on to a quick discussion of what is IPv6 and what's motivating us to deploy it. As you probably all know by now, it's the next generation Internet Protocol, version number 6. The current version of the protocol in use today is version 4, and the key differentiating feature of IPv6 is that the size of the addresses is much larger, 128 bits versus 32 bits. Now, this doesn't mean that there are only 4 times as many addresses. What we're actually talking about here is an exponential scaling of the address space. So what you actually have is 2 to the power 96 times as many addresses, and that's an inconceivably large number. Another feature is that there is no need for something that has arguably plagued the IPv4 internet called network address translation, or NAT. And the goal here is to restore one of the original architectural properties of the internet, what's called the end-to-end architectural model. IPv6, in addition, has an architecture that allows for much more scalable routing, and there's a bunch of other features and changes in the areas of simplification of the IP header, address resolution, auto-configuration, etc. And one thing I wanted to point out very explicitly is that IPv6 is not backwards compatible with IPv4, so changes are indeed required in routers, hosts, operating systems, and applications to support this new protocol. Okay, but the primary motivation to deploy it is the much larger address space. As I suspect you've all heard by now, we're running out of IPv4 addresses, yet the internet is continuing to grow quite rapidly. So not only in the numbers of users who are connecting, but also in the number and the range of devices that are being connected to the network. So think of the many small devices that people carry around with them today that need network access. Think of devices in your home that need access today or may need access in the future. Think of things like sensor networks, warehouses full of stuff with embedded RFID chips, etc. You might have heard the phrase recently, the Internet of Things, being discussed, and that essentially tries to capture this new paradigm of ubiquitous and very expansive network connectivity for a vast ecosystem of devices. Okay, so a number of bad things could happen if we don't deploy IPv6, as IPv4 addresses become increasingly scarce. Okay, we could see the rise of IPv4 transfer markets, and that includes unsanctioned transfers, which is tantamount to black markets, essentially people and organizations selling address blocks to the highest bidder. And if you believe, as many people do, that the internet has been a major democratizing force in the world, this is a very bad development, right? So the richer and more powerful entities will be able to gobble up available address space at the expense of everyone else. And address transfers are already a reality today. In case you were wondering, this is not just theoretical. You may have heard March of last year, Microsoft acquired a block of 600,000 addresses from the company formerly known as Nortel, which went bankrupt, for about 7.5 million addresses. So that works out to about $11.25 per address. And there was another high-profile incident that happened last December, where Borders Bookstore, also going bankrupt, sold its address block to a healthcare IT company called Cerna. And the price in that transaction was $12 per address, so that went up 75 cents. And it'll keep going up as we approach the depletion of the remaining IPv4 address resource. So some of the other implications are that we could see a rise of more and more layers of network address translation, with their increasingly damaging impacts on a variety of applications. And more generally, we could see a balkanization of the internet. And by that I mean we could see the emergence of islands of IPv4 only computers and islands of IPv6 only computers, and guess what? They won't be able to talk to each other, or at least not easily. So it's in everyone's interest to deploy IPv6 and help the internet to continue to grow and to avoid these kinds of problems. All right, so the other point I wanted to make is that people are sometimes confused about is that we aren't actually transitioning from IPv4 to IPv6. So that implies that IPv4 is suddenly going to magically disappear, and that's not the case. I mean, IPv4 is going to be around for a long while, possibly many decades. I don't think anyone has a good idea. What we're actually doing is deploying IPv6 to coexist with IPv4 so that we can communicate with both the IPv4 internet and the emerging IPv6 internet. And I should also mention that there will be groups of users, perhaps in the near future, who because of total depletion of IPv4 addresses are going to go straight to IPv6. So they aren't transitioning to IPv4 either. They're going straight to IPv6. And obviously we need to deploy IPv6 in order to continue to successfully communicate with these new users. All right, so at the very high level, what are the kinds of things you need to successfully deploy IPv6? The first thing, of course, is you need to obtain an IPv6 address block. And that could come from your ISP very commonly, or if you're a large enough organization, you might get it directly from your regional intranet registry. You will also need to obtain IPv6 network connectivity. This will usually come from the internet service providers that you connect to. And you'll need to deploy IPv6 in your network infrastructure and also in your computers, your operating systems and applications, etc., etc. And the last thing, but also very important, is don't forget that you might need to spend a substantial amount of resources training up your IT staff to deal with this new protocol. All right, so this is not a tutorial about IPv6. I sometimes do day-long sessions on IPv6, but I'm not going to do that today, don't worry. But I thought I'd at least show you what an IPv6 address looks like in case you hadn't seen one already. All right, so everyone knows what an IPv4 address is, so we're going to skip right past this slide and move on to this one. So IPv6 addresses, as I mentioned, are 128 bits long, so 4 times as large as IPv4 addresses, and their human-readable format, or presentation format, is composed of 8 fields. Okay, they're called fields that are separated by colons. And each field, in turn, is composed of 4 hexadecimal digits. So at the bottom of the slide, that long number beginning with 2001, that's an example of a full IPv6 address. And you can often write IPv6 addresses in a much more compact form because they often have lots of zeros inside them, which can be suppressed and compressed according to a set of rules. And these rules, in brief, are that any field with a leading 0, you don't have to write the leading 0. So you see a couple of fields there, 0DB8 and 00C2. We just dropped the leading zeros from those fields. And any sequence of consecutive fields of all zeros, you can compress such a sequence into a single double colon. You can only do this once in an address, and that's what we've done in this address as well. We've collapsed the 3 fields of zeros into a double colon. Okay? Let's see what else. I'll quickly do an example of an IPv6 DNS record. So IPv4 uses the A record, or the address record, to represent IPv4 addresses. IPv6 uses the quad A record, right? The cutely named quad A record, obviously, because IPv6 addresses are 4 times as large. And at the very bottom of the slide, I've shown you an example of a quad A record, which looks exactly like an A record, only the R data, the right-hand side of the DNS record, is an IPv6 address instead of an IPv4 address. Okay, a few other details. IPv6 has unicast, multicast, anycast addresses just like IPv4, but there is no broadcast address. This is an important difference. And also there are many different types of IPv6 addresses. There are things like linked local addresses, there are unique local addresses, and a variety of different forms of global addresses, which you probably should be aware of, but those are just details. Okay, so the last part of my presentation is a quick overview of IPv6 deployment at the University of Pennsylvania. So we've actually been doing IPv6 for many years, at least in pockets of our network and computing infrastructure. So about a decade ago, approximately, we did our first production IPv6 network deployment, and that was for MAGPIE, the Mid-Atlantic Gigapop for Internet 2, and that is kind of a regional network that we operate out of the university to connect research and education institutions in our geographic area to national RNA backbone networks like Internet 2. So from there we moved on to the University Campus Network, and we started a production deployment in that network in 2005, although at the time it was basically not the whole network. It was the campus border, all of the core routers, and selected IT departmental subnets only. We hadn't extended the V6 deployment to most of the user and server networks in the campus. So in 2007, one of the larger units within the School of Engineering and Applied Science, deployed IPv6 throughout their network infrastructure. And in the summer of last year, we took advantage of the increased interest in IPv6 generated by the World IPv6 Day event to extend V6 deployment throughout most of the rest of the network, with the exception of the wireless networks. And just last month, we finally got around to doing the entirety of the PEN wireless subnets. So I took a snapshot of wireless network early this morning, and we already had about in the range of 700 concurrent users with IPv6 addresses. So that's probably there's probably going to be a lot more in the fall when most of the undergraduate students return to campus. But we do have a fairly substantial number of users on the wireless network already. As far as application services, here's a list of some of the key ones we've enabled with IPv6. Some of them for a long time, so DNS, NTP, and Jabber, and remote login services to many of our servers. Those have had IPv6 for many, many years. There are departmental servers inside the school. A lot of them in the School of Engineering and Applied Science that have had IPv6 deployed for a while. And last but not least, I wanted to mention H.323 video conferencing services, hopefully by which I am reaching some percentage of you today. So the main PEN website was a little bit challenging because it's located on Akamai's global content delivery network. So that actually had to await Akamai's production IPv6 deployment. And that happened, that was announced, I think, April this year. And early May, we actually did manage to turn it on in conjunction with Akamai on the main PEN website, www.upenn.edu. See what else? One of the other challenging services for us is central email. And there again is we have a similar situation where part of the service is outsourced to a commercial third party that hasn't deployed IPv6 yet. In our case, it's Message Labs, which is now Semantic Cloud, and we use them essentially for virus scanning and spam scoring. So because of that, our configuration involves using them as our inbound MX recipient as well as our outbound SMTP relay. And last we talked, Semantic Cloud still has no apparent plans to support IPv6. So we're mulling our options there. We don't exactly know what we're going to do long term, but something is probably going to change at some point. Okay, so a quick recap of what World IPv6 Day looks like so far for us. It's going pretty smoothly. We appear to be able to access many of the big registered sites over IPv6, Facebook, Netflix, Bing, etc., etc. One of the major issues, or probably one of the major disappointments today, however, has been Google, which is not returning IPv6 Quad A DNS records to the Penn campus primary DNS resolver. We actually did send email to the Google DNS administrators early this morning, and we got a response. It's because Google actually has an ongoing process of measuring IPv6 connectivity issues from end users to their sites, and if you tip over some threshold, your DNS resolver actually gets blacklisted by them, which means they don't actually return Quad A records for their sites. And the reason this happened for us is because of an incident last week. We actually did have a major fiber cut, which took out, at that time, our single-homed IPv6 external connectivity for a period of a few hours. This was last Tuesday, May the 29th. So that was resolved, and then shortly after that, we kind of multi-homed our IPv6 external connectivity to make sure we can head off this problem in the future. But because of that incident, we have to, that skewed our IPv6, working IPv6 connectivity measurements from the perspective of Google, and we need to wait until our resolvers age out of Google's blacklist. So that's probably going to take another day or two. And let's see, so traffic across the border, I'm going to, we haven't looked at the total graphs yet, but at the moment we're seeing a peak of about 90 megabits per second of inbound IPv6 traffic, which is actually a measurable fraction of the total. It's about, we're looking at about 8% number, and the outbound is a little bit less, 5%. But, it's something. It's not 0.1% as it used to be many years ago. And that was it for my presentation. I don't know if we're doing questions or not, but I'd be happy to take a few if you have any. Otherwise, I was planning to run back to my office to see how our IPv6 traffic looks like today. All right, Ben or John, I don't know if we do questions or...
Yeah, absolutely. If folks have questions for Schumann, please feel free to open up your mic and fire away. So Schumann, I just wanted to say thank you for giving this presentation. I think it's a great, not only an overview of the IPv6 technology, but also of the goals of World IPv6 Launch Day. And I think your institution is a great case study of how one can execute such a thing. So hopefully we can see that repeated many times over throughout our community, and hopefully even more on the commercial side in years to come.
Thanks, I appreciate it, and thanks for the opportunity to talk today. Okay, so take care, folks.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
All righty, so the agenda for the rest of this afternoon is we're hoping to get Rosa back, who is slated to be one of our presenters this morning. We had a scheduling snafu. Rosa Catala from the Library Science Center with a presentation entitled Live from Surgical Programs. So we're hoping to slate her in this afternoon. Otherwise, we have the duration of the afternoon scheduled for cafe chat time. And so folks can feel free to open up your mics and talk about any topics of your choosing. What I am going to do is every half hour, I'd like to check in to give folks an opportunity to check in with me, basically, so I can get you added to the list, so we know who all was able to connect with us today. And at the top of the hour, at least for the next 3 hours, I'll do another giveaway, and we have another Internet 2 tote bag with water bottle, another Internet 2 charging station, and another Internet 2 travel toiletry case. So we'll do those at 3 p.m., 4 p.m., and 5 p.m. Eastern Time. But until then, is there anybody that's connected that hasn't introduced themselves and checked in to be added to the list? I will take that as a no, So at this time, we'll open it back up for Cafe Chat, and I will, well, I'll be here off and on, but I will check back in at the top of the hour to do the next trivia giveaway as well. So feel free to open up your mics and talk about any topics of your choosing. Thanks for being here.